from time to time, but if it brightens up, then that issue should start to resolve itself as well. Nick Gledhill here with Dan Whiting and Mark Church for this final day, the day that we'll see Surrey presented with the county championship trophy. That will be coming up a little bit later. And first of all, we've got a match to complete with Essex in a very strong position in terms of the game, but probably not going to have enough time to force victory, because to do so they're going to have to take 19 Surrey wickets. Essex 508 for 8 declared, and Surrey by and large made pretty solid progress in the overs available to them yesterday evening, reaching 30 for 1 in 13 overs, just for the loss of Rory Burns for 16, with Cook, Porter and Harmer doing the bowling, and Harmer taking the wicket, 1 for 10 in 6 overs. And good morning, Dan.
Very good morning to you, Nick. It's having a chat with Adam Rossington earlier on, and he thinks it'll be a very difficult task to take 19 wickets out there on that pitch. So yeah, I think it's probably a nailed on draw, but there's still good cricket. There's still, you know, cricket's cricket, isn't it? It's still professional cricket. It's not Sunday third 11. It's not a tea party out there, and I'm sure professional pride will come into it. Another interesting fact, speaking to Adam this morning actually, was he was due to go out and play in the Zimbabwe T10.
Oh right.
And had actually checked his bags in at Heathrow, was all ready to go, and then got the call back from Essex saying Pepper had broken his finger and he would not be available. So Rosso made an emergency trip back, and he's back in. He's back in the fold here.
That's interesting, and of course one of the issues for Essex next season is they've now got 2 wicket keepers who are important members of their limited overs, particularly the T20 side. Yeah. And obviously Michael Pepper's made a very strong case for having the gloves with the sheer runs he's got. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens next year.
Yeah, it will be. It will be. I mean, I think though that you need 2 wicket keepers over a season. There's so much cricket now.
Sorry, I've got about 3 or 4 haven't they, the last couple, including our new entrant for this particular game, Josh Blake.
Well, there's 3. There's definitely Folkes, Smith, Blake, and Rory Burns. Burns
is my 4th choice.
Yeah, he's had the gloves in T20 cricket quite a bit. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Just the players are just making their way down the steps here. And Yusuf Majid, the night watcher, had a chat with him last night.
How did he find his long bowling stint?
Yeah, he was all right. He enjoyed it. He said it's great to be playing first team cricket. Although we had to move position because I think it was his first interview in professional cricket, and the boys were trying to make him laugh in the background,
he pulling faces,
that sort of thing, that sort of maturity they expect.
He did experience the horror of. But bowling with great perseverance. He got a wicket just before lunch, didn't he? Yeah. And he had to wait a long time, and then he had, this is my 2nd wicket. The ball's gone right up in the air. The fielder's right underneath it, and it was dropped, unfortunately.
Yeah,
so
I didn't ask
him
about that.
One of those moments that you think you have to get used to in the game. But
I didn't ask him about that. I didn't sort of want to drop the incumbent, who I won't name this morning either.
It was unfortunate.
So the umpires, Ian Blackwell, Rob Bailey, making their way out to the middle for the final day of the season. And there's a sadness about this time of year, isn't there? There's a sort of melancholy. We feel like we're coming into winter. Strictly Come Dancing appearing on your TV. I mean, that sort of thing means the end of the cricket season. I don't like that sort of thing.
Interesting signposting that Strictly Come Dancing is the indicator. Yeah,
it's always you connect these things, don't you, in your brain? And I remember speaking to.
Next year it'll be the Ryder Cup starting or being played. That'll be the last week of the season next year. It'll clash with the Ryder Cup. So
I remember interviewing a chap called Graham Lambert, who's the guitarist in the Spiral Carpets. Graham's a big cricket fan, and famously Noel Gallagher used to roadie for the Inspiral Carpets before Oasis were formed. And
I think I can remember their most famous track, which was called "This Is How It Feels
to Be Lonely." Yeah. And Noel Gallagher once said that he hated seeing Graham Gooch's face on the back of the papers because he realised then that the football season was over. So I feel the same about Strictly.
Because there was that one September, where cricket was keeping football off the back pages. 2005, the Ashes culmination, which of course was in mid-September. Right, here we go then. It's going to be Simon Harmer who's going to have a bowl to Dominic Sibley, who's on 13, and Majid, well, he could be set for 100 as night watchman if he can get himself in. That would be quite a story. You'd have to interview him again.
That would be amazing.
He might as well stay out there as long as he can. Slip short leg and a silly mid on and a short mid wicket, and this one is just with a little bit of a heave from Sibley, making sure we negated any turn and bounce. Just plays it out to Porter at backward square leg. There's a conventional mid wicket. There's a long on Tom Wesley. Paul Walker is at mid-off, and there's a backward point, but two men round the bat and two attacking fielders on the onside as that's played by Sibley. Just head over the ball up into the onside. Cloud cover. I was a bit concerned about the light about half an hour ago, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Floodlights not on, and forecast generally okay. Harmer bowls, and this is played past the short mid wicket. That's a nice stroke, and Tom Wesley moving around from long on can't prevent the second run.
Can you use the floodlights here? I know certain grounds you can only use them for X amount of days a year. There's like local council.
I don't know the actual regulations that precisely, but they have been used here, and hopefully would be if needed. 15 to Sibley. Maybe if it gets to about 4 o'clock this afternoon and it's getting gloomy and it's a certain draw, they won't bother to put them on.
Yeah, I know Sussex beginning of the season said they weren't going to use floodlights in county championship.
2 to Sibley then, which takes him to 15. And now it's Harmer bowling to him again, and he gets one that just pops up a little bit, and it is just run down quite safely down to backward square leg. Jamie Porter, who had 3 maiden overs yesterday evening and is looking to pull ahead of Carl Abbott at the top of the First Division leading wicket takers list, as Harmer bowls to a ball that turns past the leg stump and gathered in nicely by Rossington. I thought you were going to say that Rossington had missed the first match, because they're very quick affairs, aren't they?
What, T10?
Yes. As Harmer bowls and just pushing forward, head over the ball, takes him on the front pad. No shout about for LBW. Oh, we're just talking about the floodlights, and they have come on, so we've answered your question for you, Dan.
Yeah, there you go.
And they duly have just come on just at this moment, because it's still marginal light. I mean, certainly okay, but they're just putting on the floodlights. So Majid will have strike. Sibley has 15. It's 32 for 1, and that's the end of the first over of the morning.
Yeah, I like the fact Simon Harmer he's bowling with quite a leg side dominant field. Obviously, being an off spinner, he's turning the ball back into the right-handed Sibley, but he's bowling without a cover. He's offering Sibley the covers and hopefully trying to turn one back through Dominic Sibley's gate. It's good cricket there from Harmer,
and pretty well played, I thought, by Sibley in that over.
Is this Porter or Cook?
So it's going to be Cook to open from the Graham Gooch end. Cook didn't open. In fact, it was Cook and Harmer last night, and then a bit of Porter later on, wasn't it? That's right.
Here is Cook coming in to the wicket. Nice, smooth, rhythmical approach. That goes past the outside edge of Yusuf Majid's bat.
Cook, 43 wickets at 16.46. That's the really striking figure for me. The 16.46. Economy rate 2.7. And of course had injury problems during the season. This is his 11th match, so he's played 11 of the 16 games. 14 games. That's going back a bit. 16, isn't it?
Well, yeah. In he comes. Thick outside edge. That's possibly going to be the first boundary of the morning. Allison has the subfielders in pursuit, but can't cut the ball off, and it runs away down towards the groundsman's shed and goes for 4 runs. So Yusuf Majid is on to 5. He's been there for 19 balls, did his job last night, and protected Sibley from the strike quite a bit as well, actually.
Which was primarily what he was there to do, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah, no, good cricket. Good cricket. Yeah, he's very nice lad, Yusuf. He's spoke very well, mature. Far more mature than I am, Nick. But that's not hard, is it? So he's Cook. coming in past umpire Ian Blackwell. And that's just played into the offside. Ian Blackwell had a career at Derbyshire, Somerset. Where else? Was it just those two, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I remember Ian Blackwell.
Played for England a little bit as well,
yes.
didn't he? He was taken on a tour of India one year.
He was a renowned hitter, wasn't he?
He gave it a whack.
He put back the ball.
Rob Bailey gave it a whack as well at the other end here. The other umpire, as Majid just plays that out to the mulleted figure of Shane Snater at mid-on. Yeah, Rob Bailey was... They all used to crash it into the advertising boards at Northampton back in the day, didn't they? You know, Alan Lamb, Wayne Larkins used to give it a thump. Rob Bailey, Alan Lamb, they all used to come in and absolutely whack the leather off the ball. Here's Cook. And Majid gets forward. This is very placid, this wicket now. Yeah. I think it's slow, low. Majid's got time for his tea and biscuits as he rocks onto the front foot there and just plays it easily into the covers.
Test match result early this morning. Sri Lanka beating New Zealand by an innings in 154. Sri Lanka 602 for 5 declared, New Zealand 88 and 360. 4 times better then, almost, in their second innings.
Cook. Oh, Majid has a little wafty drive at that outside the off stump, but no harm done. And the ball thumps into the gloves of Adam Rossington. And at the end of the second over of the morning, Surrey are 36 for 1. Dominic Sibley's on 15 and Yusuf Majid on 5. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Nick Gledhill on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London, and on the BBC Sport apps.
60s for Conway, Blundell and Santner, and 78 for Glenn Phillips. But the real story there is the Sri Lankan spinners, because Prabhath Jayasuriya and Nishan Paris between them took 18 of the 20 wickets, with Jayasuriya getting 3 in the first and 3 in the second and 6 in the first, and Paris the opposite.
Bit of a Bunsen. Gaul tends to be, doesn't it? Yeah, Morali used to like it there.
Harmer would have probably enjoyed bowling on that pitch, and here he bowls again, and that's is that off a top edge? It's an appeal for a catch.
It's off the arm.
Just off the, yeah. So is there a little bit of bat on that? No. Got a bit of bounce. He's getting a bit of bounce there, and just getting Sibley into a slight tangle. It was taken by slip, but it wasn't the most convincing of appeals. We've got slip. Short leg, silly mid-on, short mid-wicket, the 4 attacking fielders. Ooh, and interestingly here, this turns and Sibley goes back and just tries to play it defensively, well. And he does. He just runs it down with soft hands to keep out of trouble.
He's adjusted there, Dominic.
Yeah.
He's actually played that very well.
There is a bit of turn and bounce here for Harmer, who comes in and bowls on the Alistair Cook end, and here Sibley gets forward and takes him on the pad and rolls out to Das at short leg. Got Matt Critchley, one of the 3 centurions of yesterday, in there at Silly Minon. He was pleased with his contribution, and this is played defensively up toward mid-off, and also saying that Dean Elgar was in quite a lot of discomfort during his innings, but obviously wanted to keep going. I'm sure he'll be having a fairly restful day today. Here's Harmer bowling again, quicker one, and a sort of lap sweep, which is safe. It's sort of pitches and stops, and Snater picks it up 3/4 of the way to the deep square leg boundary, and they've come back for a second run. Once he cleared any of the infield, it was fine. It was sort of a delicate scoop, really, which he played off the top half of the bat, but it fell safe, and that was fine.
It's like one of your 7 irons, Nick.
It was. It was an element of a golf shot there, wasn't it? 38 for 1, Sibley 17. Good contest between Sibley and Harmer this morning. Harmer bowls again, and this time Sibley gets one that's a little bit shorter. He allows him to go onto the back foot, and he plays it in an orthodox fashion, just along the ground. And Snater, who's at a deepish mid-wicket, about halfway back to the boundary, collects the ball, and Sibley collects a run, which takes him to 18, and Majid is on 5 Surrey 39 for 1. Essex made 508 for 8 declared. If this was day 3, very interesting game still potentially, but on day 4, barring probably Harmer having one of his really good days, it's going to be hard for Essex to take 19 wickets.
Yeah, it's certainly got the feel of end of season. It's Mufti Day, we've all brought in our own clothes for the end of term, and Mark Church has even bought a game of Kaplunkin. So, yes. One of those days. The shadows of the players as well. The lights just worsened a little bit, I think. The shadows of the players.
Yeah,
see the 4 shadows there, which often known as the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. So anyway, here's Cook coming in over the wicket. He's going to have his first chance to bowl at Dominic Sibley this morning, and Sibley gets up and shows in the full face of the bat as he defends that back to the bowler. Yeah, slips in for Essex. You've got Allison at first, Harmer at second. You've got backward point. You've got a Robin Das, that looks like, extra cover. Wesley at mid-off, Snater mid-on, short mid-wicket and a long leg. I think Porter might be lurking down at third as well. Cook's in, that keeps a little low, that's a good delivery. Just holding its line. And Sibley flirting with that.
Sibley, one of 5 Surrey batters, averaging over 40. He's just on 40 at the moment. 725 runs in the campaign. Pretty solid effort.
Cook past Blackwell. Oh, that's a thick outside edge. That's going to run away for 4 runs. And Allison comes down below us to fetch the ball. And that was a genuine edge. That's a moral victory there to the man who used to be known in these parts as the Little Chef.
Of course, with all the England calls, you look down the list of matches, and some counties you'll see that everyone's played 12, 13, 14 games. But of course, with Surrey, it really is just Burns and Sibley who have been ever presence. Jordan Clark's just missed the 1 game. I think it'll be this one.
Yeah, it's this one.
And Ben Folkes missing this, and he must have missed one other game somewhere along the line.
Yeah, he missed. Well, he played at Hampshire, but he ricked his back, and Jamie Smith kept. He didn't have any further part. He ricked his back second ball when he batted. Cook, 3 slips in now after that edge. Critchley's come and joined the party, and Snater dives for the ball there and misses it, and that goes through him, and it's going to run away for 4 runs.
Nice stroke. Should he not get another knock, Rory Burns finishes with 1,073 runs, averaging 53.65. So a very good return.
How far Sibley away?
We'd need something quite special here. He's going to get 275, so that would be
unlikely.
Might have 2 innings to do it in, but if he's at the crease all day,
he'd probably have to farm the strike somewhat.
He would, yes.
Yes.
I think it's probably unlikely. But,
it's
been a very solid contribution from him, and of course he's helped out in limited overs formats as well.
Yeah, he got a brilliant 149 at rugby school, as that is played out towards Snater. Yeah, he got a brilliant 149 at rugby school, and in T20 he's been a real bonus for Surrey. Wasn't expected to take part, and they brought him in to add that sort of ballast, that little bit of experience, that glue that holds the batting together. And he's done more than that. He's actually, his innings in the quarter-final against Durham at the Oval brought up his 50 with a reverse scoop ramp, which went for 6, which was an amazing shot. And he has had a fine season as he rocks onto the front foot. He's also one of the good guys in county cricket as well. He's always, smiley, always says hello, always polite. And Dominic Sibley is a credit not only to Surrey, but actually to the game of cricket as well.
Indeed.
End of the over, 47 for 1.
So if you'd like to contact us, please do on this last day of the season, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. And of course the issues are all settled. We had a feeling at the start of yesterday that everything was going to pan out as expected. I suppose technically Sussex have still got to absolutely confirm that they're going to be champions, but there's no way they're going to lose their game against Middlesex. So it's Sussex and Yorkshire coming up, Lancashire and Kent going down, Hampshire second. I suppose the only other issue is if Essex were to win this game, they can overtake Somerset into third place. So
yeah, bad day. It was a bad hour if you were from west of the Pennines, as Lancashire's relegation was confirmed yesterday, and then about 45 minutes later Yorkshire's promotion was confirmed.
Yeah, it's interesting, Yorkshire. Harmer's going to bowl 2 slips and a short leg and a short extra cover. That's a bat turns, and it's the left-handed Majid who's got the dubious pleasure of facing Harmer. And a ball that is turning and bouncing, and he did well to keep away from that one.
Majid just gives Harmer a big smile.
Yeah. Tell you what, if he can get through half an hour against Harmer and a Chelmsford wicket, he'll be doing himself a lot of good here. Here's Majid. Oh, actually does that pretty well there. Just gets into line and just watches for any turn. It doesn't turn. Just plays it defensively back down the pitch. But it's going to be an interesting challenge for the young player. 2 slips, short leg, short extra cover, as he plays well here, gets head right over the ball, just smothers it and plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run. There's always something to look at when Simon Harmer's bowling. He's had a difficult season because of a recurrent sort of back problem, which hopefully he's now solved. Having had a bit of a rest, this one squeezes away off an edge, eludes the second slip and goes down towards Porter, and it's well stopped actually, moving across at backward point.
Porter's still diving away. He doesn't play his cricket any differently, does it?
No.
Whether it's, you know, the sort of a game with loads on it, or, you know, the final knockings of the season, Jamie Porter still plays cricket in the same way. I bet he plays the same way for Chingford if he ever turns out for them as well.
Here's Harmer again. Goes around the wicket and bowls, and that's played defensively up towards Walter at sort of wideish mid-on, but again pretty well played by Majid. And just get into line for this next one from Harmer, and again does pretty well. Just looks for any potential turn and gets into line, plays it back down the pitch. Harmer has a maiden over, but doesn't manage to dislodge Majid, and it's 47 for 1. Majid 5 and Sibley 26.
Yeah, just looking at Grossington's glove work, it's a joy to watch actually. We were talking about wicket keepers yesterday, and Josh Blake, I think, has got a massive future ahead of him at Surrey. But Grossington, been around a long time and got really soft hands. Just don't hear the ball hit his hands when the throw comes in from the boundary.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a noise. And 2 good keepers on offer. So that's just hit Sibley amidships.
Well, Essex have had periods in the past where they've had a real surplus of keepers who are looking at
Foster, Wheater.
Foster, Garnham, Wheater.
Yeah. Michael Bates here.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah.
Of course, he was with Hampshire, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Trying to think of a few others, but Robert Rollins, of course, a little while back.
David East.
Yes, he go a bit further back.
Cook into Sibley. Oh, that's a big appeal for LBW. Oh, I thought Blackwell was going to give that there. His arms moved. His hand was in the holster, as they say.
It looked a good shout.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was an inside edge, but I'll be interested to see the replay on that one, because without it, it was certainly a very strong shout.
Sibley sometimes can go across a little bit too far. He's very strong through the leg side, but sometimes in cricket your strength is your weakness as well, isn't it? See that with a number of players.
Dismissal.
Yeah, see that with a number of players where
That's true of the England Test batting side.
Yeah, definitely. Sibley being a lot more straight here and plays that down the pitch. So straight, in fact, that it actually gets stopped by the stumps at the non-striker's end.
We do have the last of the one-day internationals today, but it
Bristol.
struck me the reason that England was struggling in the first 2 one-day internationals is they were finding 50 overs quite a long time to bat, because they were hardly used to doing that in a Test match.
Yeah, yeah,
They have done well recently.
Yeah, I had to preview that on another radio station, which we won't mention on the BBC. That's just left alone by Sibley. Good take by Rossington, sprawling across in front of Allison at first slip. Yes, I had to preview that at 1:45 this morning, so work never stops, Nick, you know. Work never stops.
Doesn't sound like it, yes.
I've worked out today that I've done 14,000 miles this summer, and this is my 80th day of cricket of the season commentating. So,
yes, it's
been a busy old time. Around the country in 80 days, 80 games. Sibley rocks onto the front foot and pushes that back to Cook.
And yes, I know, speaking to one or two of our colleagues who do every game as you've done this season, it's that string of away games back to back that can be
It's T20, I think.
Yes.
T20 in the Metro. I think the Metro Bank One Day Cup, from a commentating perspective, I think is the hardest. Luckily, we didn't have.
They're long days as well, aren't they?
Yeah, we didn't have any monster journeys in it. I think the furthest was possibly Kibworth, as that's thick inside edge. It's going to run away down to Benkenstein down at long leg, and Sibley will retain the strike. So 48 for 1. Majid's on 5, Sibley 27. Yeah, I think from a commentating perspective, it's and the players must go through it as well, but it's the churn of, you know, the One Day Cup where you're commentating for 50 overs. You generally don't have a third voice, so you don't get that break. And in county championships, you normally get a break every 32 overs or whatever, don't you? But with that, you've got to go through for 50 overs. And I'm not moaning. I think we're all very lucky to do what we do for a living. But it's the mileage, and T20 night games can be quite tough as well when you get back from Cardiff at 3 o'clock.
Now, you're going to be really jealous, because when I did the Glamorgan home game here, two of our colleagues turned up from Radio Wales, which is quite part of the course.
Nick Webb?
Yes, he was around. So Simon Harmer is going to bowl, and that's just played defensively, head over the ball up towards short mid wicket. So yeah, it was a relatively comfortable day. But yes, long days for the players and indeed those covering the game.
Yeah.
But it's been an interesting competition as a development competition. I thought Surrey did a bit better this year than last, as this is played defensively, head over the ball towards Benkenstein at short mid wicket. I think they really struggled in last year, but
23,
better signs this year for them.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Metro Bank. I thought it was a great opportunity for some of the guys around as well.
Harmer bowls to Sibley, and Sibley plays a nice stroke away past the square leg umpire to get a single out towards Snater, running round at a sort of deep and very, well, halfway back to the boundary, a deepish square leg, and completes the field and can't prevent the run.
Yeah, from a Surrey perspective, we saw the emergence of Ollie Sykes in the competition this year. We saw Josh Blake, who had a fine series. Yusuf Majid as well.
Trying to blood young players and assist their development. As here that ball really turns, and Majid is pushing forward at that and finds it spinning past his outside edge.
Harmer looks disconsolate there. Yeah, and we also went to some lovely grounds as well. I think the Surrey fans enjoyed going to places like Rugby School and Kibworth.
Yeah, that's great. The outgrounds being part of the equation. This is played off the back foot and goes to backward point. That's a nice stroke actually from Majid, but straight to backward point Porter. And there's no run. Yes,
and it was a very difficult time for the club. Obviously, the emergence of the news of Graham Thorpe happened during that competition.
Of course.
And, you know, Alex Stewart's good friends with him, and you know, Adam Hollyoake was involved in the side, who spent so much time, and then these guys had been coached with him by England as well.
Yeah, Harmer bowls, and that's just run down towards backward point. I can't imagine what it was like for those within the Surrey setup dealing with that situation. Absolutely awful.
People like Burns and Sibley, he'd coached them, sort of they'd worked with them at Surrey, but also worked with them in England as well, and had such a sort of influence on their career. And then sort of Alex Stewart and Smokes, Adam Hollyoake, played a lot of cricket with Graham Thorpe back in the 90s. So it was a very difficult time for the club, but I thought, we went to Kibworth in Leicestershire the day after, and I thought Leicestershire handled it really well as a county and Kibworth as a club, and credit to them.
That's good. 49 for 1, 28 Sibley and 5 to Majid.
Is this Paul?
This is now Cook still. That's a thick outside edge, and it just runs away down below us. Sibley. And that's Surrey 50 up. A ripple of applause around the ground. And that comes up in the 21st over. Cook and Harmer bowling at the moment, both on 43 wickets, and say 12 behind Porter, and of course another key contributor who I'm sure we'll see this morning is Shane Snater, who's had a good campaign, 40 wickets at 22. It's that trinity, isn't it? The same trinity backed by Harmer and Critchley. That has been Essex's strength. I'd like to see Blake and Sykes get a go, maybe at 4 and 5. Cook comes in, Sibley defends, because obviously they've been picked to give them some experience in this game, and it would be nice to actually, see them get a go at sort of 4. I know Ryan Patel. Get it back today. I mean Ryan Patel, probably come in next, but it would be nice to see Sykes and Blake get promoted up the order. Dan Lawrence as well, he's got a point to prove on his return here. Cook. Oh, Sibley fishing. Typical Cook delivery. Sort of brought him a lot of wickets. It's been an interesting summer, hasn't it? From an Essex perspective as well, obviously been quite controversial at times, isn't it, with the bat issue with Feroz Cushy, and I was talking with Don Topley the other day off air, and yes, I know it stops you from getting bowled, but I should imagine a bigger bat probably makes you nick off more as well. As that's just defended. Those deliveries that you play and miss at, there's swings and roundabouts I suppose, isn't it, but those deliveries that you play and miss at, you possibly nick off. We mentioned yesterday that I just wanted to touch on one of Aaron Beard's greatest hits for Essex, Aaron, who's announced his retirement, and a very key role that he played in a championship match. Of course, the really famous championship match between Essex and Somerset in 2019 was the last game of the season at Taunton, but he was heavily involved in the first game between the two at Chelmsford. Cook, full, Sibley drives back to the bowler. Very low scoring game. Essex 216, Cook 80. Typical of Alistair Cook. Actually, remember he got quite a few 80s in that season, and that was a typical Alistair Cook innings on a difficult pitch. And then Somerset shot out for 131, and Aaron Beard took he got 3 of the first 5, and had figures of 4 for 23 from just 5 overs. And there were pretty good ones as well. Goenvold, Hildeth and Banton, and then Steve Davis. Decent trinity there. Yeah. That's left alone. I'm going to make way for Mark Church to come into the commentary box as Surrey are 53 for 1, Majid on 5, Sibley on 32, and Nick Gledhill and Mark Church will take you away for the next half hour. Porter was playing in that game. He got 5 for 51. Cook wasn't playing. Peter Siddle was in the side. Essex then, with that lead, 183, and Cook made it 47, top scored again, and then Somerset bowled out for 117, and Beard 3 for 22. Sort of a little bit down the order of the wickets this time, but Lewis Gregory, always an important man to get out, and he got in for 40. So that was obviously a key wicket there. And that was a victory by 151 runs, which was pretty important in the end in the context of a 2019 season. Of course, in the end, it made a bit of a difference between the two respective points totals of the two sides. Good morning to Mark.
Very good morning, Nick. Good morning, everybody. For the final time this summer.
Absolutely, and we have Harmer coming into bowl to Majid. Oh, that one spins past his outside edge. This is quite a good tussle. I think it's a good experience for the youngster. He's doing pretty well, I think.
Well, actually, to be fair to him, all he's doing is playing the line of that.
Yeah.
And it's just going to turn and go past his outside edge. But Harmer can turn it on anything, can't he?
Harmer. Oh, that's an even more difficult delivery, because that I think is pitched a bit further towards middle and leg, and it's turned quite violently. And poor old Majid was really scraping at thin air. I think that was a little bit further pitched over, and it somehow missed the stumps.
Just too good from Simon Harmer.
We got a short leg and 2 slips and a short extra, and that's off the back foot and played to the last mention of those, Luke Benkenstein.
Yeah, he's coming round the wicket to the left-hander, so it's drifting towards leg stump, and then as he's gone to whip it through mid-wicket, it's bounced, turned across him, and gone over the top of his middle and off stump.
Harmer to Majid, who gets one that's floated up a little bit, and he's out. He's caught at short extra by Benkenstein. It was just a change of strategy by Harmer. He just floated that one up a little bit. It slightly had Majid in two minds, and in the end he could only push the catch up to short extra and have taken comfortably enough. 53 for 2. We've got an update coming up. And we started on time, last day of the season. It is cloudy, the floodlights are on, and Essex have just taken their first wicket on this final morning. It is Simon Harmer who's removed the night watchman Majid with a nice delivery floated up, which Majid has just pushed up to short extra cover and nicely taken by Luke Benkenstein. Dominic Sibley has batted well at the other end. He's still there on 32. Almost certainly this match is going to be a draw, because Essex have got to take 18 more wickets in the time remaining. They made 508 for 8. And Surrey, in reply, 53 for 2. There we go.
Just a very good bit of bowling from Simon Harmer, and just talking about the delivery to before the wicket, and again he's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Yusuf Majid, and it's just drifting towards leg stump, and he's trying to whip it leg side. I think it's hit the back of his bat actually, and a good low catch diving forward by Benkenstein. But Yusuf Majid's shown enough there that he's got a pretty good technique, and he can definitely bat, but it's just a very good bit of bowling.
It was a different sort of delivery, wasn't it, from the previous ones. It was just he just saw it floating there, thought, what can I do with this, and was just trying to play it away. But yes, it may well have actually come off the back of the bat as it went out.
I think probably what Harmer hasn't actually tried to turn that one. I think it's just drifted.
Drift.
And because if it had turned, it would have gone past the outside edge.
Like the previous delivery.
Yeah, so it's just a very good bit of bowling from Simon Harmer. But as I say, from Yusuf Majid's point of view, he's shown everybody that he can hold a bat the right way round.
We've got Harmer coming in to Patel. Oh, that one goes past the off stump, not by much, doesn't really turn too much, but pretty well judged. So Patel new to the crease, and Sibley playing nicely on 32, 53 for 2. Harmer bowls, another left-hander of course, and Patel, that one's left alone outside the off stump. So Simon Harmer, who I think has benefited from that rest. We knew he'd had this nagging I think it's been a back problem which has affected him probably through much of the season. Took a break during the 50-over competition and has looked much more his old self since then. 53 for 2.
Well, he is just an exceptionally good bowler, exceptionally good slipper as well. And the thing with Simon Harmer is he's got massive hands and long fingers, so he genuinely gives it a rip. I've always thought with sort of the off spinner, if you want to imagine what he's doing, if you can think of a round doorknob, and when you put your hand on it and you turn the doorknob, that's what he's doing basically on that seam. He's giving it a proper rip. They used to say with sack claim, the worst bit of facing Saki was the sound of the ball in the air. You could hear it going. And
like a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, basically, yes. And it used to fizz through the air at you. and Harmer's probably the same, really.
That's the one sort of difference with Surrey in this era, isn't it? Because that Sack Lane era, obviously the pitches would have suited them a little bit at the Oval, and they don't quite suit the spinners in the same way, do they?
No, and I think you had Sack Lane and Salisbury.
Yes.
So it made perfect sense that to have those two going in combination, and that they were ideal in that Saki was going one way and Salisbury was going the other, bowling off spin. Obviously Saki could bowl the other one, but then you had the leg spin taking the ball away from the right hander from the other end in Salisbury. But now the pitches tend to have a little bit of grass on them, and sort of favour the quicker men, as it's Jamie Porter into the attack for the first time today from the Graham Gooch end, and this one's left alone by Dominic Sibley outside his off stump. And it's interesting really, because if you go 2 years ago, Surrey used Will Jackson, his off spin, to win the championship a couple of years ago. If you go back to 2018, it was Amar Verdi with his off spin. It was a big part of that 2018 championship winning side, but now it's, you know, Cameron Steele and Dan Lawrence. As in over the wicket comes Jamie Porter, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Dominic Sibley.
Yes, it's fair to say that Lawrence's bowling has been given more prominence this season.
I think that was one of his main reasons for coming to Surrey, because the fact is, if Harmer's in your team as an off spinner,
certainly in red ball,
you're not going to get much bowling, are you? Really?
Absolutely, and that would be the key thing.
Yes. So he's had a lot more bowling for Surrey in terms of championship cricketers. Dan Lawrence. Sibley was about to settle over his bat, but something's caught his attention. I wonder if he's got a fly that's gone into the grill of his helmet there.
Yes.
Dominic Sibley.
Seems to be okay now.
53 for 2 then, Surrey. Still trail by a small matter of 455. As over the wicket comes Porter, and Sibley's up on his toes to a shorter length delivery, pushes it away into the offside. Snater gets round to do his fielding. So Surrey will get their hands on the trophy again when this game comes to its conclusion. And there'll be a presentation, I think, down in front of the pavilion. It was down in Southampton last year, I remember. Where was it the year before that? Oh, that was back in South London. That one was at the Kia Oval. As over the wicket once again comes Porter. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Dominic Sibley, and I think most of the Surrey squad are getting down here for that.
Which would be good to see.
I wonder if one of them's had to bring the trophy along.
Yes, it's probably been asked to pick it up on the way.
Yeah, so...
Did you bring the trophy with you? I knew I had it somewhere.
Yes.
I knew it. Oh, that was the thing I had to bring. Oh, I forgot. I bought my winter coat. I haven't got the. I haven't got the trophy. No, I'm sure that won't happen.
Well, I think it's happened before. Waiting again is Sibley. As over the wicket comes Porter, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Dominic Sibley, and he wanders off towards square leg. 3 very good innings yesterday from Algar, the captain of course, Tom Wesley and Matt Critchley for Essex yesterday, and today is just about Surrey batting, and I suppose that the follow-on target is the first port of call, isn't it? Was that 309?
50, yeah,
309.
59.
359ers. Over the wicket comes Porter, and Sibley's allowing that one to go outside his off stump and taken by Rossington, moving away to his right hand side. But I think it's nice that I saw Ben Folkes this morning, so he's already here, and as I say, I think those that can will get here for the photo and the trophy presentation. I wonder who'll hand it over. It's always an exciting moment to find out who's handing the trophy over. Not sure whether they'll find a celebrity at short notice.
Lewis Gregory for a start, but
yes, he won't come and hand it over. It's normally sort of either a member of the ECB, isn't it, or a chief executive, or actually I think I probably know it'll be down there. It'll be Richard Thompson again to do the honours, I would have thought.
So Harmer is going to bowl to Patel, another left-hander, and he just comes forward. Now at the moment there's a nice symmetry about Patel's stats. his total number of runs is 510 and his average is 51.0, which I think is about to be disturbed one way or another. But it's actually a pretty good return from him. This is only his 8th match, and he gets one that's floated up and turns. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. A little bit like the one that he bowled to Majid, and he was just able to line it up with that little bit of extra experience there, Patel, and sense what was going to happen, and it turned past his off stump. But tricky for the left-handers here. Turn and bounce for Harmer, who comes around the wicket again, floats that up. Oh, again, that pictures the roundabout leg and middle and turns past the off stump with bounce. That one beat him as he pushed forward.
Proper bowling this.
It's
Simon Harmer at the moment.
Even in a match that, you know, looking like a likely draw, it's a fascinating watch just at the moment, isn't it? As Harmer bowls again, floating that up to the extent, but it's taken on the full and played to short leg, and there's no run.
I always think with Harmer, when he's on it, he's always happy to give a boundary away.
Yeah, and that could have been a boundary on another day, because
he's happy just to try and set it up to give the odd boundary away. 2
slips, a short leg and a short extra. That one's driven back a little uppishly by Patel, but back to Harmer.
The other thing with Harmer, isn't it, is he gets through his overs so quick.
No time to talk about anything else with Harmer bowling. 5 other men saving one. That one's on leg stump and dealt with pretty well there by Patel. He's got to the pitch of it and he's hit it away out towards deep mid wicket. And I don't think Port Walter's going to stop that, and he doesn't. So Patel gets off the mark with a boundary. Just realised that one was slightly over pitched on leg stump. If he could get to it, he could more or less turn it into a half volley, which he's done. 57 for 2, and Patel 4, and Sibley 32.
Yeah, that's been a really interesting over of cricket.
Yes, hasn't it?
Actually, there, Harmer wouldn't have minded seeing that shot from Ryan Patel. He's played it really well off the last ball of the over. I think what Patel spotted there was pitching outside leg.
Yeah.
So as long as he got to the pitch of it, he could play that. But again, Harmer won't mind seeing Ryan Patel going against the spin through mid-wicket. So fascinating over that from Simon Harmer. I genuinely could watch Harmer bowl all day. I probably will today, because I just think when he's on, he is so good to watch. He really is. And as I say, he's one of those bowlers that he doesn't mind giving the odd boundary away. It's all part of his plan. As Porter over the wicket, he comes from the Graham Gooch end, and this one's left alone by Dominic Sibley outside his off stump. So yes, it'll be nice to see the trophy presentation. Rory Burns gets it for the 4th time as Surrey captain. Exceptional record as a captain, Rory Burns, and has led with the bat this year after a quiet year for him last year.
Yeah, and he got that little purple patch, didn't he, a little while ago, which was just at the right time.
Well, I think he was always going to score a lot of runs this summer after a quiet summer last year. As Porter is in, and Sibley's using his feet and absolutely smashes this back at Porter, and that's hit Porter on the inside of his knee. I'm glad he's all right, actually, Porter, because Dominic Sibley there's taken 2 paces down the pitch and absolutely hammered it back at Porter, and it's ricocheted away and over the boundary rope for 4. So a bit of aggression there from Dominic Sibley, and I'm glad that Porter's still got his knee attached to him, because that was hit very hard by Dominic Sibley. Good bit of batting, because he's sort of saying to Porter, I'm not going to just let you bang away on that length. Floodlights still on here. It's a gloomy old morning. It's chilly here at Chelmsford on this final morning of the summer. Just drying the ball up. I should think it's still a bit damp beyond the boundary ropes. Didn't have to take ice off the windscreen this morning.
No,
that was good. That was a bit of a surprise yesterday.
A couple of chilly nights.
As over the wicket goes Porter. Short ball. Punch back up the pitch by Sibley, and Porter does the fielding off his own bowling on this occasion.
So yeah, game's trundling along, but all the key issues sorted out now. So that fairly flat wicket at Trent Bridge, Notts 487 and Warwickshire 163 for 4, with 69 not out to Sam Hain. But both those sides now safe.
Yes, as you were saying earlier, it's all been decided now, hasn't it? As Porter is in, forward goes Sibley, plays this one back up the pitch, and Porter does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Yeah, we haven't quite had the sort of knife edge drama that we have had in one or two previous seasons. I can think of the year that Warwickshire surprisingly won. I think 21 was a dramatic finish, I think, to the season. I think that was the year that Lancashire were involved as well, and Hampshire. I think those three were tussling for it in that year. That was a very tight finish.
As forward goes Sibley once again and plays this one solidly back up the pitch at Porter. Those two have a natter about it all.
And that was it's quite odd to think of Warwickshire winning a championship in the context of how they've done this season, but and probably rather frustrating for Somerset, Lancashire and Hampshire that Warwickshire managed to sneak one in while they weren't looking, because those sides have arguably been more consistent, although Lancashire less so, of course, this year. Or just consistently bad.
I think you need a bit of luck as well, don't you, to win a championship. As forward goes Dominic Sibley, and then there'll be those sages who say you make your own luck. But you do need a little bit of luck with the weather, etc., and injuries and keeping players fit. End of the over, 61 for 2 then, Surrey. Sibley on 36, Ryan Patel on 4. Yusuf Majid, the man to have gone this morning. But as I say, I think he showed enough in his innings that he'll score runs for Surrey. He went for 5, caught by Benkenstein off the bowling of this man, Simon Harmer.
Yes, if I remember rightly, there was a dramatic match between Lancashire and Hampshire at Liverpool, and then Warwickshire sort of came up and just overtook Lancashire. That's Harmer bowling and played by Patel defensively back down the pitch. So Surrey 3 wins in a row, Warwickshire in 21, and then of course in 2020 we had the Bob Willis Trophy in pretty chilly conditions, that final, Essex and Somerset, as Harmer bowls, and on the sweep, this is in the end goes very fine down towards the fine leg boundary. They think of a second one, it's not going to be there, and does one of it's come off the bat at all? Wait for the umpire signal? No, it's just off the pad. He went for the fine sweep. 61 for 2.
Yes, but it's a funny time for everybody, obviously, but it did well, cricket, didn't it, to get cricket being played and have some meaning towards it and give it a competitive edge.
But certainly take out that Warwickshire year and you've got a string of Essex and Surrey dominance since 2017. If you count in the Bob Willis Trophy, there's 3 for Essex and 4 for Surrey. As here Harmer balls, and that's a pitching outside off stump to the right-handed Sibley, and turning into him, and beats him outside the off stump.
I think
go between bat and
I think that's beating his inside edge.
Yeah,
he's really given that one some air.
Yeah,
as Harmer, he's given that a real rip.
Almost feel from Harmer's point of view, we'd be happy to have the season starting now. As on the sweep here, on the reverse sweep, ambitious shot, doesn't come off. I think he might have just sort of got bat on into the ground there as he went on the reverse sweep. Sibley.
Well, you can see his thinking, can't you?
Yeah.
Because there's nobody away through that sort of gully region.
Silly mid on, short mid wicket, slip and short leg as that's played defensively. Gets to the pitch of that and plays it out towards Benkenstein at short mid wicket. That Surrey triumph of 2018. Rory Burns got over 1,359 runs. Fantastic return as Harmer bowls, and again goes on the reverse sweep field for LBW. And Harmer thinks that there might be something involved in that, because it's a question, I suppose, did it pitch? Where's it pitched? Yeah, where's it pitched? Is it pitched outside the leg stump and all that sort of thing? Because you've got the reverse sweep to take into account. 62 for 2.
I think it's because he's spinning it so much,
yes,
that Rob Bailey thinks that's probably missing leg stump. And you can see Rossington, as he walks back, he's doing that sort of click of the fingers and saying that's really bouncing and turning. And you know, as I say, Harmer can do this on the flattest pitch in the world, so it's terrific bowling. It really genuinely is a joy to watch Harmer bowl. When he's on, it's an absolute joy. It's damn difficult to play him. It really is. And Surrey can have their work cut out against him today, but just purely from a man who's just very good at what he does. It's an absolute joy to watch Harmer bowl this morning. Is Porter. Round the wicket he comes for the first time to the left-handed Ryan Patel, who plays this one back up the pitch. And there is no run. Yes, the one I always remember about that 28, isn't it funny? In a championship winning season, there's a game you remember. And the one I remember in 2018 was Scarborough.
Yes.
Where everything happened, including sea fret. And it was the only part of the country where the sun wasn't beating down. And it was a dramatic game of cricket, as Patel is playing this one straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. So I remember that, and I also remember there was a game against Lancashire that went right down to the wire, and then Will Jacks took an incredible catch at short leg off Mornay Morkel, with I think Lancashire needing 3 more to win, which would have changed everything. And whoever it was batting middled it, and Jacks just stuck a hand up and took the catch at short leg as Patel covers up, plays this one back towards Porter, and there is no run. But yes, there's always sort of one game you remember, or an innings or a bowling spell, isn't it?
Yes.
That you sort of tend to remember from a summer.
Every season there's always games and individual performances, sometimes for Essex, sometimes for the opposition, that stick in the memory.
Waits again does Ryan Patel as Porter is in, and Patel drives firmly into the covers. Paul Walter does the fielding.
What I would say is
that
there's a much more positive feel about the end of this season for Essex than last year, because they got into a situation where they had to offer Hampshire a target here, a realistic target, in a sort of rain-affected game, and Vincent Dawson with a drop catch along the way basically did the job for Hampshire, as they did yesterday, of course.
In again goes Porter and beats Patel with a beauty. It's a lovely bit of bowling.
So that more or less settled things, made it much more comfortable for Surrey going into their game against Hampshire in the last round of matches. I think it was sort of down to bonus points in the end. And Essex were a little bit flat, went to Northampton, and it's the only time I think last season where the bowling really came unstuck, because I think Rob Keogh, played an innings that was, according to Andrew Radd, sort of a rather angry innings about the way his side has batted during the season.
Porter in, and Patel drills him through mid-on. Even though there's a mid-on in there, Cook is wide at mid-on, so that's a good shot from Ryan Patel, and drills it down the ground for 4 to end the over. And Patel moves on to 8, and Surrey moving on to 66 for 2.
Yes, it was Northampton sort of had a rough season, haven't they? They went down at the end of last year, and Rob Keogh made 172.
Well, I do.
And about a runner ball. It was a sensational innings, but it was actually a statement that we should have done a lot better, and this is how we should have.
Because I can remember sort of the Surrey. It was the Peter May boys who are away to our left at the moment, quite a few of them, but in the middle of a Will Jacks over, a cheer went up, and that meant that, was it Essex needed maximum batting?
Yeah,
it was something along those lines, wasn't it?
It was the die was rather cast after that innings. Keogh was the difference between the two sides on the first innings, and it was one of those situations where Essex, you felt it was a little bit flat. It's a bit different now, because they've ended the season pretty strongly after that mishap against Worcestershire. It's been a very positive end to the season, I think, which bodes well for next year as Harmer bowls, and that's run down off an open face, and pretty well actually by Sibley down towards short third man. He collects a single, and it means that Patel, the left-hander, has to take strike against Harmer, and that's part of the job, one of the more difficult parts of the job for a left-hander, but he's going to have to do it now. 67 for 2.
So I think it always helps if you can finish the season on a positive note, because the last couple of seasons have won the championship and then lost the last game of the season, so I think they'd actually be pretty determined today just to get through today, and then they'll get that trophy presentation later on this afternoon, get their hands on the trophy once again. lots of photos will be taken, won't they?
It certainly will. Short leg, 2 slips and a short cover. As here's Harmer bowling to a left-handed Patel, floating that one up, and it's put down at first slip because I'm sure he's got an edge to that. It's turned quite sharply, and it's picked up about halfway back to the third man boundary. But it looked as though Allison had that, and it's just eluded him.
Just wondered, it'd be interesting to see that again, whether that may have hit Rossington's gloves.
Yeah, I'd be very fascinated to see on the way. That might have made it more difficult because he's pushed forward and it edged it, and yes, it did, and that took it away from the left hand of Allison. So yeah, good spot mark. Here's with a run there, bringing Sibley back on strike, and he goes on the sweep, and we'll get a further run as it goes down towards a short fine leg, and Porter moving across. So 68 for 2, and becomes 69 for 2, and Sibley with that run goes to 38, and Patel back on strike. Yeah, real spinning delivery from Harmer, just drawing the edge and then deflecting off the gloves of Rossington and just wide out of the reach in the end of the slip, and that's another fizzing delivery which pitches and turns, and Patel's rather groping at that one. Oh goodness me,
dear.
Tremendous exhibition of bowling. It's almost worth being here just to see this, really.
Well, everyone's grinning after that, including Ryan Patel.
Here's Harmer again, bowls, and here Patel thinks he can sort of play a lap shot into a big gap on the onside, but doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, and it just rolls away into the onside. 69 for 2, and reply to 508 for 8 on BBC Essex, BBC London, and also via the BBC Sport website and app and your smart speaker. And this is another turning delivery from Harmer, which is left alone outside the off stump. 69 for 2, and Richard Martin in our email says, shouldn't the presentation of a trophy be done by a representative of the competition's sponsor, don't you think? Says Richard in Suffolk. There probably will be one around, I suspect.
Sunday.
But it is a Sunday, yes. I suppose they might have a day off. But yes, when you have these presentations at the end of international matches, particularly in Asia, you get this long queue of people,
and you
they all announced.
And you get a motorbike as well sometimes.
Yes, it's quite remarkable. Yes. All these special extra awards. Used to be £50, now £50,000 for doing whatever. Most valuable player, whatever. And they finally get round to the man of the match.
Used to get a massive cardboard check as well, didn't you?
But it'll just be a simple trophy presentation today.
It's always tricky as well, isn't it? Sort of when it happens for the county that win it away from home, last day of the season. It's never quite what you want. As Jamie Porter is into Dominic Sibley, who plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run because 2018. There was that amazing game against Essex back in South London, and then the trophy presentation, and then 2022 was it Old Trafford actually, last game of the season again after Surrey
won
beat.
That, didn't they?
Yes, they did, and then last year was down at Hampshire, the Utilita Bowl. As in over the wicket goes Porter. Great shot from Sibley. Again, uses his feet, takes him off his length, and then whips him through the leg side for 4. Yeah, he's had a lovely bit of batting from Dominic Sibley.
Very good season, Sibley. I say, and played a key part. Say not just in this competition, but in short formats as well. Shorter formats.
And what that does is he gets rid of the gully. Critchley will go into mid-wicket, but he's just not letting Porter bowl at him here, Dominic Sibley.
No.
Just taking him off that length around about the off stump. So yes, it's always tricky that, isn't it, with the trophy presentation. But I'd have thought it'll be I'd have thought it would be Richard Thompson that will be here at some point today to hand the trophy over to Rory Burns.
It's quite unusual for the last day to be a Sunday, actually.
Yes. Porter in again. Forward goes Sibley. Plays this one up towards mid-on.
As it turned out, because this round of games could easily have started on Tuesday. Probably would have been even more rain effective, mind you, if that had happened. So probably a good thing that it didn't. But of course, with the one-day trophy Cup final being on a Sunday with a rain day on the Monday, it did give the option of a Tuesday start, but they just decided to push it back for Thursday for whatever reason. But it probably meant the weather has been slightly better than it would have been over the 4 days otherwise.
Porter over the wicket he comes, and Sibley again using feet and just pushes him up to Wesley at mid-off, and because he was on the walk already, he just takes the single, and that will bring the left-handed Ryan Patel on to strike. And Rossington and Harmer having a bit of a natter there, but as I say, it's been worth coming just to watch Harmer bowl. Terrific stuff from him. Very hard to play Harmer when he's like this. He's giving it a proper rip, getting some bounce turn as Porter is in, and Patel's turned around a touch by this one, squirts out into the gully region, and there's no run.
Yorkshire have got their promotion secured. They're enjoying themselves today. Just to mention, what they've been able to do is develop some of their younger batters, and James Wharton, 23-year-old from Huddersfield, career best 196 not out. It seems as though they've been more settled once the England players have stopped coming in and out of their side, actually, Yorkshire.
Porter's in. Oh, that's got to be very, very tight. That's LBW. It's kept very low on Ryan Patel. I don't think there's a lot he can do about that, really, Ryan Patel. It's kept very low on him. Yeah. He's tried to get the bat down on it, but he's sort of ended up on his knees staring back at umpire Blackwell, who had a bit of a look. I suppose the only thing was, did it pitch outside? No, that looks out, because he's not been able to go anywhere on the crease, and his very good summer comes to an end. Well, he might have to have a bat again later this afternoon. Ryan Patel.
It was on off stump, wasn't it, in the end, that one. Anyway, I shall make way and head over to Dan in just a moment.
Thank you, Nick. So Ryan Patel, LBW for 9, but not a lot he could do about that, really. He kept very low on him. And Surrey 74 for 3, which brings Ben Geddes out to the middle to join Dominic Sibley. So tough at the moment for Surrey, because Harmer is bowling beautifully from this Sir Alistair Cook end, and Porter there has just got one to keep a little bit low on Ryan Patel, and Harmer will continue. Harmer very capable of just bowling all day from this Sir Alistair Cook end, and Ben Geddes makes his way out there into the middle to join Dominic Sibley. It's just good bowling from Essex this morning, and as I say, you get the impression Harmer fancies this at the moment, and I don't care what time of the season it is, whether he won the championship or not. This bloke is really difficult to play when he's bowling like this, and yeah, at the moment, if he continues like this, Surrey could be having another bat at some point this afternoon, as Harmer's into Sibley, who just turns him into the leg side. It rolls out there towards deepish mid wicket. Snater does the fielding, and that'll bring Geddes on to strike.
Morning, Churchy.
Good morning, Dan.
How the devil are you?
Yeah, very well. I'm loving this. I could sit here and watch Harmer all day. Thank you very much.
It's an art, isn't it? It really is an art form.
Well, there aren't many that can do what he's doing on a pitch that really isn't offering a huge amount. As in he comes again. And first ball for Ben Geddes. This will be tough for Geddes. Gets forward. Ooh. Apologies there if you just missed a delivery. Few technicals in the box. You'll hear a bit of dialing up of the ISDN kit in a moment, but for some reason there's a gremlin in the work, and oh dear, that's an engaged tone, as here comes Harmer, shot from Geddes to get off the mark, just drives into the offside. The long arms of Walter,
good fielding,
diving
for the big man
away to his left hand side, and they will pick up a couple of runs, and 77 for 3. So that's the sound again of the dialing up of the ISDN kit, and we're back on. No, I think somebody's nicked your number, Nick. I think back at HQ, someone's knocked you off air and nicked your number. 77 for 3, and Geddes will settle himself down over his bat once more.
We've been cloned. Let me tell you, this is the real Dan Whiting and the real Mark Church here.
As over the wicket comes Harmer once more, and forward goes Geddes, plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Churchy, a question for you. A couple more Surrey wickets here before lunch, and is the Essex cat amongst the Surrey pigeons a little bit?
Well, I think Surrey got a bat well today, as this one's turned by Geddes into the leg side, and there's no run because Harmer fancies this today, and Harmer very, very capable of just keeping bowling and bowling and bowling and bowling from this Sir Alistair Cook end. So absolutely, yeah, there's a chance here that Surrey could be following on if Harmer continues the way he is, because he's getting bounce, he's getting turn, he's got such great control. To say he's happy to give the odd boundary away as well. So all the banging and crashing you can probably hear on the live stream at the moment is Mr. Nick Gledhill trying to get through to BBC Radio Essex to say, whoever has dialed in on our ISDN number, could you ask them to disappear?
Yes, indeed.
Off there, so we can dial back in.
That would be of a wonderful cadence, wouldn't it, Churchy?
Well, it happens all the time, to be honest with you. It's perfectly understandable.
Porter bounding in as Sibley rocks onto the front foot and pushes that out to Robin Dass in the covers. Still got his pads on underneath his whites.
Yeah, but to get back to your point you were making is, I think against anybody else it would be okay, but Harmer fancies this.
I bet he does.
And he'll bowl all day if you want him to.
Porter past Ian Blackwell, and that's driven beautifully. Dominic Sibley using the on drive there. It's one of the shots in cricket, isn't it? It's like using a semicolon in your writing, or the perfectly poured pint of Guinness. It's just a wonderful thing, the on drive.
Well, Geddes has done well to get out of the way at that, the non-strikers end. But Porter, that kept low on Ryan Patel. But actually, there isn't a lot going on from the other end.
No.
You know, the ball's not nipping around.
No,
there's been the odd one that bounced.
And what does go on, it's so slow that you've got time to adjust.
But Harmer has made this pitch look completely different from this Sir Alistair Cook end, and look, he's done it before. If Harmer continues like this, it's going to be very tough for Surrey. It really is.
He's a magician, isn't he?
Well, he's just a very, very fine bowler.
Yeah, Porter in, and Sibley plays that back to him. You've got to be full on this, haven't you? And that's why you're going to get driven. If you're short on it, it's just going to sit there, and it's, put it wherever you want.
Well, I think for the seamers from the Graham Gooch end, you just got to accept the fact that you're going to have to plug away all day
and bang away at the
really what the game is what's going on from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Oh, nicked just short there of Ben Allison at first slip. Sibley living a perilous existence, and again there we spoke about the lack of pace and the lack of carry, and that's gone to Essex's detriment there as it just dropped short of Ben Allison. I don't think Rossington could have come across and gathered that. I think it was just one of those things. In fact, give Dominic Sibley a little bit of credit, because he hasn't pushed too hard at that. He's played that with, as we called it the other day, the Nanette Newmans, the old soft hands. Sure, and there's a bit more carry there actually. Sibley lets that one go, dances down the pitch a little bit to Porter.
Well, Sibley's done well here to Porter. Is if he's playing defensively, he is playing it with soft hands.
Yeah.
If he's attacking Porter, he's taking 2 steps down the pitch and taking him off his length. So Sibley's worked out his way of playing Porter here.
He's not allowing him to settle, is he?
No.
In comes the Chingford man, as that's just pushed back. Porter, the finest sportsman to come out of Chingford, and that includes David Beckham.
Yes, that's quite a comparison. I know he's got more money.
Who, Porter?
Yes, probably. I'd like to see his documentary series as well on satellite
I
telly.
think Dan Lawrence might have a word to say about that.
Yes.
Though. He's a Chingford boy.
Oh, is he? Is he from there as well?
Yeah,
is he?
same club. I believe Dan Lawrence's dad is the
groundsman, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Well, it's going to be unsurprisingly Harmer to continue. Again, this will be a fascinating over from Harmer, because the other thing I was saying with Harmer is he doesn't mind giving away the odd boundary either. You know, he might throw one up here to get it and just say, fine, great shot, and then do something a little bit different with the next delivery. He's got 2 men catching at mid-wicket, short leg and a slip, as Harmer comes over the wicket to the right-hander Geddes, and Geddes gets his pad in the way of this as it just bounces and turns. What you're terrified of here, if you're a right-hander, is bat pad, or also the one that just goes straight on with the arm.
Yeah.
Because then you bring slip into play as well. As he's in and forward goes Geddes.
Yeah, Harmer's got the ability to beat you on the inside and the outside of the bat, hasn't he? And he, you know, Essex have got 508 runs to play with or whatever. You know, they're not going to lose this game. So Carter has carte blanche. Harmer has carte blanche to chuck it up.
He's in again, quicker this time. Forward goes Geddes, and Das tumbles away to his left-hand side.
And by I mean chucking it up, not just bowling pies, but you know, actually varying his pace a little bit.
Well, he's done that already this morning, as he's in again here to Geddes. Oh, well, bowled. He's bowled him. All ends up, and that is the one that's gone on. It's a really lovely bit of bowling from Harmer, because Geddes there has thought about the ball spinning back into him, and he's gone forward and then gone with the turn, and it's just gone straight on with the arm and hit the top of the off stump. And again, it's just a very good bit of bowling from Simon Harmer, exactly what we were talking about. As a right-hander, that's your fear with Harmer. It goes straight on, and the other thing is he's just got it above the eye line of Ben Geddes, and it's just a terrific piece of bowling that from Simon Harmer. It really is. Geddes goes for 2, and well, as I say, this actually, I have to say, this is an absolute masterclass of off-spin bowling so far from Harmer this morning. And Surrey are 81 for 4, and someone somewhere may have to take a little punt here against Harmer, because if he just keeps doing this, Surrey will be following on.
Yeah, if you
even before lunch, the way we go.
If you allow, you can't let him settle. You're right, George. If you can't let Harmer dictate to you,
I think this is the bloke that might have to do it as well. Yeah. As Dan Lawrence comes out at number 6, because at the moment, but the other point I would make is you have to be a very, very good player to be able to knock Harmer off this, because all he's done this morning is he's going through his bag of tricks.
Yeah.
And as I say, that is a lovely piece of bowling to get rid of Ben. People will be saying, well, why is Geddes trying to work that into the leg side? It's because of what Harmer's done previously to him.
Yeah.
And as we said, the one you're terrified on is that one that just goes straight on.
Yeah.
And that was the perfect example of that, and it just hit the top of his off stump. So I'll be really interested to see how Dan Lawrence goes about this to Harmer, as Harmer's into him, and Lawrence is forward and just nudges him away into the covers and picks up a single. This could be ready-made for Dan Lawrence, this, actually. Back here at Chelmsford.
It'll be a good contest.
Yeah, last game of the season. Surrey up against it a bit here. He knows Harmer very, very well. Obviously, he's faced him so much, I would have thought, in the nets over the years. As Harmer's into Sibley, and Sibley goes onto the back foot, and again just bites and bounces at him.
Didn't it?
And just inside edge. Sibley's trying to just push that for a single into the covers. Another great over though from Simon Harmer. End of it, 82 for 4. Sibley's 48 and Lawrence's 1.
Yeah, I'm not surprised actually seeing Matt Critchley from the other end taking his, or giving his sweater and his cap to Ian Blackwell, the umpire there, because I think it's time for spin from both ends. Sorry, we've got the Essex have got the runs to play with, and I think they will be crowding the bat. I think it will be, you know, like vultures around an ailing wildebeest, perhaps, looking for that, looking to pick one off.
Well, I think again the other thing here is the way that Harmer bowls enables Critchley to do what he wants to do from this Graham Gooch, and the other thing that happens is if you're struggling against one of them, you think, right, I'll go after the other one. So this again is, well, it's fairly obvious what Essex were going to do.
Yeah.
But as I say, it'll be fascinating to see, especially how Dan Lawrence goes about this.
Yeah. Well, good move from Wesley. I would like to see, he's probably just waiting for Critchley to get his line and length, but I'd like to see him possibly get a silly point in there as well and stop the batter from lunging forward and smothering the spin, because he's got to then think about it. There's a huge bumblebee just flown in front of our box. Never seen anything like it. The fauna and the flora of Essex here. Anyway, here's Critchley from the Graham Gooch end to Lawrence, who drives handsomely out to long off.
Yeah, and I'm not saying actually Harmer, you know, Sat Claim was an exceptional bowler as well, and Critchley's got a bit of work to do to sort of get up to the Salisbury standard, but this is what Surrey had, that 90s period, was Sat Claim going from one end, Salisbury going from the other.
Yeah.
And you've got it going either way at you, so it's tough, this.
Critchley into Sibley, and they scamper through for a single. Good running from these two.
And you know, this is going to be a proper test now for Ollie Sykes and Josh Blake, but that's great. You know, that's the thing. They always say with sort of batters, how do they play the short ball? How do they play spin? Well, we're going to find out how they play spin today.
Sibley drives firmly, picks out Robin Dass at extra cover.
And, you know, this isn't Surrey being off it. This is Harmer
being on it.
Being right. As I say, he's going through his bag of tricks at the moment.
Yeah. Short from Critchley and pulled. That's possibly a little bit dangerous going across the line. But
yeah, he's
got away with it.
That looked like the attempted googly from Critchley, and actually Lawrence has done pretty well there, because it didn't really bounce at him either.
And on a pitch of bounce is just getting a little bit variable, as it, you know, as we find later in the day. And there's 50 for Dominic Sibley, well batted. That's come up off exactly 100 balls, and has included 9 fours in there, no sixes, and he's batted for 1 minute over 2 hours in total.
Very good as always from Dominic Sibley.
He's a good player. He's a good player. He's looked so much more fluent this year. He's Don Topley the other day spoke about onside Harry, which I think us in London call them leg side Larrys, but Sibley's a lot more fluent through the offside this season, as that's a beautiful on drive by Lawrence. Lovely timing, but can only pick out mid-on. And that completes the end of the 33rd over. Surrey 86 for 4, and probably in a position where they don't want to lose too many more before lunch.
I think they'll do well not to against Harmer. I think, as I say, it's going to be really interesting to see how Lawrence goes about this when he's on strike to Harmer, because if Harmer fancies it, which he will at the moment, because to me he looks like, and from what Nick was saying, he's had a back problem, but he looks back to his very best here.
Yeah.
And if he's missed a bit of the season and he's going into the winter, he might like quite a long bowl here today, and he's perfectly capable of bowling all day, really. As Here he comes, Harmer again, over the wicket to Sibley, who's reverse sweeping. Well played, because there's nobody through that gully region. So it's very well played by Dominic Sibley. Got down low and made sure he got right on top of that. He'll pick up a couple of runs. Good chase down there to keep it down to 2.
I said yesterday on air, I think Simon Harmer has been one of the very best overseas signings ever.
Yeah, without a doubt, because...
Possibly the best.
Well, I think he can bowl on any surface. He can get the ball to spin on any surface. And look, it's not going to go his way every time. But in terms of domestic cricket, there haven't been many better off spinners that have played domestic cricket, if you look at his record.
Yeah.
And he has every trick in the locker. And he also, the other thing is, he gets through his overs so quickly.
Yeah.
As Harmer is into Sibley, and Sibley's whipping at this into the leg side. It's not quite to the pitch of that.
The only one I think comes close, Jeetan Patel, Warwickshire.
Yeah,
he was a
super bowler.
Yeah.
Well, I mentioned Saki as well.
Yeah.
You know, Sack Lane was exceptional.
Yeah.
And they always said with Saki, I was saying to Nick, and you probably get a bit of this with Harmer, is the worst bit with Saki was the ball fizzing, and you could hear it fizzing.
Yeah.
As in he comes again, quicker this time. Forward goes Dominic Sibley, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
But also in an era where overseas players come and go, it's the longevity, isn't it, of Simon Harmer? He's
Great
been here, what,
signing.
8-9 years?
Yeah, great signing.
And he's like sort of the 70s and 80s when you used to get an overseas who'd come back year after year after year.
Yes, Harmer's in once more, and tucking this one into the leg side is Dominic Sibley. Just opens up his feet, turns it into the leg side, and Sibley will move on to 53. And Lawrence comes on to strike to Simon Harmer. So as I say, very interesting this. Know each other so well, as Harmer is over the wicket and Lawrence is sweeping, getting that front pad outside the line of the off stump. So if it does spin back and he doesn't get bat on it, he's covering up that off stump. But he's immediately saying to Harmer, I'm not just standing here and push you away, as he's surveying that leg side field again is Dan Lawrence. Harmer's into him quicker this time. That's well played. Gets onto the back foot, pushes it away through the vacant cover region. Nicely played by Dan Lawrence, and he'll pick up a couple of runs here. Will Dan Lawrence? He moves on to 5. End of the over. 91 for 4 then Surrey, and still trailed by 417.
Yeah, well, I like the fact he's also bowling without an extra cover. He's saying, go on, that's yours if you want it, and I'll spin one back through your gate. So, but yeah, going back, I mean, there's been some wonderful overseas players over the years. I mean, Essex have had many, Surrey have had many, and you know, you think of the people like Viv Richards, you know, spent so long at Somerset, or Zahir Abbas at Gloucestershire, or you know, various guys over the years. Joel Garner at Somerset, another one, or Wayne Daniel at Middlesex, Sylvester Clarke at Surrey. But I think Simon Harmer is up there with the very best ever.
And the other thing that Harmer does is he's done it in all forms as well for Essex.
Yeah.
You know, leads them in the T20 and led them to the title in that. But
Yeah,
I think in
done the
terms
double.
of Championship cricket, I think, you know, there aren't many better.
No, Critchley in, defended.
And as I say, it's been lovely this morning because he's going through his full bag of tricks at the moment.
Yeah.
And this isn't Surrey batting badly. This is just Harmer bowling very well.
Yeah. Critchley full toss to Sibley, which he's worked out to deep mid wicket, where Paul Walter, the tall figure of tall Paul Walter, is lurking.
He'll be off for a bit of franchise stuff, I would have thought, again this
in the Big
winter.
Bash last
Yeah,
week.
he did really well.
He did really well. There's a few who've done really well in the Big Bash. David Payne's another one at Gloucestershire, who's won the Big Bash. He's won the Vitality Blast. There's not many who's done the double in that.
I think Laurie Evans has done it, hasn't he?
Has he?
He won it with the Perth Scorchers.
Right.
And he's obviously won the T20 with
Yep.
the Bears.
Again, full toss. Sibley plays this one a little straighter than the previous one, and goes to the left of mid-on, where he will pick up A languid, easy single.
The other thing here is you've got to be a bit careful with this because you might get extra overs in the day because we could have a lot of spin today now.
Yeah, we don't want that, do we, Church?
Whistling
We're
through
overtime
this.
then, aren't we?
I'm whistling. We're whistling. Well, I suppose it would depend where we are in the game, really.
Critchley into Lawrence, who
Shot.
drives elegantly out to long off.
Yeah,
He's a pretty player, Dan Lawrence, isn't he?
His time for England will come again.
Yeah, without
a doubt. I think.
And not as opener.
No, and I just think he said all the right things about that, but I was saying with Nick yesterday, you know, especially in Test match cricket, there is an art form to it, opening the batting, but it's just the way that England go about it because they haven't got a backup opener for Pakistan. So if Crawley or Duckett fall over, it'd be interesting to see who does it there.
Just played into the offside. Porter coming around and cutting off the single.
Well, I think you know who would do it there. I think the captain would put his hand up and say, I'll go and open. But I just still think, in terms of international cricket, there is still a place for an out-and-out opener.
Sibley drives to long off.
So
walks a single.
I felt for Dan Lawrence, but he's too good of a player, I think, not to get another opportunity in terms of Test match cricket. And here, this, as I say, last day of the summer, and a very interesting little battle this going on. 96 for 4, Surrey. Sibley 57, Lawrence 6. Simon Harmer has 3 now, and Porter had the wicket of Ryan Patel LBW. Sibley will be on strike. The other, do you know as well who I always think it's tough for is the keeper.
It's tough for me, Church.
Well, it's tough for the keeper with Harmer as well.
Oh yeah,
you know,
Rossington's making it look easy.
Yeah, but he's had one today that has found the edge and just flown at him.
Yeah.
So it's tricky this for the keeper as well. As Harmer is in and Sibley sweeping. I think that's probably come off his glove or forearm because it potters down towards short fine leg and they'll pick up a single. So I think that's come off his glove onto forearm, and it brings Dan Lawrence back onto strike once more on 6. So cry of help and support for Simon Harmer. Not that I think he needs it at the moment, as Dan Lawrence settles over his bat and he's up on his toes and pushes this one out into the offside. Will pick up a single.
Yeah, that's from a chap called Kitman Dan, who's
nice man,
well known here.
Yeah, very nice fella. He really is.
Yep.
He's always here, supporting away.
Yep. And backing his side.
Well, very much so. As Harmer is over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley turns this one into the leg side. I'll vacate at the end of this over for Mr. Gledhill, because we might have an update to do, I suppose. We're getting round to the hour mark, aren't we? Half an hour-ish till lunch on this last day. As Harmer's into Sibley. Sibley whips him into the leg side. Nicely played by Dominic Sibley. And that'll run away for 4. And he's really just played that on length, as Dominic Sibley.
Yeah, Benkenstein got a bit of a naughty bounce there at short mid-wicket. Looked like he'd covered that and it popped on him early.
It's no great surprise at this time of this season that we've seen a few misfields in this game, because if you're on that square now and it's been used all season and the outfield's been used all season, there are going to be some rough patches, and sometimes it can take a bit of a funny bounce, and I think it did that there to Benkenstein at mid-wicket, but obviously the square has been used all summer. As over the wicket goes Harmer, forward goes Sibley, and just nudges this one into the leg side. Benkenstein does the fielding and there's no run.
I like a square this time of year. There's a lot of history there, isn't there? The battle scars of the season.
Yes, indeed. As Das is going from short leg to leg slip now. for Sibley. As Harmer's into Sibley, just pushes this out into the offside. Nicely played by Dominic Sibley. Picks up a single, end of the over. Sibley 58, Lawrence 11, and Surrey are 102 for 4.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence out there against his former county. He's fitted in well in the dressing room in Surrey. Always friendly, always warm. Will always give you a all right fella in the mornings, and he's a good chap, Dan Lawrence, one of the friendly guys. Critchley's going to come in, and a very good welcome back to Nick Redhill.
Hello again, and this is it's fascinating, isn't it? I think Sibley's batted wonderfully well, but having Dan Lawrence back at Chelmsford and facing Simon Harmer, wow, what a treat for those here. And this is a nice delivery actually from Critchley, who's bowled so well this season, and that one is a leg break that beats Sibley outside the off stump. He really has come on as a bowler, even though he's not quite been at his best with the bat, but he did get a century in this game. And this is played defensively, just run down towards Porter at backward point, and there's no run. Fascinating contest. I say Sibley's batted wonderfully well, and it's just a question of I think these two staying together until lunch at least for Surrey to calm any nerves about dangers of losing the game, as this one driven away for a single up towards deep backward point. Lawrence, well, he's just on an average of 50. It's not bad at all, actually. 14 innings. He's played in every game bar 3, and top score of 175. Can you remember that one, Dan?
Yeah, Worcestershire, where he took Shoaib Bashir to the...
Yes, that's clipped around the corner. It's going to be at least 2. It's a nice stroke, actually. Probably going to get 3 here, because it is going to be cut off just short of the boundary, and they turn and get through for the 3rd run now. It was always one where Robin Das was going to get to it, but it was going to take a while to get there as it ran down away in front of the scoreboard. 3 to Lawrence, 10 to him. Sibley 64, 107 for 4.
Yeah, he got a 175 at Worcester, where he hit a 6 and didn't even look at the ball. It was an amazing shot, and it was that over from Shoaib Bashir, which went for 38.
That's when Bashir was on loan at Worcester, of course.
Yeah.
He did play for Somerset in their last game. Slip in, and Sibley pushes Critchley up towards cover, and there's no run.
And then Louis Kimber hit an over 43 about 3 days later in the summer. So,
wow. Yes, I remember that. Goodness me, 43. That's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. Because he made a fairly quiet start, didn't he, Dan Lawrence? He got nearly 100 against Kent, if I remember, but there were some unkind comments online saying that getting it against Kent didn't count, which was pretty unfair.
yeah.
But a few low scores other than that, and then he sort of started to find his feet a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, he got a 50 against Warwickshire at home. There was a lot of time early season Surrey only batted once as well.
I think the other 100 was against Kent.
It was against Kent down at Canterbury, yeah. Yeah.
Poor old Kent struggling sides bowl sides out from quite early on in the season.
But I think he's been a good addition. He's a wonderful fielder. He's he's chipped in with the bat as well. I mean, I'm sure you've got his stats there. You've got
batting mainly at 6. Quite a difference then to be asked to suddenly open for England.
Well, exactly. Anyway, here's Harmer from the Sir Alistair Cook end, coming in and bowling to Lawrence, who smothers that thick inside edge, goes past short leg, and they'll amble through for a single.
So, I do think that Lawrence, it's the second time I think he's not been particularly kindly treated by England. The first time I thought was the last but one tour of India.
Yeah.
Which we'll come on to at the end of this over.
But I think I'll come on to it after this ball from... Oh, that's slapped by Sibley back into the instep of Harmer, and goes out to Wesley at long on for a single. Yeah, I think he's grown up a little bit as well. I think the move from Essex has probably done him as an individual as well as a cricketer probably a bit of good as well.
I'd be very interested to know how he was incorporated into the dressing room. Obviously know his quality, but walking into an already successful environment, very, very, that's not used to that at Essex, actually, of course.
That's turned away by Lawrence for a single. That's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, but a different environment. Even one successful one, but moving into another one, but a totally different environment.
Yeah. No, he's fitted in pretty well. He's a popular guy, and he's got a smile on his face and always says hello, and he's a sort of jolly chap, Dan Lawrence. As that's whipped by Sibley into mid-wicket.
And he'll be remembered, I think, at Essex as someone who was very good at playing the situation. If he had to dig in and save a game, he famously did that against Lancashire in 2017.
Yeah.
Of course, he made his initial impact at the Oval for Essex.
Yeah, again, when he was he 16 then?
Yeah, I think he was 16, 17, yeah.
Full, Lawrence almost chips that to Benkenstein at short mid-wicket. Just short of the fielder there.
And then when he had to put bat to ball, very, very good, obviously, white ball player.
Yeah, he's got the maturity to read a situation, hasn't he, Dan Lawrence?
And he could accelerate mid-innings as well.
Last ball the over. Lawrence gives himself a bit of room and absolutely drills that to Paul Walter at mid-off the back foot. But no run. That completes the 38th over. The score is Nelson, Surrey, 111 for 4.
Just a little bit of a shame the weather's intervened in this game, and the fact that Essex batted yesterday, that there aren't more people to see this, because it is fascinating.
I think
we've got Dan Lawrence facing Simon Harmer. It's a really interesting situation. It's just a shame it's come on the last day.
I think if we'd have had Friday, this would have been a really good game of cricket.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought now when I looked at the schedule, a couple of weeks out, I thought this could not be better. Essex against Surrey, Somerset against Hampshire.
Yeah.
There was a potential that either side winning at Taunton could win the title. This game I thought would always last longer than the Taunton one, given 4 fine days. So I could see a scenario where the winner of the Taunton game was watching the stream of this and hoping that Essex would beat Surrey. It could have come down to that. And so the irony is that Lancashire produced their one good performance of their last 5 games at home against Somerset, and it was a good performance. But of course, I just had the feeling at the time it wasn't going to do them any good, and that's exactly how it proved. But thank you very much, Chris Hutchins, on our email, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. We're going to see Paul Walter. I wouldn't necessarily have put a lot of money on that before lunch, but good to see.
No Slater.
Yeah, that is interesting. Check he's on the field. He was this morning.
Yeah.
But it's Paul Walter, of course, bowling his left arm. Oh, it bowls extraordinary no ball, first of all, which totally surprises the batter in the sense that it's hit him, it's more or less hit him, I think, involuntarily, and just run away down towards backward point. But my word, that was a bit of a shocker. There's a run added plus the no ball. But let's just have a little look at that again to Sibley. It sort of he was taking evasive action, and it's sort of run down towards backward point. So they've taken a run plus the no ball.
Yeah, that'll be a warning. That'll be a warning as well. Next one, and Tom Wesley will be asked to remove his bowler out the attack.
Just slipped out of the hand there for Paul Walter. Paul Walter, who's been very good at balancing the side. The problem Essex have had in recent seasons. For a while, Dan, they went in with a policy of 3 seamers, which I was always a bit concerned about. It was okay at Chelmsford. I didn't like it away from home. Walter bowls, and it's a better ball, and just clipped away past the square leg umpire for a single, because what it did was potentially have a huge workload on the likes of Porter and Cook, and with Cook getting injured this year, I think it really focused the mind on that. So getting Paul Walter back into the side, very important, because he just need him to be able to bowl some overs, play that 4-seamer role, particularly on a pitch that's not suiting Simon Harmer. I mean, it was a game at Edgbaston last year. It was a classic example where Essex sort of ran out of steam, and Burgess got in and middle of the order and blasted them, and that didn't happen so much this year because the game only lasted about 4.5 sessions. But here is Walter bowling, and has played away into the covers for a single there for Lawrence. So the problem they had was that if they did get pitches away from home, it didn't suit Harmer with 3 seamers. The seamers were coming back into multiple spells, and the Essex sides always looked better balanced with having that 4-seamer as Paul Walter. Or maybe they might look at other options as a four-seamer. Maybe Paul Walter can just play as a batter, but he's bowling at the moment, and that's played back down the pitch, and there's no run with Lawrence on strike on 13, Sibley 68, 116 for 4. So his role is a really important one, and particularly I think away from home on pitches that aren't going to suit Harmer, which is why I'm a bit surprised to see him bowling now. It suggests there might be an issue with Snater. But he is on the field, Snater, so just a slight surprise to see him come on ahead of him. 116 for 4. Fascinating morning as Walter bowls, and that's up in the block hole and just pushed away by Lawrence into the offside.
I mentioned earlier that Sussex weren't using their floodlights this season to save money, and I believe that floodlights cost something in the region of, if you have them on a 4-day game, something like £150,000 a game. Now, I've just counted the bulbs in that floodlight. Bear with me on this one, Nick. There are 66 bulbs in each floodlight.
Well counted. Here's Walter bowls, and that's played compactly by Lawrence. It's nice to see Lawrence batting properly, I've got to be honest. Nice to see him being able to bat properly. Played it up towards mid-on. None of this feeling under pressure to, play almost in T20 mode in a test match. It's just nice to see him be able to bat in the way that we were used to seeing him early in an innings for Essex, getting himself in, which is what he's doing here. 13 to him, and 68, a very good 68 for Sibley, by the way.
Ian Blackwell, just having a word there. I think, they're concerned about Walter running down the pitch and creating some footholds for Simon Harmer.
Well, I think that's the idea why he's bowled. Might be the idea why he's bowled. But it is going to be Walter. Of course, he's bowling from that Graham Gooch end, which is going to be the end where the batters are facing Simon Harmer. That one's played defensively back down the pitch. So that would be the explanation, because it wasn't obvious why he would bowl ahead of Snater, but that's going to be the explanation, that it might be to do with creating footholds. And of course, the left-arm seamer is going to help the off-spinner in that respect. I mean, we've had examples of that at other counties. Keith Barker's a good example during the season for Hampshire. So 116 for 4. Lawrence 13, Sibley 68. Yes, that left arm seamer option is a useful one for Essex, and Paul Walter bowling and being able to take wickets. We'll have a look at actually his bowling stats during the summer, actually, if he's bowling the next over as well. But it's 116 for 4 and apply to the 508 for 8 for Essex.
Here's Harmer from the Cook end, coming in past umpire Rob Bailey. As that's whipped to mid-wicket, where Benkenstein does the fielding. Your mention there of Keith Barker caused me to earlier make a Keith 11. And there's a lot of Essex players in that Keith. It seems it's
Keith Pond, yes.
Keith Pond,
Boyce,
Keith Fletcher, Keith Boyce.
Yes, Keith Fletcher, the most immediate one.
Yeah. Slogged by Sibley, wiped across the line, and goes away for 4 runs down towards the Tom Pearce stand.
Yeah, so Tom's, of course, the most prevalent first name, I guess.
Yeah, we mentioned that yesterday with the sort of the triptych of Toms at the top of the Somerset order and at the top of the Sussex order. I mean, when those two play each other, there's probably more Toms than in the alleyway down the back of my house.
You were very... I was a couple of years ago, Somerset were using Banton as an opener and it wasn't working. And I just couldn't believe what they were doing, but they've thankfully got it right. I'm really pleased he's had a good season. Such a talented player.
Yeah.
And he's had a really good season this year.
Harmer in, Sibley defends, pushes it to short leg where Robin Dass does the fielding.
It really was an experiment that didn't work. They're still slightly trying to put the pieces together in their opening combination. Somerset, they've had quite a few, I think, in recent games.
Yeah, their Toms, by the way,
I like Andy Umid, but not as an opener.
Well, they've actually got 4 Toms with Banton, Lammonby. That's hit Sibley outside the line. Cola Cadmore and Tom Abel. And then Sussex have got Haynes, Clark, and who's the other one? Allsop.
Yeah, also who's been a very important signing for them.
Yeah, been a wonderful signing. Harmer in past. Good arm ball, quicker ball as well. Just come out the end of the fingers there from Harmer.
Yeah, Walter's bowled 53 overs this season, and he's taken 6 wickets, so he's just been chipping in. But I say, he's very useful as that four-seamer, particularly away from home.
Tossed up by Simon Harmer and just defended into mid-wicket. There's 15 minutes to lunch here at the Cloud FM County Ground, where Surrey are 120 for 4, Sibley's on 72, Dan Lawrence on his return back, the prodigal son, he's on 13, and you're listening to Nick Leadhill, Dan Whiting, BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London, and on the BBC Sport apps, and on the Essex stream.
And arguably the only thing that Essex possibly could have done or could do to make themselves stronger, and they were looking at it, I think that signing of Will Sutherland that fell through when he was injured.
Yeah.
The bowling, the seam bowling all-rounder, which is such a valuable asset to have, and it's been a strength of Surrey to have those 4 frontline seamers, giving the batting side no sort of rest at all.
Yeah.
Because Paul Walter, I think most would say he's a batting all-rounder. He's not probably going to be regarded as a frontline seamer, but he might get a haul of wickets today. You never know. And he comes to bowl to Lawrence, and that one does confuse Lawrence because an inside edge that goes down towards backward square leg, and he gets a single. It's 121 for 4, and Lawrence goes to 14.
What Surrey also have got is their seamers are all quite different.
Yeah.
They've also got about 8 of them, because
Yes.
you take sort of Dan Worrell or Jordan Clark away, and you've got people like James Taylor, Tom Laws, people like that who don't let anybody down.
No.
They're decent.
Sean Abbott, of course.
Sean Abbott's come in. Spencer Johnson came in for the T20 campaign, who was quick.
So Walter up to the wicket bowls, and this is played defensively into the offside, and there's no run. They have had Ethan Bosch, who had a stint with Essex briefly. I think he played in the Surrey game at the Oval.
He bowled very well. Big swinger of the ball.
Yeah, and so that was interesting, because I think that was the time when Sam Cooke was injured. I think he might not have played in that game.
No, he didn't.
Round about that time. He was in there to replace Sam, and it's Walter bowling from the Graham Gooch end, and that's driven away. Lovely shot away through mid-wicket for 4. This actually is a top-class innings from Sibley. It really is, because he's got some tough bowling to deal with, and he's really played well for this 76 out of 125 for 4. That tells its own story. Slightly over pitch from Walter, and beautifully driven away through mid-wicket for 4. Yeah, it's really.
So
really
the Essex side that day was Brown, Elgar, Wesley, Critchley, Walter, Pepper, Harmer, Snater, Bosch, Porter, and Jordan Cox.
Yes.
Didn't take much part in the game due to that
Sadly not.
appendicitis.
But
Bosch got 3 for 52 and 3 for 57 in both those innings. Bowled very well.
so you could say that's sort of, because Surrey tend to play what you would regard as 4 frontline seamers, don't they? A lot of the time when they're at full strength.
Yeah.
And that might be a slight difference between the two sides, but there's not a lot to split the top 4 for me now. I think it's and I think it's going to be a very close battle next year.
Yeah, the Surrey side that day was Burns, Sibley, Lawrence, Smith, Folkes, Sai Sudarshan, Patel, Clark, Laws, Taylor, Worrell.
So here is Walter, and that's a slightly shorter delivery, which is just worked away by Sibley for a single out towards deep square leg. Just adjusted and played it away into the onside. 77 for him, 126 for 4, with Lawrence in there on 14, and Simon Harmer with 3 for 47 from 20 overs has been the chief wicket taker for Essex. They've been able to make progress through a top order, bar Sibley. Inexperienced batters to come, so a big partnership this for Surrey. It's all about occupying time, really, which I'm sure they're not told to do in baseball games. It's played away up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Chris Hutchins on the email saying he's worked the first 3 days of the match as a cricket analyst remotely from home in Southampton. He was fortunate to work last summer in his analyst job remotely, which meant he was only able to attend 1 day of live cricket at his local venue, which is the Utilita Bowl in Southampton, and he says it was the 4th day of a final championship match of the 2023 season between Hampshire and Surrey, which we were talking about with Mark earlier. As this one is bouncer from Walter, which sails over the head of Lawrence. At the end of the over, Lawrence 14 and Sibley 77. It's 126 for 4. And he said there was free admission, only 45 minutes of play. Hampshire took the final 5 wickets of the match and then saw Surrey lift the title. Not a bad way to end the season. Well done again to Surrey for 3 in a row. And wishing us all well for the winter. So thank you very much. Very nice email there from Chris. And yes, it was... we were talking about that game with Mark yesterday because he was saying that there was disappointment for Surrey that almost yet again in the game at the end of the season with the title won, they'd actually lost the fixture. But it is difficult actually when you actually seal the title halfway through a game. It must be difficult to immediately switch on in terms of the job in hand. And of course they were a tough venue anyway in Southampton, one of the more difficult ones to go to.
The county championship, well, Essex will know this, is a slow burner, isn't it?
Yeah.
And sometimes you get over the line in a strange fashion. It's not like a one-day cup where you're there, all your fans are there, etc. Sometimes, or often, you win the game without, while sitting on your sofa at home, perhaps. I believe Derby County won the old First Division, that sort of style. They went to, was it Mallorca on holiday or whatever, and all the players were there when football, they didn't all play at the last game of the season together. That's smeared away by Sibley. That's going to go one bounce for 4. Sibley getting on the dance floor to Harmer, using his feet and smearing him through mid-wicket. There's a man out there. Snater is lurking in front of the pavilion and Wesley is at long on, but Sibley bisecting the 2 fielders.
Yeah, good use of the feet. It's been a good contest between these two this morning. It's the one contest that Harmer hasn't really come out top in so far.
Yeah.
Because Sibley's done very well against him. It's been some close run things, mind you.
It's a good player, Sibley. Harmer coming in around the wicket to Dominic Sibley, who just nurdles this into the square leg region in between the gap between Jamie Porter and Luke Benkenstein.
Funny enough, we were just talking with Mark yesterday about the lack of reserve openers in the England squad for a test series in Asia. Pakistan strips are probably more likely to help the seamers, but the way he's playing Harmer, he wouldn't be the worst call as a reserve opener, would he?
No, he plays spin very well. It'd be
ironic. For long enough, he'll be facing spin.
It'd be ironic if he replaces the man who's about to face this ball in Dan Lawrence. But we've had that this season a couple of times in the fact we had Jamie Smith out batting with Ben Foakes, having taken the England gloves off Foakes, and we saw it with Jack Leach and Shoaib Bashir, where Somerset obviously prefer Leach, putting Bashir out on loan.
He certainly had a better game than Bashir did against Hampshire in the last match.
Yeah. Reverse by Lawrence, but picks out backward point, a yard either side of him there, and it was 4 runs. That's Critchley at backward point. Lawrence showing good dexterity of wrist there to work the ball. That was in the air a little bit, but behind square. Quicker ball from Harmer. Varying his pace nicely, isn't he? Varying his turn. He's going through his box of tricks here, the South African. Tossed up. Lawrence gets right forward, smothers the spin, and goes down to Porter. Short fine leg, no run, 131 for 4. There's 42 overs been bowled in this innings. Sibley's got 82 of them. He's been there since the very start. Dan Lawrence has got 14. And there's 67 remaining in the day, as we've got about 6 minutes. I think we might get 3 overs in the way these two are rattling through their overs, Nick, don't you think?
We may well do. JC Stringer, hello to you, life member in Horsford in Norfolk, saying you're watching the live stream now, you're back at home, and you say that you don't see Simon Harmer as an overseas player, you see him as somebody who's got Essex running through the heart of him.
Yeah, I think I agree,
been a fantastic servant of Essex.
I agree,
one of the outstanding overseas players that Essex have ever had.
Yeah, I think if you cut him in half, he'd have Essex County, like a stick of rock, have Essex County Cricket Club in the middle of him.
Walter with a slip and a gully, and 4 saving 1 bowls, and reaching for this. Sibley plays not the cleanest of strikes. It rolls out rather apologetically to Snater at cover, and there's no run. You say you've sent an email to the club praising the stewards and security staff, mentioning those by name who've been helpful, kind or cheerful, and you're just asking for a mention for them, and that's a very good point actually. I was chatting to one of the car park stewards who'd been at the club since 2002, always a friendly face, helping getting the car parking sorted in all weathers. As that's a good delivery from Walter. That's has beaten Sibley outside the off stump. A lovely piece of bowling.
Can I concur with that email? That everyone's been so friendly here in the last 4 days. It's really nice warm welcome we've had in rain, sun, shine, everything we've had thrown at us, haven't we, weather-wise? And those guys who sit in the car park there do a fantastic job, and do it with a smile on their face.
They do. And even in those tight situations where the car park is almost full and you're taking the last space, they're very helpful as Walter bowls, and that's clipped away past square leg down to deep square, and there's one run. It's normally my fault because I haven't got there quickly enough, but they're always very, very accommodating. And 132 for 4.
Probably because he can, sort off and come and watch the cricket then, can't he, once the car park's full? So
that's right, I suppose.
I'd have a smile on my face as well, Nick.
Yeah. So Jackie, you're saying you mentioned them plus the scorers, of course, who do such a diligent job. And let's just again give a word to the ground staff. We've had such a tough match here and did a tremendous job as Walter bowls and just driven away along the ground. That's a lovely looking shot here by Lawrence. That's classic Dan Lawrence, but it will be cut off. It's a sweeper out there on the deep cover boundary, and they just get back for a couple of runs. But just so nice to see Dan Lawrence playing orthodox cricket. And he just didn't play many shots like that when he was opening for England. 16 to him. He gets a couple of runs, 134 for 4. Yes, just going out there yesterday evening when we were going to do the interviews, it really felt very soft underfoot. You can imagine what it was like. Yeah. Very spongy, and obviously a lot of work was required, particularly on Friday afternoon, to get the conditions playable. As Walter bowls and Lawrence on the drive, doesn't time this one, it goes straight out to Snater at cover and there's no run.
In horse racing terms, good to soft.
It was, yes, soft conditions, certainly. Sibley 83, Lawrence 16. Bit of a partnership taking shape here, which Surrey needed.
It wasn't quite heavy going, was it? It wasn't like, Kelso and a Thursday afternoon meet in February. But
in fact, they've added 53, these two now, haven't they? So it's been a good stand. It's what Surrey needed to... They want to get through to lunch. They know they've got 19 wickets to protect and lose no more than 4 of them before lunch. As this one is short and pulled away and pretty half-stopped at mid-wicket. Probably was going to be 1 run anyway, because it was actually a deep mid-wicket there. I think it's Cook there behind the fielder. But it was a good one-handed partial stop, but a 1 run to end the over. Lawrence 17, Sibley 83, 135. For 4. So thanks for your kind comments on the commentary, JC. Hopefully we'll be back with you next year, and thanks very much for your email.
I think Cook's hurt himself there. He's holding his knee. Hope he's all right.
Yeah, well, that's not what Essex want to see at any time. I mean, obviously Cook has had injury problems this year, and it's one of the reasons I am pleased to see Essex moved away from that 3-seamer policy, which I always thought was high risk and not... with so many games back to back as well, particularly in the first 2 months of the season, and none of the other counties doing it, I thought was really high risk, and I'm glad they have moved away from that policy.
Harmer to Lawrence, sweeps, big appeal for LBW, not given, and he's got outside the line there surely, Dan Lawrence, and they come through for a leg by. It's with 66 overs in the day and 43, so that would mean that there's 28 miles outside the line. There'd be 24 overs available at the end of play with a new ball, should it come into play, or should it come into existence, or should be necessary. Defended there. Essex might think that, if this game's a nailed on draw, because remember they need another 16 Surrey wickets, they might save a few quid and leave that one in the locker, leave it in the box for next season. Oh, that's flown thick inside edge, That has kicked out of something. Spitting cobra from Simon Harmer. And he's still weaving his magic. He's making things happen. He's creating theatre. He's creating drama. And they move Robin Das round to leg slip now. Sibley dancing down the pitch and playing this one out to long on. The clock is ticked over to 12:30, so this will be the last one before lunch. I know you've got to do an update just after lunch, haven't you?
Yeah, that'll be about while the lunch interval's still going on, I think.
Harmer to Lawrence, who reverse sweeps, picks out Critchley. Again, a yard either side of him. That was 4 runs because he hit it with such power. Harmer tossing this one up, little slower, getting it above the eye line. And that, ladies and gentlemen, friends, Romans, countrymen, is lunch, as Surrey will go in on 137 for 4. Dan Lawrence will resume after the break on 17 on his return here to the Cloud FM County Ground, and Dominic Sibley just 16 shy of 100, and I'll leave you with the dulcet tones of Nick Ledhill.
Yep, thank you very much. And Dan, 508 for 8, Essex and Surrey 138 for 4, with the wickets of Burns and Patel going this morning, and Geddes as well. But it's been a very, very good innings indeed by Dominic Sibley. Really has 84. Lawrence 18, a good partnership this for the 5th wicket. Simon Harmer 3 for 54, and the wicket of Jamie Porter. Phil on our emails just pointing out, we mentioned that he was tied with Kyle Abbott on 55. He now goes ahead of Kyle Abbott, and looking down the list of the others near the top in Division 1, a couple of them are Hampshire, another Hampshire bowler in Liam Dawson. That game's obviously finished, and unless Simon Harmer takes about 13 or 14 wickets, then it looks like Jamie Porter is going to be the leading wicket taker in Division 1, which is excellent, and just underlines how good a season he's had. And he's surely one of the contenders for Player of the Season, possibly alongside the 2 overseas signings on the batting front. But thank you very much, Phil. Yes, indeed, he now moves ahead of Kyle Abbott, who had rolled up alongside Porter with that haul of wickets at Taunton in the game that's already finished. So 138 for 4 is the score. Thoroughly entertaining morning's play, and we'll be back with the afternoon session just before 1:10.
this afternoon.
And we're just waiting for the umpires. The players are just standing by the boundary rope in front of the pavilion. I'll make it about 9 minutes past 1.
I think
so it looks like
the umpires are probably putting on 10 extra layers because it's
got a bit chilly.
It is very cold out there, and genuinely cold out there today.
Yes, yesterday we had the sun, which obviously was making a difference. It was out almost the entire day, and today a little bit different. We've seen little bits of blue sky, but it is still mainly cloudy. Can
I also say thank you to the Essex Media Department for our luncheon vouchers, and thank you to the ground as well for I've had a cheeseburger every day this week.
Healthy diet.
Thank you very much, and they are absolutely magnificent. So tomorrow I'll miss my cheese, although diet starts tomorrow, Nick.
All right.
Because yes, you can put on a bit of, and I haven't done the whole season, but you can put on a bit of timber during a cricket season. So diet always starts the Monday after the season ends. But yes, I wonder whether Rob Bailey and Ian Blackwell have locked themselves in the umpires' room and refusing to come out at the moment because it's so cold. Because the players are ready, away to our right-hand side, but no sign of our umpires as yet.
No, which is a little bit of a surprising.
Maybe they've gone on strike at this stage of the season.
We should wait and see. We had an email from Phil Wolski, who actually says best wishes to Mark because he knows me. So
hello, Phil.
From a former role.
Yes.
And yes, you had great fun at the then Brit Oval during the era where he was involved in work at that point.
Lovely to hear from Phil. Hope he's well.
And so you're mentioning that Jamie Porter, we just mentioned this just before lunch, and you also gave us a list of the leading wicket takers in Division 1, and it is interesting that with one exception, and that's Oliver Hannon-Dalby, they're all from the big four. In fact, with only one representative from Somerset in Jack Leach, but we've got two of the top three from Hampshire. We've got four from Essex with Porter, Harmer, Cook and Snater. And also tucking in there, of course, Dan Worrell with his 52 wickets, and Jordan Clark with 38 representing Surrey. So just underlining, I think, how having strong bowling attacks are so important. Hannon-Dalby a little bit of an anomaly in the sense that he probably hasn't had as much support from elsewhere because Warwickshire struggled to win a game.
Well, and I think for Warwickshire as well, they miss the likes of Liam Norwell,
yes,
don't they? And it's the most obvious thing to say in terms of Championship cricket, but I'm going to say it: if you can't take 20 wickets, you're not going to win a game of Championship cricket. So it's so important to have a potent bowling attack. You can score all the runs in the world, can't you? But if you can't take 20 wickets in a game, you're not winning. So yeah, the sort of pace attack and having the quality of a Harmer, absolutely critical.
I'm fairly certain this is the umpires have decided that they are going to come out after all, and the players have therefore followed them. The international season and the championship season finishing on the same day for the first time I think I can remember. It's Bristol where the one-day international is, and they seem to have managed to get a good pitch for it because England 226 for 5 in the 31st over. Ben Duckett 98 not out. Harry Brook made 72, his third good score in a row. A few wickets have gone down since Brook got out, but they're still on course for something over 300 there, England. So doing it pretty well. Going to set the Australians a bit of a target there. One very outstanding score in the championship. Obviously, there's nothing riding on anything now, but just must mention this one. We did mention James Wharton a little while ago, but we need to mention him again. So Yorkshire 559 for 3 in reply to Northampton's 147, leading by 412. I do hope they declare because they should have an obligation to try and win the game. Bowl Northampton out in two sessions. Wharton 268 not out. That's indicative of how Yorkshire have brought on some of their younger batters this season. Here is first ball after lunch, and it's at a wicket for Snater. The first ball was an appeal for a caught behind. Not completely full-blooded, but Lawrence was pushing at that one, and taken by Rossington in front of first slip, but no response from the umpire.
It's not the worst delivery to get first up after lunch, and it's not a bad loosener from Snater because it's got Lawrence completely turned around on the walk.
Yeah, very good delivery.
Cracking bit
I thought
of
we might
bowling.
see Snater before lunch, but they prioritised Paul Walter with perhaps just creating a bit of rough for Simon Harmer. But it is now interesting to see Snater, who's had a pretty good season in his own right. 2 slips and a short mid-wicket, and 5 saving 1. He comes forward and plays defensively. There's Lawrence up into the offside, and there's no run. So Wharton 268 from 309 balls with 8 sixes and 32 fours. And Johnny Bairstow, who's been getting some late season runs for Yorkshire, 65 from 69 balls. But one would expect a declaration there. Try and win the game, you would have thought, but we'll see what happens in that one. As I say, all the issues sorted out. Sussex are definitely on course for sealing their championship win in Division 2. They've done well today. As here, Lawrence plays a good drive down the ground, and it's stopped slightly involuntarily by Snater in his follow-through because it was very firmly hit. He has saved 4 runs there because I don't think mid-off would have stopped that. It was very crisply hit. But Snater just causing himself a bit of pain, but he got a hand to it and it rolled out towards mid-off, and I think he might have saved a boundary because it was really well hit.
He did very well there because that was firmly struck by Dan Lawrence.
He was probably thinking, should I field this because it's going to really hit me? But no, he had to do it, and he did a very good job. So Snater, as I say, has had a good season. Maybe slightly overshadowed by Porter and Cook, but not by that much. He really has done very well.
That's hurt him, actually.
Yeah.
He sort of walked away as if to say that hasn't hurt at all, but that has really hurt because it's not a warm day here.
No.
And that stung the fingers of
It's a bit like a bit of a feeling in April where you really don't want to have to deal with something hit quite so hard. So here is Snater again from the Graham Gooch end, long approach up to the wicket. Bowls, that's a short delivery, which is a no ball, which sails over the right shoulder of the former Essex player, Dan Lawrence, and it's on its way through to Adam Rossington.
He's in danger of breaking his own foot there.
Yeah.
Snater, that was so short. He's still blowing into that right hand.
Yeah. No, it's not what he wanted. Straight after lunch. A nice lunch, and immediately getting a very nasty rap on the hand. 2 slips waiting, and Snater with a short mid wicket as well. Bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence off the back foot plays a lovely cut shot, which isn't going to be stopped, I don't think. That's very well timed. Benkenstein giving chase, but that's 4 runs. Just had enough room to play the shot, did so very well. I say it's a delight to see Dan Lawrence being able to play a normal innings, Mark, because in contrast to some of what we had to, what he had to do, or maybe was asked to do as an England opener.
All right, it was short and it was wide, but it's those wrists again, those magical wrists of Dan Lawrence.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be at all surprised to see those at Hogwarts School of Witchcraftry, because they are magical wrists he's got.
He waits again after that boundary. Sun's just coming out. Snater bowls. That's a beautiful delivery. That beats him outside the off stump. Pitching roundabout off and just moving away, and that genuinely beats Lawrence, who's gone for a walk towards where short leg would have been. That's a
good response.
It's a very, very good delivery. It's been a very sort of, obviously we're seeing with Surrey top order here and a strong Essex attack, and it's almost what the game would have been if we had the full strength Surrey side out this morning.
Well, that
or close to it.
That was the point we were saying yesterday. Is it's a very good Essex attack, this.
Yeah. Snater again from the Graham Gooch end, bowls, and this time Lawrence just waits for that and just plays it compactly. Half forward, just steers down to Benkenstein at backward point, and there's no run. So Sussex going to be champions of Division 2, 245 for 4, 26 behind Middlesex. So unfortunate for Middlesex, but as I say, they where it went wrong for them, I'm sure, was losing that game at home to Gloucestershire. But looks like we'll have to wait another year for the return of the London Derby in the Championship, Mark.
Yeah, another year to wait. But everyone will get a chance to go to Hove again, won't they? Next season?
Assuming, of course, there is a game at Hove, because we still have this non-symmetrical fixture list. I think Essex will get one at Worcester because they didn't this year.
Right.
So you tend to work on that mathematical probability. 2 games against Durham this year, maybe only 1 next. Only 1 game against Hampshire, and that was severely rain affected. So we didn't actually see a lot of each other, Essex and Hampshire, in the Championship. with I think both sides sort of batting each other to a standstill in the play that was available in the game we did play at Southampton.
Well, it will be Harmer to get us started after lunch from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and Sibley is forward and turns this one into the leg side. It rolls in there to Benkenstein. One of 2 short mid wickets catching, but he did bowl beautifully this morning. As in over the wicket he comes once again, and forward goes Sibley. And I was mentioning the magical wrists of Dan Lawrence. Well, the bowling of Simon Harmer wouldn't look out of place at Hogwarts with Harry Potter, because he's got his own brand of magic, hasn't he? As I say that, he just lobs up a full toss and Tom Sibley drives it away through the covers, and he will pick up 3. So 3 to Dominic Sibley. He moves on to 87, and Surrey move on to 147 for 4.
Unbeaten century for Sam Hain for Warwickshire. As expected, that pitch at Trent Bridge has turned out to be pretty flat. I think it was pretty obvious it was going to be. 255 for 5, Warwickshire, 232 behind.
I mentioned
add another draw to the Warwickshire column.
Well, I mentioned Liam Norwell earlier, but of course he one of the great ends to a season, wasn't it?
Yes.
As this one's left alone by Dan Lawrence outside his off stump. It's a good leave, that, in the fact that we've seen Harmer spinning that ball back in to the right-hander, but he's let that go outside his off stump.
Yes, I think it was 2022.
Yeah, and was he
threatened with
9,
relegation,
wasn't it? And
yeah,
stayed up. As sweeping is Lawrence. That's a brilliant shot from Dan Lawrence. He's taken that from outside his off stump and swept it behind square, over the boundary rope and away for 4. It's a lovely bit of batting from Dan Lawrence. He's on to 26, and the Surrey 150 comes up. They're 151 for 4.
I was talking to Kevin James, Radio Solent, who was covering that game. Hampshire the other side involved.
Over the wicket he comes again. Harmer quicker this time, and whipped into the leg side by Lawrence. And Benkenstein comes round to do the fielding. End of the over, 151 for 4. Then Sibley has 87, Lawrence has 26.
And yeah, the story was that apparently Norwell was thinking, oh, probably ought to come off and getting a bit tired. And but the captain said, you're going to have to keep going because you're the only one taking wickets here. Hampshire only had a fairly small target to get to, but he kept going. And yes, it's sad actually what's happened since then. The fact he's not been involved, and also injury problems, but it was a heroic effort.
It was an unbelievable effort, wasn't it? And it was an amazing listen. Right at the end of the season. Yeah, fantastic end to the season.
Now we've got a question on from Trevor Beaumont about the Essex point deduction for the oversized bat. You remember that?
Nonsense.
I know.
I'll sum that up for you, Trevor. Utter nonsense.
There we go. We've answered. I was read out your email, Trevor, but there you got an answer from Mark.
Utter nonsense. There's more important things in the game.
Yes.
There's more important things in the world, and it just is a complete nonsense. That for me.
12 points was an awful lot, I thought. Here's Snater, bowls and played up towards cover, and there's no run. The question in my mind was what would have happened if Essex had beaten Worcestershire and still in the championship race?
Well, look, for me, there's a really simple answer to that, right? If you've got the right size bat gauge and it doesn't go through properly, right, the bat goes.
Yep.
And however many runs that person has with that get taken off. We're done then. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. Let's move on.
Yes, a fairly simple solution, yes. As here's Snater bowls, and it's played defensively here by Sibley, who's on 87 up towards mid-wicket. Yeah, and you've sort of answered Trevor's point, even without me having to read it out. He's saying that maybe the finger should be pointed at the bat manufacturer, who should know the required dimensions. But yes, you would expect most bat manufacturers would produce bats of a standard gauge.
Look, if it's half an inch, right? How much difference is that going to make? Actually, half an inch more, you might nick off the bat a bit quicker.
Possibly, yeah. 151 for 4. It's just played defensively by Sibley. Sun trying to come out.
Did he make in that game?
I'll have to look it up.
I think it was about 20, wasn't it? Well, come on, really. Had he got 350 and walked out there and, due to his massively oversized bat, smashed every ball out the ground, okay, fine, fair enough. But it's a nonsense. It's complete nonsense.
It was an issue sort of hanging over Essex for the season.
There are far more important things in the game than that.
There you go. And I think I generally concur with that. As Snater bowls, and that's played up towards mid wicket, and there's no run. I think it overshadowed Feroz Kushi's season as well, because it must have been a bit unsettling for him with that hanging over the club during the season. No run there to Sibley, who's really played very well. But yes, it might be sort of like he'll come back next year as a fresh mind, and potentially he's still got an awful lot to offer Essex. He could be opening the batting in the Championship, and maybe T20 suits him certainly, as this is played defensively up into the offside and there's no run.
It's a nonsense. I'm sorry, it's an absolute nonsense. And as I say, the game of cricket has far more important things to worry about than that. So, I just think cricket does not do itself favours. It really doesn't at times.
But and I think it certainly has affected his season as an individual. There's no question about that. Here's Snater again from the old Hayes Close end, now the Graham Gooch end, and that's left alone by Sibley, and there's no run. So Snater, introduced after lunch, collects a maiden over, 2 overs for 6, 151 for 4. Good partnership this. It's so far worth 70 between Sibley 87 and Dan Lawrence 26, who, as I say, nice to see him being able to bat in a normal situation. And it's been his time in England has been sporadic. It's been broken up. He's been sort of 12th man for a lot of the time, and sometimes when he's had opportunities, he's not potentially been given the best opportunities in terms of the situation he's been presented with. And my example's obviously opening this summer and batting at number 3 in India, when I thought Joe Root should have batted at number 3 on the tour before last.
Well, here is Harmer to him, and he's sweeping again. Dan Lawrence down on one knee there, sweeping away down towards short fire leg. He's played one lovely sweep shot in the previous over to Simon Harmer, who's bowling in his sunglasses as he's want to do, and the sun is coming out as he's in here, and he's onto the back foot this time. He just pushes this away out into the offside, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total, one more to Dan Lawrence. He moves on to 27, 152 for 4. Back onto strike comes the right-handed Sibley. As forward goes Sibley, plays this one down into the leg side, and there is no run. Yes. Talking last week, for some reason it came up, Nick, about strange places in England that have, I don't know, a butterfly sanctuary or something like that. I don't know how but I didn't realise that Colchester has a zoo.
Yes. I don't think I've been there. But
no, I had no idea. I should have known that. As forward goes Sibley, plays this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
It also had a cricket ground that was much like Essex haven't visited for a while.
Yep.
And muddy, when it used to be a bit rainy there, it was like the Glastonbury Festival going there. I
remember slowly sinking at Castle Park. Forward goes Sibley. So I didn't know they had a zoo. What they got there? Tigers, zebras, rhinoceroses, all sorts, I would have thought. As in round the wicket goes Harmer. Here goes Sibley using his feet, and that just squirts off a thicker outside edge into the offside, and they'll pick up a single. The throw's gone straight over Rossington. One more to the total, and Dominic Sibley's played very nicely here. He's on 88, Lawrence has 27, and Surrey are 153 for 4.
And the sun's going in and out. The lights did come on this morning. They're not on at the moment. And Michael in Garcia, Catalonia, comes back to us and says that we were talking about Sussex not using the lights due to cost. Essex has got a new LED system, and the running cost is roughly 1/5 of sodium. But the upfront installation is more expensive, but getting cheaper all the time. So a very technical explanation there. But yes, Essex using the lights this morning. May need to use them a bit later on as well, particularly if the it does really cloud over.
Well, yeah, because I know at Lords they're only allowed them on a certain number of days a year because of all the local residents. But it's only New Road these days without permanent floodlights, isn't it?
I think so, yes. And that reminds me of something as Snater comes into bowl, and this is played away. That's a nice looking stroke away through the covers for at least two, being chased towards the boundary by Bankerstone. I think he might just stop this, and he does so just short of the rope, and they're going to come back for a third run. But a nice front foot drive through the covers there, and very nicely struck indeed. So it means that Sibley 91 and Lawrence there on 27. It's a very good partnership this, when Surrey were just being threatened with an uncomfortable day. Mark, these two have wrecked.
Well, they
right
played
of the
really
ship.
well, I think.
And have looked in very good touch. Lawrence has settled in very well here. He's on 27. 2 slips and a short mid wicket. The Snater bowls to him. Always an appeal for LBW here, and he's out. Having said he's looking very settled. Possibly just a question about height, but no, he's half forward to it and given out. So the stand ends. It took the score from 81 to 156, and the more inexperienced batters to come now. But Dan Lawrence on his return to Chelmsford has looked pretty comfortable to that point in making 27, and it's now 156 for 5.
Well, it was interesting because Snater didn't even look back at the umpire. He knew that was out because it's hit the back pad. In front of middle, and then he's tried to pull that leg across, but umpire in Blackwell wasn't falling for that. So Snater knew, he didn't even look back at the umpire, and Dan Lawrence's innings comes to an end. He goes for 27, and it's 156 for 5. Surrey.
Yeah, because that hit the back pad. That was fine for height, and it looked pretty straightforward on the replay. So a good partnership ends, and Essex will be hoping that they can now start to whittle their way through the middle order. But as I say, time wise you would have thought that it's going to be still pretty tough to take 15 wickets from here, but they'll keep plugging away. And we're going to see, it's going to be a chance now to get some of the younger batters out there, and Josh Blake is one of them. Yeah,
and of course he got 100 here in the Metro Bank game, didn't he? So he's got fond memories of chances. It helps actually, that, doesn't it? If you got runs at a certain ground before, it always helps settle you down a bit. But good luck to Josh Blake on his championship debut. Always want to see someone on their debut go okay, don't you?
Yep, and it's had a pretty good game so far behind the stumps. And in his wicket-keeping role. So he's a left-hander. He's going to have 2 slips and a gully. He's got a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on and a mid-wicket. He's got Snater going round the wicket to him. And he plays a drive, doesn't time it, but it's up towards mid-off. And there's no run, 156 for 5. And 4 wickets down today. Simon Harmer taking a couple of them, with 1 to Porter, 1 to Snater, but Dominic Sibley has been the standout for Surrey, 91 out of his 156 for 5.
Well, Sibley's one of those like Algar that just loves batting.
As Snater bowls and just pushing forward. Bat and pad together, played out into the offside, and no run there for Blake.
Yeah, we said that Algar's greedy. Sibley's greedy as well for runs. Just likes to bat. He'd be quite happy to bat all day if you let him. Dominic Sibley.
Well, he may be even going into the second innings.
He might
have 13 or 14 partners.
A not out in the first innings, and then have to go straight back out there again.
It's his Snater bowling again. That one just keeps a bit low, squeezed down and not cleanly stopped by Critchley, but always causes a little bit of confusion. And is in the end gathered in, I think by Cook there, moving across at backward point, and they get through for 1.
We all have things in life, don't we, that we love and like. I love my cricket, and I love a nice walk in the country when the sun's out. Partial to pork pies as well.
Yeah, I try not
The
to eat too
likes
many
of-
of those.
Yeah, no,
but
exactly.
I'm with you on the first two, definitely. And, yeah, try not to eat too many of those. There's Snater bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery, which Sibley has to have careful judgment in leaving alone, which he does. 157 for 5, Sibley 91, and Blake has a single.
Yeah, but Sibley and Elgar and the likes of them, they just love batting and they love scoring runs and they love batting all day.
Tell you what, Yorkshire like batting because they're not going to try and win this game. They're going to try and get 800 to celebrate.
what's Wharton
586
on now?
for 3. Wharton's on 285. Cricket logic says you declare now and you try and bowl Northants out in 2 sessions, but maybe they're going to let Wharton get his 300 and Johnny get his 100 because Johnny Bear's just on 75 and Wharton 285.
He'll have some work to beat Laura's 501, won't he?
Yes.
So
yeah.
maybe they're just going to let him get to 300 and then...
Maybe they should, give it a go and see if they can. But I think they know the game is up in terms of being champions, so maybe that's just reduced their incentive to try and win the game. But feel a bit sorry for Northants there.
Josh Blake then is on strike.
They have looked very strong though, Yorkshire in the running, and should hit the ground running next year in Division 1.
Simon Harmer then, round the wicket to Blake, the left-hander, and he's forward. Playing this one down into the offside. So of course Harmer predominantly here is spinning the ball away from Josh Blake as in round the wicket goes. Oh, Harmer, big shout for LBW as Blake's looking to play round that front pad. Rolls away into the offside. When you see Harmer bowling like this, you think of all the great spinners. Shane Warne, of course, one if not the greatest. Bowled the ball of the century, didn't he? Of course.
Yeah, Mike Gatting.
Yeah, I love what G. Gooch said about that though, because he said it was sort of approaching lunchtime, wasn't it? As forward goes the left-handed Blake, and said, if it'd been a pork pie, he wouldn't have missed it. That's what he said.
Yes, it did rather bemuse him, Mike Gatting.
Oh.
I think Warne had been hidden during the county games.
Yes, they hadn't bowled much of him really. As Harmer round the wicket he comes again, and Blake gets himself fully forward, just trying to smother any spin or bounce.
In the days we used to have tour matches, of course, I almost thought the death knell of a tour match was the absurd India-England game, India-Essex game here a few years ago.
Forward he goes again. Does Blake.
Which
plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
I think India decided they didn't want to play the last day because it was too hot, and that was in England. it was just absurd. I can't remember too many details, but the whole thing was absurd, and they've sort of gone by the wayside since then.
In again comes Harmer, and forward goes Blake. Plays this one out into the offside, so good tidy over again from Simon Harmer. Josh Blake has one. Dom Sibley's on 91. Dan Lawrence has gone since lunch. LBW to Snater for 27. So 157 for 5. So still trail by the small matter of 351.
But you do think every side but tours England deserves at least one warm-up match, which could be against a county select 11 or an England A team, whatever you want to call it. I think Sri Lanka in particular would have benefited from that because they got stronger basically as time went on in their test series, but obviously the bowlers in particular weren't quite accustomed to conditions in the first test, so maybe that is the solution. It might be the county tour game is something of a relic of the past now, but you do feel there need to be some sort of proper competitive warm-up games where the side winning the toss, if it's not the tourists, can still bat first if they want to. Here's Snater bowling and steered away into the offside. Just a gentle push from Sibley, but it'll give him his 92nd run. It's 158 for 5, so it brings young Josh Blake, the left-hander, onto strike. It's England 248 for 6 in the one-day international. Still 13 overs to go. Still not very good at pacing their innings. 50 overs is an awful long time for this England side. It's almost like 2 test innings.
Yeah, it is. Well, Duckett just plays.
Yes, he's out for 107 now. Yeah. So 2 slips in the gully as Snater goes around the wicket and bowls, and Blake gets his head over the ball and plays up into the offside. So the sun is coming in and out. It's having a bit of a struggle because there's quite a lot of cloud up there. It's there's little areas of blue sky. It's perfectly pleasant. The forecast for the afternoon is good, so I think the way the game would end early is if Surrey keep batting reasonably well, particularly if they're still in their first innings, and I think we may not be detained too much beyond, say, about 4:30, I would have thought. It might be we're not anyway, because everyone might decide they've had enough and Surrey want to do their presentation while it's still daylight.
Yes.
Here's Snater bowling, and that's played away up into the offside by Blake. Had over the ball, played very nicely indeed. So obviously a very demanding programme for England during the autumn and the winter. Got Test series in Pakistan and in New Zealand just before Christmas. That's been selling very well, I hear. Not surprising either. So it's a attractive venue, and also certainly a one-day series against the West Indies away from home. Snater bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and watchfully left alone by Blake. And I've probably forgotten one or two tours even then. There's probably more than that, but yes, they've got quite a long programme ahead of England, and there's not going to be a lot of rest for the all format players.
No, there isn't at all. That's why they attempt to manage them as best they can, really.
Yes, so India, that'll be one dayers, that'll be in early 2025. Here's Snater going around the wicket, and the sun comes out, and that's played by Blake up towards cover, and there is no run. But so many tours, and then of course next summer 4-day test match against Zimbabwe, and then 5 test series against India. That will probably, yes, it's all over by July the 15th. That is very, very early.
Yeah, it's far too early.
And I was discussing with Dan yesterday, the way around that problem is to push the start of the men's 100 back by 2 weeks, and you're playing a couple of test matches in August. Here's Snater. Oh, it's a good delivery. It's a half shot for LBW, which is cut off as Blake was having to just reach rather awkwardly at that one. But he's just settling in, and there's just getting accustomed out there. 1 off 14 balls. Sibley 8 away from what will be a thoroughly deserved 100. And if he gets them, I'm sure it'll be in the next half hour in the company of Mark and Dan Whiting.
Yes, and good bowling again here from Essex. I suppose some of the grounds, there'll be events here during the winter, won't there? There's normally Christmas events at some of the county grounds, or concert or something like that going on at the grounds. So the grounds still get used during the winter months, as Simon Harmer will come round the wicket to Dominic Sibley, who uses his feet and just pushes this one down the ground towards long on. Wesley comes up to do the fielding, and that'll move Sibley on to 93. Welcome back to Dan Whiting.
Yeah, very good afternoon, Mr. Church.
Yes, quite a few of the county grounds sort of during the winter do have sort of events going on, don't they? Christmas events, or a concert, I don't know, somebody like Lionel Richie turning up to do his singing.
Somerset had him last year, I think.
I think he's one of Alabama's most famous sons, as this one's turned into the leg side. Is Lionel Richie.
Would you be dancing on the ceiling around the grounds?
Well, yes. Yeah, but so he was over last year, was he? But a lot of the county grounds do that now, don't they?
Yeah, I do. Gloucester had a drone light show last year, which was
very nice,
quite interesting.
As round the wicket goes Harmer, and this is turned into the leg side by Blake, and he will pick up a single. Oh, Sibley wanted 2, but Blake sends him back, and Josh Blake moves on to 2, 160 for 5. Sibley coming back onto strike on 93. As Harmer is ready to come round the wicket now to Dominic Sibley's bowled unchanged this morning and this afternoon from this Sir Alistair Cook end, as Mr. Harmer, as forward goes Sibley. This one's played down into the leg side, and there's no run.
Great bowler, isn't he? Great bowler. Fantastic.
Yes, he is. And I think actually, having missed a bit of the season with a back injury, he's probably quite enjoying this, having a good old long bowl, as that's well played by Sibley. Used his feet. Harmer fizzed it in there a bit quicker, and Sibley's just opened the face and guided that away through backward point for a couple more, and he moves on to 95 and 162 for 5.
He had to get his skates on there, Sibley. It was, in the context of the game, quite a dicey second run.
He's 5 away from what would be a very good 100 here. The way he's played Harmer has been exceptional so far, as Harmer's in. Sibley's forward and turning this one down into the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over. 162 for 5 then, Surrey. 95 to Sibley, and Josh Blake on his debut is 2 not out.
Yeah, I believe that 20 past 4 is the earliest they can call it a day.
Right, eh?
Yeah, which is normally 4:30, but the 10 minutes in between, and yeah, we can.
I suppose it depends how long it's going to take to put the bunting out and
Yeah,
the light show for the presentation of the championship trophy.
we can. Well, some people will go down the pub. Some people will just hang around.
Well, I think quite
Others
a
might
lot
go
of
for a
Surrey,
game of tiddlywinks, perhaps.
I think that quite a lot of Surrey supporters have come down today for that, to see the trophy presentation at the end of this game. I think quite a few have made their way down here today just to see that.
Snater in to Josh Blake, who gets forward and pushes that out into the covers.
Good opportunity this for Josh Blake.
Yeah. Parents are here watching him.
Well, he's up against a very good attack.
He is, yeah, but I think I rate this lad highly. He's not a kid anymore. I think he's 27, isn't he? 26, 27. But I rate him highly. Snater around the wicket. Blake just defending.
Well, it's not been easy for Surrey today, because they've had Harmer going from just the one end. He's been, well, as we said this morning, he'll spin it on anything, Will Harmer, but really this morning, especially in that first hour, was exceptional.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you've got a very good seam attack rotating from the other end, so hard work.
Snater, and Blake's a little late on that one.
He's bounced on him a touch more than he was expecting.
Yeah,
I think
he's
there
actually
from
played.
Slater.
In fact, I think he's actually played that one pretty well.
Well, the modern batter, you see them all the time, just rehearsing, like just letting it hit the bat at about waist high and playing it as late as possible.
Yeah,
And that's exactly what Blake was rehearsing there, but he did well there, because that did just bounce a touch on him.
Snater. Blake again forward.
But yeah, Sibley's been exceptional here for this 95. Really has. And again, as I said before, that there are certain batters who just love batting, whatever the situation, whatever the game, whatever the attack. If they get in, they will be very, very happy to just keep batting. And we saw it with Elgar, and Sibley's exactly the same.
Yeah, here's Snater in from the Graham Gooch end. Forward dugout. Big puff of dust going away.
I remember when he got that double 100 at 17, Dom Sibley. And again, just you sort of sat there and you thought, well, this lad doesn't look like he's going to go anywhere, and he just kept batting and batting and batting. And yeah, there are certain players like that.
Again, Blake just pushing that out to point.
they're out there. They have been over the years some of the greatest players in the world, but they get to sort of 140, 150, and then they try something a bit different, or they look at that like they may have got a bit bored, but your Sibleys and your Algarves aren't like that at all. They'll just keep doing the same thing, and they just, as I say, just love batting, and batting.
Yeah.
162 for 5.
Yeah, sometimes, their innings will be sort of, they'll try something a bit funky and, their innings will be exterminated perhaps.
Well, it is a mindset, isn't it? It really is that whole mindset of just keep batting. And, Sibley's one of those, as here is Harmer round the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley just pushes off the back foot into the offside. And he will stroll another single, and that will take him on to 96 and move Surrey on to 163 for 5, and bring the left-handed Josh Blake on to strike once more. So Blake has got a slip, a gully, a short leg and a short extra cover for company, as Harmer is into him. He's using his feet and then clips this straight up to Paul Water. Stood up there at mid-on. Tom Westley, the captain, is at a deepish mid-off at the moment. Snater is lurking at cover point as round the wicket again goes Harmer. All sweeping his Blake, and that turns, goes past his edge and is beautifully taken by Rossington. So this is going to be a real tester for Josh Blake. Left-hander ball, spinning away from him as Harmer's into him. Blake gets forward and then just lets it hit the bat and roll away into the offside. Blake will be trying to work out where his scoring area is here, because what he doesn't want is to get stuck against Harmer. That's quicker. That's well played actually by Blake, because Harmer would have thought he was through him there for a second, and Blake's just about dropped the bat on that in time, and it's run away down to Porter at backward point. So he's just trying to work out where he can find a single here, as Harmer is round the wicket to him. A bowl, that's not the area, because he's gone against the turn there, trying to work it into the leg side, and again it's just spun past the outside edge and is beautifully taken by Rossington. So as I say, Sibley comes into play here just to have a little natter with Josh Blake, and beautifully bowled by Harmer. Ended the over 163 for 5.
Yeah, sharp work there by Rossington as well. I think in the game here where he got his 100 in the One Day Cup, there was a lot of paddle sweeps and stuff like that, and I wonder if that's the way forward, where he a little reach around the corner perhaps.
Be very brave against Harmer, with Harmer getting the ball to bounce and spin away from me. It'd be a brave shot.
Yeah, it would be.
But you see, Sibley does come into play here with Blake, just to say to him, don't worry, you'll find a gap in a minute.
Snater over the wicket to Sibley, who defends. I'm pleased to know my book's almost full, Church.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, it's coming to that time of year.
Season of scorecards.
3 years in there. Been using more paper than the Amazon rainforest.
Yes, well, it's full up, that book, with all sorts of scorecards.
Yeah.
In the summers.
Snater. Sibley pushes that to mid-on. No run.
And Josh Blake leant on his bat down there at the non-striker's end. And as I say, really good tester for him, this on his debut. Great attack, and Surrey needing him to make some runs.
Sibley just working that one towards mid-wicket.
Because that's the other thing, it is a very good attack.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Essex's bowling attack in this game is a very, it's not far off what their front line attack is. I'm trying to think who else might be in there. I think that this is it.
This is, yeah.
So Surrey up against as I say, a very good attack.
Snater ambling into the wicket. Oh, that's slightly high, but a little bit of movement from Snater. This ball's now in its 55th over and still nipping about a little bit.
Yeah, Snater's got quite a whippy action, hasn't he?
Got quite a whippy mullet as well.
Well, it's a modern way of having your hair, I think, isn't it? Shaved down the sides and long at the back. But I think because he's got that whippy action, he's just getting the ball just to, just skip off the surface.
And he comes, Sibley pushes that to mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's interesting, actually. Very good attack that Essex have got in this game, and sort of it's the modus operandi of the way they go about things. Harmer going from one end and you rotate everybody else from the other.
Snater in, that's just pushed back in. There's no life in this surface. I mean, it's like a sort of marshmallow type pitch now, isn't it?
Oh, it's that time of the summer, isn't it? But actually, to be fair, as we've said, Harmer can bowl on anything, and he's just going to whirl away. I think Harmer will just keep whirling away all day, actually, from the Sir Alistair Cook end, unless he might fancy you go from the Graham Gooch end at some point. But he seems, well, he's one of those bowlers. We're talking about batters who like to bat. Harmer's a bowler who likes to bowl.
Gets in a rhythm. He's a rhythm man, isn't he?
Absolutely. He likes to bowl for a long time, does Simon Harmer. Now again for Josh Blake here. He is facing Simon Harmer. He'll come round the wicket to him. Blake's down the pitch and he's trying to work against the spin again.
Close to a leading edge.
Spoon that straight back to Simon Harmer. He's just trying to get to the pitch of that. He has got mid-wicket, but again he'll be going against the turn through there as Harmer's into him and Blake's forward and just nudges this one out into the offside. You just feel the pressure building on Josh Blake here. You do feel a little bit claustrophobic at the minute with all those Essex fielders around him as Harmer is into him. He's reverse sweeping is Blake, and that runs out towards Snater at cover point. Now Harmer won't mind seeing that from Josh Blake, and that was just to build up a pressure as Blake waits once again. Harmer's into him. Blake's forward, plays that with soft hands to his credit. It bounces in front of the gully fielder and he'll pick up a couple of runs there, will Josh Blake, and he'll move on to 4. 165 for 5, Surrey. Nicely bowled again by Harmer, but pretty well played by Blake as Blake forward he comes, quicker this time from Harmer, and just prods this down into the leg side. There's Josh Blake.
That looked like the arm ball. That was the one that he was sort of paddling, the little sort of reach around the corner there. It was that was the one he was paddling in the One Day Cup.
As Harmer's in, and this is cut away by Blake, and oh dear, Shane Snater has run straight over the top of that, so they'll pick up a couple, and Josh Blake will move on to 6. And Surrey move on to 167 for 5 at the end of the over. Yeah, we've seen a bit of that in this game, and I think in fact it's the last game of the season, and the outfield has been used all summer, so there's some little lumps and bumps in there. And during the Essex innings we saw Surrey, the ball going through fielders on occasion, and it's the same there with Shane Snater. And Sibley now 4 runs away from his century. And we've got a change in bowling from the Graham Gooch end. And Sam Cook's coming back into the attack sort of started this morning, didn't we? And then haven't seen him since.
Yeah, I think this game is very much end of season.
Shot.
There's Sibley down the ground, and that is going to be his 100. Lovely way to get there as well from Dominic Sibley. 168 balls and 14 fours in there. Lovely innings, and what a season he's had. What a player, and it's great to see from one of the best blokes in the game as well.
It's been a proper innings, this. Surrey have needed them to bat like this today.
Cook. Sibley drives handsomely. I think we'll see Sibley have a bit of a bosh now, or do you think he'll just carry on in the same way?
I don't think he'll go out of his bubble at all at the moment.
No.
I think, you know, that's why it's been an important innings, this, from Dom Sibley, and a proper knock, because the way that Harmer was going, if Sibley had gone at that point, I think Surrey would have been in all sorts of bother.
Cook in, Sibley drives again. Right, some news around the country. At Bristol, England are 272 for 8 off 42 overs, or 42.5, so 7 overs left to try and want 330, I should imagine. Bristol's got some quite short straight boundaries. And in other games around the country, Kent 227 for 6 in their local derby against Durham.
At least they're playing some cricket there.
Sibley pushes that down the ground, no run.
Didn't they have the first 2 days where they all sat around not doing anything?
Yeah, it's a long way to go for no game.
Yeah, it is.
360 Durham got in that. Nottinghamshire 487 against Warwickshire's 301 for 5. Looks like a bit of a dull draw at Trent Bridge, unfortunately.
Good enough for Nottinghamshire, though.
Worcestershire, that could be a game of cricket going on at Worcester. Sibley pushes that towards Snater in the covers. So Worcestershire got 180, Lancashire responded with 177. Worcestershire are 150 for 7, so leading by 153 runs. What have Lancashire got to lose by giving it a thrash this afternoon?
I'm sure they will if they get a chance.
Yeah.
Sure they will.
Yeah, and the other game going on is Derbyshire 121 for 3 against Leicestershire's 280. Oh no, there's another one going on. Sibley just gets forward and covers that one, dribbles out into the leg side. Middlesex 271 all out, Sussex are 290 for 4. Simpson and Coles sounds like a firm of accountants, doesn't it? They're going well in the middle order.
Harmer's going to continue here. Sorry, Dan.
I think that's it, isn't it? I think. Oh no. Yes. No, Yorkshire. 627 for 5.
It's worth keeping an eye on that because of young Wharton, because he was heading towards 300 there. I don't know whether
he's out.
No, he is he?
He got 285.
Yeah, so well played to that young man.
He batted very well against Surrey actually in the One Day Cup.
Here's Harmer then from the Sir Alistair Cook end, coming into Blake and driving his Blake down the ground, and Benkenstein comes round to his left to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Oh, he got 22. He's a gun fielder. He's absolutely superb in the field.
Round the wicket once again goes Harmer. Quicker, well bowled, because Blake has looked to go through cover point on the drive, and it's just bounced on him and beats the outside edge. Real test of this for Josh Blake. 6 not out on his championship debut. As Harmer is round the wicket to him. That's nicely played. He's not paddling that, he's just waiting for it and then just turning the wrists on it. That's nicely played by Josh Blake.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to go against the turn there, he's just let it hit the bat and he picks up a single and moves on to 7, and it's 172 for 5. just settling into this now. 36 deliveries he's been out there for. As Harmer is over the wicket. Oh, he's reverse sweeping is Dominic Sibley. And straight down towards backward point. And Cook will do the fielding. Sibley may look to play a few more shots here, but I think he'll realise that he's just got to be fairly sensible with things as he's looking to drive through extra cover. And it rolls out there towards Walter, doing his fielding. As Harmer is in once more, and now he's sweeping. Orthodox sweep. I think that hit Das at short leg.
Yeah, I think it did.
And it's taken some of the pace off it. And they will pick up a couple more, 2 more to the total, and Sibley moves on to 102, and Surrey move on to 174 for 5.
Still gone a long way considering the short leg fielder, hasn't it?
Well, that's why they have all the proper padding.
Yeah.
Because that was struck firmly by Sibley. He has played very nicely today.
Yeah, he's a nice player, Sibley. Got a lovely cover drive on him.
I've never seen anybody hit the ball as hard off their hip.
No.
But the interesting thing is he hits it. I've said this so many times about Sibley, but he hits it off his hip with a straight bat through mid wicket.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've ever seen anybody hit it as hard as that.
Cook into Blake, who plays this one up to mid-on, where Porter is patrolling. Yeah, and he doesn't miss many either. You know, when he gets that ball on middle and leg stump, he doesn't miss many. He tends to cash in, doesn't he?
He's always had an offside game.
Yeah.
And he's always been able to play through it. But I think he worked out in his career that the way he was going to go about it was to bat as long as he could.
Porter. Shot from Blake. That's gorgeous. Through mid-wicket. That could run away for 4 down towards the scoreboard. The smaller of the 2 scoreboards on this ground, and that was lovely from Blake. Just pure timing.
Yes, and through the way he's played Harmer, and he's now got his reward with that ball on his pads from Cook, and nicely put away by Josh Blake. Just roll of the wrists, and off it went to the boundary rope for 4.
Cook. So that's pushed out. That's the bowler mark, not an adjective, by the way. I'm not telling you to knock me up a quick,
no.
beef Wellington or anything like that.
I'm not sure I could at the best of times.
Bit of Sunday lunch.
I tell you who also I'm thinking about at the moment is Ollie Sykes.
Yeah.
He's sort of sat there at the moment with his pads on, waiting for a bat. On his debut, of course, much like Blake.
There's that little reach around the corner from Blake. We punctuated his 100 here in the One Day Cup, and just tickles it around the corner.
Yeah, it looked like
feeling for it.
Slower ball that went wrong there from Cook, and it was just on or outside leg stump, and Blake just helped it on its way down to the 5-leg boundary rope for 4. So a couple of boundaries now gets him on to 15.
Oh, that's another one. Cook overcompensating, giving him too much width outside the off stump, and Blake crunching him through the offside.
It's in cricket is a fascinating game in that because of the way he played Harmer, and he didn't try anything too spectacular. Harmer was all over him for a while there, but Blake was very sensible about it, and now he gets his rewards against Cook. So it's the hard work against Harmer that has enabled Blake to reel off these 3 boundaries against Cook.
As he just defends there. That's a good over there. Is that Blake's Jerusalem, do you think?
Well, I think it is, as I say, that the way he's played Harmer is then he's got his rewards against Cook. You could see he was getting. You could see Harmer was all over him in the fact that he suddenly pulled out that reverse sweep, which he didn't time at all, and thankfully it didn't sort of go off the top edge and loop in the air or anything like that. But because he's played through that period with Harmer, he's got down the other end and he's picked up boundaries off Cook, and all of a sudden he's on to 19 and looking more fluent and comfortable. So 186 for 5. I'm going to step away and bring Mr. Gledhill in. There's a bit of a chat about the ball at the moment, and are they getting a ball change? Somebody's shouting something from the stand. The game's just ground to a halt here. There is a chance that cricket might break out again in a moment, but oh, hang on, actually no, the ball's never come back from Blake's boundary. So I don't know, have we got the right ball now? Yeah, we're going to get a change of ball. That's what this is about. Anyway, Benkenstein's gone to get the bag of balls, and we will have a change of ball. And after a few words from Dan Whiting, he'll be joined by Nick Gledhill.
Yep, funny old game. Shame Ben Geddes didn't get many earlier. I like him. He's got one of the poshest names in cricket. He's actually made my posh 11, which I've got, which will be revealed shortly. But he's in there with Benedict Brodie, Albert Geddes. Oliver Hannon-Dalby makes that 11. Although Jack Brooks told me that Hannon-Dalby can't be that posh. He's from Halifax. And then there was a chap called Quentin Cake who used to play for Cambridge University, who just conjures up images of hunting down the Cam in a straw boater with a rakish set of front teeth. Anyway, Simon Harmer's here, and Nick Gledhill, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dan. Well, the intensity seems to have gone out of proceedings a bit in recent times. And, probably the players are looking at the clock a little bit. Oh, crikey, it's still now to go till tea. But anyway.
Here's Harmer. Oh, and that's just ridden the bounce there from Dominic Sibley. So, have you had your lunch now? Did you notice?
Yes, actually, I tend to like to go for a little walk into the town.
Oh, yeah.
And Julie did that.
Yep. It's a quicker one from Harmer. Sibley plays that out to Snater. Yep, it's you listen to BBC Essex, BBC London radio at the birthplace of radio here in the heart of the Essex countryside.
Yeah, again, England trying to last the whole 50 overs with their tail enders. They just can't seem to struggle at times to time a 50 over innings.
Blake plays that really well. That's spat. And the ball dribbles out into the offside.
289 for 9 with 4 overs to go. So they're relying on Mateo to try and get them up to 300, which would be probably quite a useful score.
Harmer around the wicket. Nicely played by Blake. Just pushing that one through the covers. Going to bring him 2. Snater's in pursuit. And throws the ball into Adam Rossington.
A couple of disappointing features from Division 2. I don't know why Yorkshire aren't trying to win that game. 639 for 6, particularly as Wharton is out for 285. Don't know if you mentioned that. 32 fours and 10 sixes, and Bairstow 78. About 500 ahead now.
Harmer around the wicket to Blake, who defends.
And also Ben Code, who's I think level with Jamie Porter at the moment, could become a leading wicket taker in the whole country if they do bowl again. That's a point there. The other slightly disappointing one was Leicestershire Derbyshire. That seemed to be set up for forfeits, but that never happened in that game.
Blake, little late on that. And Harmer nearly sneaks through his defences. That's the only over. You don't get any money for that. Do you remember the old days? There was the Walter Lawrence Trophy for the fastest 100. Do you remember that one, Nick?
Yes, and sometimes you'd have asterisks next to people who were facing occasional bowling. Do you remember that in the days of the 3-day matches, particularly 1990, I think, where people would get very quick hundreds against joke bowling to get a declaration?
I remember 1983, Steve O'Shaughnessy smashing the might of James Whittaker and David Gower around and equalling Percy Fender's record, which I think was the fastest 100 in 35 balls, was it? I think, something like that.
You can see Ben Allison out there at first slip, his last day for Essex, not officially in the team, but he's on there as a sub for Dean Elgar, thinking about next year with Worcestershire. Obviously wish him the best of luck. He's done well with Worcestershire, obviously impressed them, as we said yesterday.
His brother's still there, isn't he? Charlie Allison.
Charlie Allison, who's done well in the 50 over competition, probably quite close to a selection in the championship, but he's a player who Essex will be looking to see advance next year. T20 was really where he came through, and then played in the 50 overs. But the T20 was particularly impressive coming through in that competition. Critchley bowls, and this is a pull out towards mid-wicket, which isn't timed. And certainly in this season's T20, him coming through in place of Jordan Cox there, around about number 4, was a real pointer to the future. As Critchley bowls a flatter one, and Sibley just runs that down off the open face for a single down towards deep backward point. 190 for 5, he goes to 104. That's going to look him up, actually, Charlie Allison, because he's sort of one of the finds, if you like, in terms of development this year for Essex.
Yeah, I think with Jamal Richards as well. Well, he was more last year, really, wasn't he, Jamal?
And continued this year as well. Emerged last year and sort of continued this year, waiting for him to break through into the championship side. Slip on a short leg, and Blake, who's been very patient, leaves it alone outside the off stump. He's still on 21, but he's done very well. And you feel that this is a very valuable experience for him out in the middle in a championship match here, having got runs in the list A. That's driven up towards Snater at mid wicket, and there is no run. So yes, Charlie Allison having a good season, as that's driven up towards long on for a single this time by Blake. He goes to 22, but the intensity has gone a little bit. 191 for 5, to the extent that our scoreboard's just disappeared, our electronic scoreboard has just disappeared, so I might need to try and switch that back on. I might try and do it at the end of this over.
Yeah, how long do you think will be before Robin Dass and Benkenstein finish us off?
Yes. Here's Critchley bowling, and this is played off the back foot and run down towards the third man boundary for 4 runs. Nice stroke that by Sibley, just off the back foot, waited for it, and just playing with a turn, just steered it down to the third man boundary. Very comfortable indeed. And yes, you mentioned Benkenstein, who's impressed with his bowling. He might get some overs here. So I think Essex might be not looking to overtire the seamers who've done such a sterling job this season.
Has Rossington ever bowled for you?
Not what I can remember seeing. Yeah, Sam Cook's been a bit expensive today, and you feel that, not sure there's a great deal of point in him bowling a lot more today. He's done his job, he's been excellent again. But
get Rosso on. Get him on. Get Rossington on.
Simon Harmer continuing. And
here he comes from the Alistair Cook end, and that's just defended out in front of him by Josh Blake.
Yeah, Charlie Allison, I think, he got an injury from memory, didn't he? About halfway through the one-day competition. Got 50s at Chelmsford against Leicestershire and Warwickshire.
Defended again by Blake.
And he got good runs in the T20. Last match got 69 not out at Southampton, but it wasn't to be enough because, of course, Hampshire won that game, got 44 at Hove in a T20, so he's one of the players who's really emerged this year, Ben Allison's brother.
Oh, that's got to be close. Oh, probably just going down, perhaps. Close one, though. Blake getting trapped on the crease a little.
England have got their 306 for 9. I bet possibly Adil Rashid, yes, he's with 36 not out. He's having quite a good series with a bat, actually, Adil Rashid. He's having to do a fair bit of batting, probably more than he should be, really, but he's doing pretty well.
And just Harry Brook,
another good score, yeah.
And Jamie Smith?
That was just played defensively, yeah. Jamie Smith and Will Jacks out cheaply today.
Well, Surrey will be not letting go of the trophy out of South London. They'll be getting it after the game, and the championship pennant will be flying high above the Oval again next year. Another good year for Rory Burns and his chaps. He'll be... That's just defended. As I said in the last game against Durham, you know, you can see the likes of Blake, Ollie Sykes, Yusuf Majid, Ben Geddes coming through, and I don't think Surrey will just be content to win it 3 years in a row. I think they want to build a dynasty.
Well, that'll worry everybody else, but I think it's going to be really tight next year. I don't think there's a lot to separate the top 4 sides, given the number of England calls Surrey are going to face. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a stronger division for Yorkshire and Sussex. I think Kent were obviously a little bit outclassed this year, and Lancashire had just had a very, very odd season for various reasons.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be a pretty strong division, and you're going to have to play very well to win it next year. No reason why Surrey can't. But I think at least 3 other sides have got a good chance, including Essex, as this is hit away by Sibley off Critchley and away over mid-on for probably 6.
That's gone in the balcony.
114, yeah. Fantastic shot over long on. So the intensity has gone now, and Sibley just looking to enjoy himself. He's done the hard work, because it was quite intense cricket this morning, wasn't it?
That's massive. That's gone out the ground. It's actually gone onto the 2nd floor balcony and stayed there.
It'll take a while for it to come back.
Oh, the neighbours coming out now, having been woken up from their Sunday post-lunch snooze, with Dominic Sibley bashing one against the bedroom wall, probably.
We were talking yesterday about the players that have been selected in the BBC's Player of the Season. Side of the season, and I was just having a look at, Alex Davis was picked. I can see why, because he's done very well. The leading run scorer in Division 1, as we mentioned yesterday, by an absolute streak, is David Bedingham.
Yeah.
It's an extraordinary record, 1331 runs in 11 matches, and an average of 78, 600s and 350s, and of course he's been playing international cricket for South Africa. At least at one point, he was out of the Durham side in order to do that during the course of the summer. Good to see him in that side, because I'm sure he's got a good future at international level as well. Dean Elgar's now overtaken Alex Davis, so it's backing up a judgment that he might have been very close to selection. Perhaps it was judged on the fact that he was behind Alex Davis at the time that the vote was done. But Dean Elgar's moved into 2nd place on 11.44, Alex Davis on 11.15. And Haseeb Hameed, interesting that, in 4th place on 10.91, one of the forgotten men of England cricket, really.
I think also what's not really taken into consideration when you look at that is the type of surfaces that you're playing on.
Yes,
and it's
Trent
one
Bridge
thing
is quite flat. Yes.
It's one thing playing on a benign Trent Bridge week in, week out, and another thing opening up, on something that's a little bit more sport. I mean, this is a good wicket here. But
so we have 200, and we've got the ball back, or a new one, and that's Critchley bowling and flicked away by Sibley for probably 2 down towards deep backward square leg. So really a chance here for Blake, particularly to enjoy a sort of a non-pressure situation and just consolidate on his performance earlier in the year here in the one-day competition that we were talking about. 203 for 5. Hamid got over 1,000 runs, as did Rory Burns, 1073. Will Rhodes and Keaton Jennings, as that's lofted away past mid-wicket, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. So it's Surrey now in a comfortable position in terms of saving the game. We could almost sort of draw things to a close now, but I think it's pretty obvious now that the intensity has gone a little bit. Surrey have done what we needed to do. In fact, chiefly, it's been Dominic Sibley who's done what he's needed to do. 120 out of 207 for 5 as he just turns that one away into the onside for another run. So you might see Benkenstein bowl, but it could be a point where Simon Harmer doesn't particularly need to bowl anymore. Just got the feeling with this older ball there's not quite so much in it for him.
No, it's not turning as quickly or sharply, is it?
But just fascinating. We've had 4 full days, Surrey near full strength, lots of things on the table. What would have happened, we will never know, as here Blake pushes forward and it just rolls down towards Das, who missed out yesterday. Sadly, in fact, missed out on day 1, didn't he, in the brief period of play on day 1. He picks up a short leg. As Critchley bowls, that's driven away nicely just wide of mid-off, and they scamper through for a single. 209 for 5, Blake to 23. Just enjoying the opportunity out there. And then just short of 1,000 runs, Vincent Dawson, suitably right next to each other in the list. Jordan Cox on 918, and of course that's only 11 innings. And what a signing he's proved to be for Essex. I think the Essex player of the season is quite a tough call. I mean, you've got to remember that Cook missed games, and he's got this astonishing average that he's taking his wickets at. Porter, a leading wicket taker. Dean Elgar second in the list for runs in Division 1. And Jordan Cox with that very, very good record over 11 innings. 11 matches, rather.
Ah, the ball's come back.
Yeah, we have got the old ball back.
Yeah,
now.
There's the lady on her balcony. That grey house, if you're watching on the Essex stream, right in the corner.
I think Dean Elgar might just shade it, but I think it's a really close call. For Essex
there she is. Thank you very much, Mrs. Thank you for giving our ball back. Dominic, go and have a word. Say thank you, please.
Who's the outstanding Surrey player of the season? Dan Worrell?
Dan Worrell's going to get the plaudits,
Rory
but
Burns is the other contender I mentioned.
It's been a real team effort.
Yeah.
You know, yes, Worrell will get the plaudits. Rory Burns has been the top run scorer, but Jordan Clark's had his moments.
Yes.
Cameron Steele's had his moments.
Particularly early season.
Ryan Patel's had his moments. Dan Lawrence has had his moments. Jamie Smith's had his moments. So it's been an all-round team effort, I think, from a Surrey perspective.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
Harmer. 3 slips. Short leg. Short cover. Blake pushes that one back. Sorry, 2 slips. Both waiting. Arm ball from Harmer. Blake plays it out to Snater. Lovely. Just ambience to drift the summer away here. Tossed up. Blake waits for it and cuts it off the back foot into the point region where Snater comes around and does the fielding. 210 for 5. Sibley's got 121. Blake 24. Listening to the last knockings of the 2024 season. Harmer tossed up to Sibley, who drives pleasantly, but can only find Walter at mid-off.
Email from the Grumbler, thanks very much. Come on to that at the end of the over.
Hello, Grumbler. Short, Sibley punches that off the back foot, through the covers. 4 runs from the very moment it left the bat. Yeah, go on. What's the Grumbler got to say from himself?
Well,
It's like reading what he's got to say
would-
in the cricket paper.
What I
actually.
would say is that I made a suggestion about pushing the men's 100 back to mid-August. He'd be much happy if it was pushed back to mid-November. I'd maybe played abroad. But thanks for getting in contact. Thanks for the kind comments, particularly Mark being back on air, which is great. And yes, you say, what marks would we give Essex in each competition? So we'll come on to that.
Harmer tossed up. Sibley defending, end of the over. 64 gone now. Surrey 214 for 5. Remember, there's how many left in the day? There are 45. So if we can get to that, 13, and then it will be tea, and that will take 20 past 4 is the earliest we can get out of here. So another 13 overs to tea. Probably looking with the spinners on at about, what, 20 past 3 perhaps, something like that.
And yeah, I mean, I think I broadly agree with what you've said there, the Grumbler. Championship, you've gone 7 out of 10. The way Essex have finished the season, they're sort of pushing up towards 7.5 maybe, or even a bit more. But as we mentioned yesterday, such is the intensity of this division that if you make one slip up, like losing to Worcestershire at home, it's all rather unforgiving. And of course, if you take back the 12 points and you have a victory against Worcestershire, it's a different story as Critchley bowls, and that sort of beautiful spinning delivery. The googly, the googly, because it was turning away from the left-hander, and that was a very, very nice piece of bowling. So yeah, it comes in again, and it's driven away up towards cover by Blake, and there's no run. That would be turning back. It was turning back into the left-hander, wasn't it? Because it was a googly.
Yeah.
It was well negotiated.
Turning away from the left-hander.
Yeah. Slip and a short leg. Short fine leg and a mid-wicket and a mid-off, and that one just on the bounce through to Allison. And his last appearance for Essex as a substitute. That slip, but no opportunity of a catch for him there. It was on the ground. Critchley bowling again, and that's driven away up towards deep extra cover, and they scamper through for a single. Yes, that's right, first time on it, wasn't it, about the googly to the left-hander?
Yeah,
got to get your bearings.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, you
right.
have.
Stick with the first thought all the time, and it tends to be better than any corrections. Here's Critchley again. Oh, it's driven away, and it goes straight to Sam Cook at cover, and that's the end of Sibley's magnificent innings. Well, a bit of a soft dismissal. Might open a bit of a door for Essex, who will be now hoping that they can at least make Surrey follow on here, because that's an important wicket. Sibley's been there since the start for a marvellous 125. Played a drive at Critchley, and who had been getting some turn there. That might have resulted in the mistake, and Cook made the catch look very comfortable at cover.
It was nonchalant.
Yeah, came to him quite quickly.
Yeah.
And he did a very good job. So Sibley 125 from 188 balls, and he's going to get a good round of applause. We've got a Surrey contingent down in front of us who are leading it, and Surrey deserved, because Dominic Sibley, you think, has at least ensured that Surrey are going to get at least a draw from this game, even if they may yet have to follow on. But it might be Essex just decided to bat again for the last half hour if it comes to that, but we'll see what happens. 215 for 6. Sibley, well, he got almost half of them, didn't he? More than half of them, 125. It was a magnificent innings, really, against high-class bowling this morning when it was quite intense cricket. A really good knock.
Yeah, 2 left-handers at the crease now in Sykes and Blake.
I think the Grumbler, elements of bad luck for Essex. I think someone was saying that the Somerset game was sort of an element of Russian roulette, the one at Taunton. I saw the 2 days of that. It was quite dramatic, but Somerset did pretty well in the end to win that. But obviously, it was an important defeat, that one, and clearly the Jordan Cox situation at the Oval, but then of course the defeat to Worcestershire couple of tough games against Durham. Durham showing their credentials with the bat, which has obviously been key in their comfortable survival in Division 1. But some good victories as well, and a strong end to the season, unlike last year. So I think 7's possibly pushing 7.5 if you're looking at the way they're finishing, but certainly agree with your score there. So we've got Sykes on strike. It's Ollie Sykes with Josh Blake, and Simon Harmer, of course, will now have a couple of left-handers. So the possibility of Essex maybe a bit more intense again now as Critchley bowls, and that one just flicked off the pad. Will go down towards fine leg for probably 2 leg byes. Come back for the second one. Throw comes in from Harmer into the gloves of Rossington, and 2 go to the total. So 217 for 6. And
it's a shame Phil Jakes is no longer at Yorkshire, because you could have Sykes and Jakes on the pitch at the same time. One for the kids there, do you remember?
Yes.
Remember that one?
Sykes and Jakes, that's Hattie Jakes and Eric Sykes.
Correct.
The old
yeah.
Derek Geiler used to be in that as well.
Yeah.
There was a famous episode where Peter Sellers was on. I think I don't know if he kidnapped Hattie or something like that. It was a very strange, famous episode of that. I think it was sort of very gentle family entertainment, wasn't it? The site.
Yeah.
Good stuff in the 70s. It has been rerun recently, but
it was certainly sort of marginally better than Terry and June, you know, that sort of stuff.
Yes, Hattie always used to say, "Ooh, Eric," didn't she? That's right.
Yes.
217 for 6. And
Wesley's having a bowl.
Yeah.
What does he bowl?
Off spin.
Has he had a bowl match this season?
No, what he bowls when needed. We saw him bowl a bit more actually in the 50 over competition, but doesn't tend to bowl too much.
So
a useful off spinner.
I think Essex resting Harmer probably.
Yeah, they might have.
This might be their last
with the
throw
wicket.
of the dice.
Yeah, with the wicket going down, I thought they might just, at least kept Harmer on for a little bit against the 2 young left-handers. But it might be that Wesley does the job there.
Yeah, here he comes. He's going to come in past umpire Rob Bailey. Oh, that's well bowled. First up, that has gone, shaved the outside of Josh Blake's bat, and probably shaved the outside of off stump as well.
Or maybe Wesley decided, I've got 2 young left-handers out there, I can boost my bowling average. I might get a wicket myself in. He's as close as you could possibly get there.
They're actually checking the stumps there. Rossington thinks that's hit the stumps and the bail hasn't come off. That's bizarre.
Pretty useful first delivery. He's more than an occasional bowler, but he's sort of he's like sort of third spinner, if you like, his best description.
And he comes. Blake gets right forward and smothers that one.
Blast, you say, the Grumbler, 6 out of 10. Yes, it was.
I think Sam's getting injured didn't help you in that, did it?
Well, absolutely. That was critical of obviously Jordan Cox also. His availability, although Allison did a great job, Charlie Allison.
Played out to mid-on by Blake.
And what happened in the blast, they were over-reliant on the top 3, particularly Michael Pepper, who had a very good competition.
Yeah.
And there wasn't probably enough from the middle order. Yes, it's just a little bit short in that competition.
That's down the leg side. Rossington taking that one nicely. And the other thing help your opening game in the blast, where Elgar went second ball and then Pepper went first ball at Bristol. David Payne.
Well, the first game of the competition turned out to be the critical game, a defeat to Gloucestershire of all people. Yeah. No reverse fixture.
It's just turned around the corner.
And when Gloucestershire did come to Chelmsford, it was that they were playing Middlesex, just a 1 run there.
Are those games well attended here? Do you know?
I didn't see them. I was doing the Southampton game the following day.
I don't think they were they?
There would have been a few in, but Yeah, as soon as I saw Gloucestershire's run in, even though they lost to Middlesex at Cheltenham, I just thought they're going to get out of the group, and they did.
Yeah. Wesley. Oh, he's bowled Sykes. That is a classic off-spinner's delivery, and Sykes unfortunately has to depart. He's out for a duck, bowled by Wesley on his debut, and
yes, Wesley can see some cheap wickets here, but
218 for 6.
Harmer will be desperate to get back on, but yeah, with the two left-handers there, there's always a chance with off-spinners bowling. So a fair chance here that Surrey are going to have have another bat, but I don't think that Essex are going to be able to make quick enough progress to really. And then of course it's how much they want to try and go for that third place. It will depend, I guess, on how long we are going to stay here. But 218 for 7. They have with a dismissal of Sibley. So, that was a vital wicket, and now there's a fair chance of bowling Surrey out here, even perhaps before tea. Might be Essex bat again. That would be a fairly good clue that they want to end the game. But we'll see, Mark. I don't know what you think.
I suppose so. You've got to take into account that Algar probably won't bat again, really. No. So I would have thought they'd ask Surrey to have another go and see where they are. But you feel a bit there for Ollie Sykes on his debut, and Harmer's gone off, and then Wesley comes on and looked a good one really from round the wicket and just almost yorked himself, didn't he?
Yeah, Harmer sort of coming out of the attack, and at the sort of just at the time I thought, it's going to be wickets for him, but Tom Wesley coming on, and not quite Simon Harmer, but effective enough.
Yeah, very much so. And Tom Laws is the new batter at the non-strikers end, but Sibley's 100 looks even more important now, doesn't it? You take those runs out of this, and Surrey could have been batting for a couple of hours already second time round. So lovely innings from Dom Sibley, it really was. But
Simon Harmer's still off the field at the moment, I think.
He is, he went off.
And be a brief departure. He
may be asleep somewhere at the moment. So it's Critchley to bowl from the Graham Gooch end, and Blake is the man on strike, and he plays this one off the back foot down into the leg side, and there's no run.
And the other thing, the grumble is about this South group of the T20 with Gloucestershire's re-emergence, and with Sussex, who obviously didn't really turn up on finals day, but obviously were very strong in the group phase. It's just getting tougher and tougher, that South group.
As driving is Blake, and he will get a couple here, will he? No, just the single with the sweeper out there on the cover boundary rope.
I did see a suggestion online that the North group should be played first, and then the winner of that should go into the South group, and then the top four in the South group go through the finals day. A bit tough, but
well, I personally think they've got to just jazz it up a bit.
I think so.
Now for a little down the IPL route, I think, and I think the final should almost stand on its own.
Yeah, I thought that for quite a while, but it would be a great standalone occasion, and you'd have partisan semi-finals, which would be quite major events in their own right.
Yeah. So first ball for Tom Laws. Scritch into him, and Laws is forward and playing this one up the ground. All you would say to Ollie Sykes is some of the greatest players in world cricket have had a duck on their first innings. You think of G. Gooch on his Test debut, as this one's turned by Laws into the leg side.
Of course, there is a women's competition running at county level, running alongside the men's next year, isn't there? And of course, you could have the two finals on the same day.
Yeah, you could actually. Yeah, that's a very good idea, actually. As in over the wicket comes Critchley to the right-handed Laws, and he's forward, and he plays this one down into the leg side. I heard Graham Gooch say a lovely thing. He said, I think I'm the only player in the world that has my first two scores in Test cricket in my surname, which I thought was very good. As forward goes Laws and plays this one straight back up the pitch And there is no run. End of the over. He's bowled tidily, Critchley. 219 for 7. That was a massive hit from Sibley.
It was.
And
really got hold of
it was very good of that lady to. She may have been asleep watching EastEnders omnibus, but she very kindly opened her French windows, if that's the right name for those windows on a flat, and got the ball back.
So 6 out of 10. The Grumblers marking Essex in the competitions. That's for the blast.
Yes, quite right too.
The 50 overs.
End of term report.
Absolutely, and 50 overs, 4 out of 10, up from 2 out of 10 last year. Yes, I agree that there was certainly an improvement, and the key thing for me is, it's going to depend on maybe Feroz Khushri playing maybe in the blast next year, and whether Jordan Cox is going to be absent, which he probably will be, but Wesley is going to bowl, and that's just played away off the back foot. Good looking shot that by Blake, who's gone to 28 with that single, and Laws will have the strike. 220 for 7. Obviously Cox signed by Essex, and they're going to possibly lose him for a lot of the time now, which is going to be a shame, because that test series against India is going to clash with the blast very much head on next year. Incidentally, the last test against India I think starts on the 31st of July next year, but still a little bit too early.
Finals day will be about the 2nd of September,
in
then
September
in the middle
again,
of that India test.
I think it'll be in September again, as Wesley bowls, and it's just played off the back foot up towards mid-wicket. The reason being, I think they're going to have to play probably two back-to-back tests against India, and there won't be room for the finals day because those India tests are going to be so congested, and therefore the finals day will be stuck into September again, I think. 220 for 7, and this is just pushed defensively back down the pitch by Laws, and there's no run. So Essex made 508 for 8, and Surrey 220 for 7. Yes, the 50 over competition, they were missing runs at the top of the order, I think. Wesley bowls, driven away. Good looking shot that from Laws, and way out towards deep cover. They're going to come back for a second run. 222 for 7. Initially it looked like the problems might be on the bowling front, but the bowlers in the end did reasonably well, but batting a little bit inconsistent. And for me, Dean Elgar had a rest during the 50 over competition this year to go back to South Africa. 50 overs is going to be a little bit later next year, so it might be a more natural time for Dean Elgar to have a rest, will be at some point during the T20. But then of course they're going to have to think about how they're going to resource the T20, particularly if Jordan Cox isn't going to be available. So I just get the feeling that Dean Elgar, if he plays in the 50 over competition, I think Essex probably get out of the group. Yeah. I really do. I think he makes that sort of a difference. As this is Wesley looking for an LBW, as that just takes a pad of Laws, and it's nothing doing from the umpire. 222 for 7. So this season we had Elgar on the T20, but which surprised a lot of people at the start, and did a pretty good job, but not the 50 over competition, as that's played defensively back down the pitch. If he did play 50 overs, he probably wouldn't play every match, but I think he would be a very good player for the younger players to bat around, and that could just make the difference for Essex in the 50 overs next year. But just have to make sure that they've still got the T20 sufficiently resourced. 222 for 7, Blake 28 and Laws 2, and we've got about 25 minutes till tea.
Yes, we have, and I tell you what, Josh Blake's shaped up really well here.
He has.
He's got through that period of harmour, and I think he's shaped up really nicely here. Josh Blake, 28 from 72 balls. As I say, Ollie Sykes will score runs. There's no doubt about that. He's a talent, and it does happen to the best of them. But Blake here, I think the way he got through harmour. Just had a little wobbly period against Harmer, but no, he's played very, very nicely so far. As here is Critchley coming round the wicket to the left-handed Blake, who looks to drive through extra cover. Thickish inside edge, and the ball just rolls straight back up the pitch to Critchley, and there is no run as Critchley's in again. Blake will get a single here as he just pushes that one out into the offside, and round goes Jamie Porter to do the fielding.
I wonder if Northants might refuse to come out after tee at Headingley out of protest.
What are they now?
Yorkshire are still batting 6-8-3 for 7.
Marvellous.
They haven't tried to win the game. Mixed feelings about that, but poor old Northants, not a very happy final day of the season for them.
Yeah, fill your boots, I think that
It
is.
has been,
isn't
yeah.
it,
285 to Wharton. Howell Wharton.
Well, Nick, next season when Yorkshire are having a bad day and they're 27 for 7, they'll look back and think, I'm glad we did that. As forward goes Laws and plays this one down into the leg side. And there is no run. But yeah, well, for young Mr. Wharton, 285.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Very good. As Critchley's in, forward goes the right-handed Laws, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
As I mentioned, it just feels as though Yorkshire have been more settled ever since they've stopped having England players coming in and out of the side. Obviously, Bairstow's been part of the team in this last month or so.
Critchley's in again. That bounces on Tom Laws. He's in behind it and just pushes it straight back up the pitch.
So Surrey looking for a game at Scarborough next year.
I do.
That one, yes.
I do like a trip to Scarborough. As long as the sun shines, it's fine. If it rains, it's miserable. But it is a lovely ground.
Probably have a couple of games there, I imagine.
Over the wicket once again goes Critchley, tosses this one up, and Laws is driving up towards mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over, 223 for 7 then Surrey on this final afternoon. Blake 29, Laws 2. Lovely 100 from Dominic Sibley today. Fantastic spell of bowling from Simon Harmer. But we're sort of manoeuvring our way towards the end of this season, aren't we now?
Certainly the end of this session, about 20 minutes to go, and then it'll come out again, I think, after that.
I did spy Richard Thompson is here to do the trophy ceremony.
Not during the tea interval?
I don't think they're going to do it during the tea interview. I think it will be at the close of play.
So, yes, Wesley filling in for Harmer, and I think he's, from his point of view, he's
very nicely.
Come on, yeah,
do you remember when he ruined Kumar Sangakkara going for the? I think it was the most sort of consecutive hundreds.
Yeah, the magnificent
and
seven,
and then Wesley got him out in the 80s, and looked almost apologetic.
So here is Wesley to Blake, 223 for 7. Essex making 508 for 8. Nick Ledhill with Mark Church and Dan Whiting, the last day of the 2024 Championship season. And it looks like it's going to be a draw, particularly with Simon Harmer not on the field, I have to say. But anyway, Wesley bowled, but he's bowling pretty well himself. As that one pitches and turns and beats the left-handed Blake outside the off stump.
Lovely bit of bowling again from Tom Wesley.
Yeah, he's bowling very well. As he goes around the wicket and just pushes that one through in appeal for LBW. And he was pushing forward at that, but just sort of cut off mid-appeal.
It's better than an occasional off-spin, this.
Yes,
isn't
I
it,
mentioned he's better than an occasional off-spinner. But he's got a pitch that suits spin at the end of the season. And he bowls again. And this is just played bat and pad together defensively up towards Shane Snater at cover, and there is no run.
I think the best compliment you can give him is you haven't really noticed that Harmer's out of attack.
That's right.
It's as hard at the moment against Wesley.
Wesley bowls, and another sharp for LBW as he's pushing forward at this one. Left-handed Blake taking on the front pad.
Lovely control on it.
Yep, certainly enjoying this outing. Say bowled too much. I'll just look up how many overs he has bowled this season. But Wesley pushes that one through, and actually it's probably the least effective ball he's bowled in the over, because it allows Blake to get onto the back foot and just drive it out towards Bankenstein, who's at a sort of a deepish cover, and they get through for a single. 224 for 7.
Yeah, he'd rather be bowling at Blake, I would have thought, than Laws.
Yeah. Laws on strike, the right-hander. And slipping a short leg. Laws gets one that's well pitched up, and he just plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run.
He did, that was a tempter, wasn't it, to Tom Laws. I think Adam Rossington was just asking Tom Laws why he didn't try and launch that one straight into the river.
End of the over. Tom Westley, in terms of bowling, I think these figures are just about up to date. Was his 21st over of the season, and he's taken 3 wickets at 14 apiece. So actually, he could claim to have the top. He's actually top of the bowling average.
Is he really? There you are
at the moment. So he can take some pride in that. Sam Cooke, just worth mentioning. He's actually been a bit expensive today, Sam Cooke, which is just slightly dented his figures, but still his economy rate for the season, if he doesn't bowl again, an outstanding 17.23 from 11 matches, 43 wickets at 17.23. And Porter leading the wicket taking figures, 56. He's taken his at 19.25.
Critchley coming in from the Graham Gooch end to the left-handed Blake, who pushes this one out towards pool water, sweeping out there on the cover boundary road. So Blake moves on to 31 from 80 deliveries, and Laws comes back on to strike on 2. Surrey, of course, still a fair way away from the follow-on target as Critchley is in, and forward goes Laws. Plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. Bit of blue sky now.
Yeah,
first time we've seen that today. Critchley's in once more, and then forward goes Laws. Pushes this out towards Shane Snater. Laws batting in a long sleeve sweater. It's certainly chilly enough for that today. Over the wicket once again goes the right-handed and right arm over leg spinner Critchley, and that'll be a single to Laws as he pushes that one away into the offside. I always think of Graham Gooch when I see long sleeve sweater, because do you remember, probably, I still think up there as one of the best innings ever in Test match cricket was his 154 against.
Oh, it's very highly rated batting
against the West Indies at Headingley.
Yeah.
But he batted in a long sleeve sweater for that innings. As forward goes Blake, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Those were the days when Headingley, these days, it's quite a good batting wicket at Test matches, but it wasn't back in the 80s and 90s, was it?
It was a good attack as well.
Yes, a very good attack.
And Derek Pringle made important runs with him. As forward goes the left-handed Blake, and plays this one back up the pitch. He was in Chariots of Fire, Derek Pringle.
Oh, right.
Yes, there you are.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Bit of useless information for you.
In the list of when they
just to say he wasn't running the 400 metres. No.
So, in the list of when they sort of rank the greatest centuries of all time, there are 2 that always. I mean, you can get someone who gets an enormous score, but it's on a flat pitch against not a very good attack. But the 2 that always come up are Gooch's is it 154, I think,
yes,
wasn't it?
Was,
and Laxman's 281, because that was against the best attack, including Shane Warne. And of course, he batted all day with Rahul Dravid.
I should think Stokes is.
Yeah.
100 Headingley now is up there as well, wouldn't it be, in the context of the Test match and winning that Test match? Yes,
that'll be a more recent entry. But yeah, you got to measure the quality of the attack and the conditions, and sort of the fact that Laxman was against the Australian side of the time.
Well, with Dravid, and they were following on,
yes,
weren't
they were. Extraordinary game. Wesley bowls. That's driven away through the covers out towards deep cover. I remember, I've got a video of that. Of course, videos now are not much good because you'll need to have DVDs. But Ralph Dello was doing the sort of like the presenting. It was a great pleasure to meet Ralph and actually interview him once. Late Ralph Dello, sadly now, but very nice chap. Yes. If you get a chance to meet him. But I interviewed him a few years ago.
He's a lovely man.
And he did the narration on that series. He's played defensively.
Was that a cover point video?
It
used to be. It was sort of like almost like a monthly, quarterly review on VHS of cricketing news.
It was It was like all 3 tests in that series. I think Matthew Hayden got all the runs in the first test, which Australia won comfortably. In fact, I think he scored heavily a couple of times. Played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run by Blake. I think Ricky Ponting had an unhappy time, if I remember. He didn't tend to do very well in India.
Harbhajan
got lots of wickets in the last, yes, when Australia batted again, I think. Tony Gregg and Ian Chappell on the commentary team.
Well, of course.
There's, this is a ball that, from Wesley that just has Blake a little bit watchful. He's pushed through. He's played it defensively out into the offside, but he's played very well here, Blake, for 31 from 85 balls.
I think that Lara's innings against Australia as well.
The 277.
No, it was
that's played off the back foot and out toward Benkenstein at deep cover. There's 228 for 7.
He was about 150 odd second innings on his own to win a Test match against that really good Australia attack.
Yeah,
that one's normally mentioned as well.
And there was, remember 1976, Greenwich's 134 out of 211, I think, on a very difficult Old Trafford pitch, where I think England made about 70 when they were applied.
Yeah.
That was one as well. This one is just turning gently and played away down towards a backwards square leg. 228 for 7. Blake 32 and Laws 4. We've got about 10 minutes to go until tea. 3 o'clock on this last afternoon of the championship season. Quite nice that it's ending on a Sunday, actually, but the only downside is it's ending on a Sunday, but there's no great intensity anywhere because all the issues are settled.
Well, that's the thing.
And as I say, I blame Lancashire for that.
Well, that's the thing, but still lovely to be here. Yeah, because that was that Gooch 154 was the opening Test match of the series. Hick's debut.
Oh yeah,
Ramprakash debut.
Yes.
And
don't you remember Graham Hick got Radio Times front covers as well? I mean,
everybody waited and waited for that debut, didn't they? And
because the first game I did commentary on was a Sunday League game, 1987. Hick and Botham took Essex apart at Worcester in 1987, and that was like the emergence of Graham Hick before he had that astonishing year in '88 where he got 1,000 runs before the end of May, got the 405 against Somerset.
But got found out by that West Indies attack as Critchley is coming into Blake, who's forward, and there is no run. But you feel for him in the fact that even before he'd walked out there, he was the saviour of English cricket, wasn't he? Graham Hick.
At Worcester side, 88, 89.
Tim Curtis
Steve
opening
Rhodes,
the
Phil
batting.
Newport, Tim Curtis, David Leverdale.
Round the wicket once again.
Both
Critchley. This is pushed by Blake down into the turf, and it rolls behind him. And it's picked up by Allison at slip.
Phil Neal, very strong side, Worcestershire then.
Richard Illingworth would have been playing then, wouldn't he? And waiting once again is Blake, and Blake drives up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Saw a very nice photo online of 3 stalwarts of the Worcester press box, and I might just try and find it actually, which was nice to see because it's always very welcoming there. And the great thing about that new road, it's just never changed.
No, it hasn't.
It's
a lovely ground. Really is. It's very short from Critchley, and it's just pushed off the back foot by Blake down towards backward point. Was D. Bradley one of those in your photo?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. The photo I saw.
It's in again, Critchley, and that's slightly over pitched and driven by Blake, but he's hit water in there at extra cover, and there is no run.
Got to remember who posted it. That would help me. I'll try and find you in the tea interval because it's a nice photo.
Going to come over the wicket now. Critchley to the left-hander. He's in, and Blake is covering up off the back foot, playing this one straight down in front of him. It rolls away into the offside. There's no run. It's a tidy over, a maiden over from Critchley. So we've got 36 remaining in the day. We've got 4 till tea. Laws has 4. Blake has 32. And in fact, we've got 36 remaining in the summer, as we are heading towards the last session of this summer of 2024.
Yes, the New Road press box is being renamed the Curtis, Oldnall and Beddoe Press Lounge. That's John, who I remember Remember
yes.
the three of them. They're probably all there in 1987.
Amazing, isn't that lovely?
So yeah, if you look up Worcestershire CCC 2 days ago, a lovely photograph of three of the stalwarts of the Worcestershire press box, and to say always very welcoming. And I think Essex will have a game there next year because they didn't have one there this year. Here's Wesley, as that's played away past short leg up towards mid-wicket, and there's Snater, and there's no run, 228 for 7. Snater had a brief spell earlier, quite effective. And so he's had a pretty good season. Wesley himself doing the bowling as we head towards tea. Yorkshire have gone past 700. Here's Wesley again, bowls, and it's just played defensively, head over the ball, back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Must be some records being knocked off there. Maybe
Yes,
Len Hutton's been knocked down the ladder a bit.
So I can't be bothered trying to win the game. It's Wesley bowling, and that's just played defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. So we will just reflect on what's happened today, because the morning session, I think, was a session of genuine intensity, wasn't it? As Wesley bowl, that's well pitched up, driven away by Laws up towards Harmer at mid on. So Surrey one down overnight. Did lose some early wickets. The night hawk or night watchman, if we don't want to use night watchman anymore. Yusuf Majid had a little tussle with Harmer, got to 5, quite creditable, before he fell to the off spinner. And this was just played away on the bounce up towards mid-wicket. Patel 9, Geddes 2. So that point, a little bit of a tangle for Surrey, 81 for 4. But then Lawrence and Sibley, nice stand of 75. This is driven away. It's a good-looking shot from Laws. That's going up towards the extra cover boundary and will get there. 4 runs, 232 for 7. Laws to 8. And that sort of settled things down from Surrey's point of view. Dan Lawrence batted nicely for his 27 before he was LBW to Snater. And then we had Dom Sibley out with the score at 215. And it was a bit of a surprise when it came. It was a delivery from Critchley, which he drove, and a very comfortable catch actually for Sam Cook, because it wasn't straightforward. It got to him very quickly at cover. And that was the end of Sibley.
It went like an absolute rocket to him.
And when Ollie Sykes with Harmer off the field, took over from Harmer. Harmer's now back on, but he took over from Harmer. Interesting to see if Harmer returns to the bowling fairly quickly. But 232 for 7. We had the wicket of Sykes, bowled by Wesley for no score. That was when the score was at 228, to 218 rather. It's now 232 for 7.
Yes, indeed. And the game has ground to a halt out there in the middle at the moment. This may be in a panic that we're bowling our overs far too quickly.
Yes. Well,
so let's all stand around and have a bit of a chat about life in general, and just slow everything down.
And the problem is, so we can't. If they are following on, they can't declare.
No, exactly.
But that's why if Essex bat again, that's my thought on Essex batting again.
Yes, we have just sort of all stopped to have a chat out there in the middle now, and oh dear, now we've realised the ball's not quite in as good a condition as it should be. So
I reckon
this will eat up a bit more time.
If it's really a notional period of time, Surrey bat beyond tea, I reckon Essex will bat again. Because that will,
exactly.
If it just gets notional, I think
I couldn't see them forcing now.
No, Surrey get bowled out half an hour.
I think what you might find is if Tom Wesley did have a moment, I think you might find Messrs Cook, Snater, and Porter refusing to come out if they enforce the follow-on. I think those three might go on strike. But yes, we're just eating up a bit of time now.
Harmer 3 for 83 in 32 overs. Critchley 1 for 38 in 10. Porter 1 for 17 in 8 overs. Cook a little bit expensive today, none for 53 in 10 overs, but he's done his job over the season, my word. And a wicket each for Snater, who's bowled very tidily, 1 for 11 in 6. And Wesley likewise 1 for 11 in 5. Paul Walter bowled 3 overs to try and rough things up for.
Well, the best bit of roughing up he did was when he twisted his, and also when I thought it twisted his ankle, Paul lad, and did a forward roll.
I think that was why he came on ahead of Shane Snater. That was a logical reason. But he bowled 3 overs for 15, and as I say, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bowlers used. So
Might be a few more before the
Benkenstein's a
end.
genuine leg spinner. So
Well, he might get a bowl soon.
bowled a lot of overs in the 20 overs.
Well, we still haven't recommenced because we're just trying to eat up a bit of time, because the only problem with spin is it does rattle through the overs. So we're sort of just trying to get to where we need to be here, as Critchley now will come over the wicket to Josh Blake, and Blake is forward and plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
There's still 35 overs left, so they're not too ahead of time, but maybe they looked at it and saw it was 3.4 overs or something and got a bit worried. Yes. But yeah, spin.
Do you take the new ball if for Essex?
Where are we? We're on the 74.1.
We're not far off
yes.
after tea. As in comes Critchley, and this is turned nicely by Blake into the leg side. I wonder, you may see Wesley and Benkenstein taking the new ball.
Yes, I'm not sure whether. If Surrey are still batting, then that's going to be a few overs into the final session, isn't it? 3:45.
Bit of a waste of a new ball, that.
Yes.
Could Rossington remove the gloves and come on and open up with the new ball? As in over the wicket comes Critchley, and this is pushed into the offside by Blake, and there is no run. But yes, this morning's session was very good.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
And, Sibley had to have all his wits about him.
How it would have been if we'd had, the game at sort of full intensity.
Laws drive it up towards mid-off. Won't get a run. Laws has 8 off 27 deliveries. Blake has shaped up very nicely with his 33 off 94 deliveries. Critchley spins the ball in his fingers. 1 for 39. As forward goes Tom Laws. Plays that with soft hands and just smothers the delivery down in front of him. But yes, any intensity went out of this about an hour ago. As just waiting for Das to get into his position at short leg.
You mentioned
Critchley
will
come in over the wicket, and forward goes Laws, places one back up the pitch, and there is no run, and that eats up enough time to get us to tea. So there we are, we've got to tea, and there are 34 overs remaining in the season and the day, and Surrey goes to tea at 2:33 for 7.
And I don't think we'll see all 34 overs.
No.
We might see about 10, 12, 15, something like that. So there we go. Our last bit of commentary of the season. Do join us if you can. We'll be back with you at 3:30, but at tea, in reply to the Essex 50848, we have Surrey on 233 for 7.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Chelmsford, and warm being the operative word because it is seriously cold here in a biting wind at the end of September. The umpires Ian Blackwell and Rob Bailey making their way to the middle for the final session, and along come, or about to emerge out of the dressing room, are the Essex fielders.
You might have to go and persuade them.
Yeah, and
I think this will be eat up as much time as you can from here.
I think so.
We saw that before tea.
Yeah, I think so. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined by Mark Church, and we've also got Nick Ledhill here from BBC Essex, and you're also listening to BBC London as Tom Laws and Josh Blake emerge for the champions out of the dressing room.
I'll be honest with you, Dan. The thing I'm keeping an eye on here is, and I'm being totally serious, has Adam Rossington got the pads on to keep wicket?
Yeah,
I've been in this position before where all of a sudden the keeper's bowled a few overs and somebody else has taken the gloves.
No, here he comes with the pads on.
Oh, he has got the gloves on.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen Chris Cook at Glamorgan have a little bowl in games, and
it's been today actually. Seriously, this morning's cricket was excellent, and it was fantastic watching Harbour. And I thought Sibley batted brilliantly this morning. He's just lost a bit of its oomph this afternoon.
Yeah, a little
but
bit.
Actually, from Josh Blake has shaped up very nicely.
Yeah,
he had to get through a pretty tough patch against Harmer, where Harmer was all over him for about 2-3 overs, but he managed to get through that, and he's got an opportunity here to sort of wander off on his championship debut with a nice sort of 60-70 not out.
Yeah,
he deserves that. He really does. So
yeah, I agree. I agree. Sutton boy, and having a chat with his father earlier. Sutton United fan, his father Chris, and yeah, I mean, I think it's just meandering slowly to hibernation, isn't it, this 2024 season?
Well, I think it's just the way the season has panned out, in the fact it was all done and dusted before Surrey got here, and really it was more on what was happening elsewhere in terms of who was going down and who was coming up. So we've got this final session to go for however long it's going to go on for. But yeah, I think that session this morning was fascinating, and Harmer bowled beautifully from this Sir Alistair Cook end, and Wesley actually did say the biggest compliment you could give to Wesley was you didn't really spot it wasn't Harmer bowling, because Wesley bowled very, very nicely and picked up the wicket of Ollie Sykes, who will score lots of runs for Surrey. Well, Ollie Sykes, I've heard a lot about him, and everybody says he's a talent, but some of the best players in the world haven't scored runs in their first innings for whoever it is. I was saying Graham Gooch always says that his first 2 innings in Test match cricket are in his surname, and that is one of the examples of that. But now it's just a case of for Josh Blake, it's a case of just keep batting till the end and get yourself off there with a not out in your first innings in Championship cricket.
Yeah. Here is Wesley. No, he's not. He's just aboard his run up. What this game really needs is Graham Gooch to do his bowling impressions.
Well, there is that as well. Actually, I'm not sure we do need that. I don't think we've quite got to that point. But yes, and
we're not far away.
Then it will be the trophy presentation. I think it is going to be Richard Thompson, who, for the second year in a row, is the man presenting the trophy to Rory Burns.
Wesley in, and Blake defends. He's got a textbook forward defence, hasn't he, Blake?
He gets a long way forward to smother anything that Wesley might find. He's played well, he really has, and I think it's that period he had to get through Harmer, and he had a little wobble at one point. He suddenly pulled out a reverse sweep from nowhere, and that was the only moment of worry. But then he just got through that, and then got through Harmer and then got his rewards against Cook. It was from the Graham Gooch end. So he's shaped up very, very nicely as Josh Blake.
Well, you said there might be, we might be going through the motions, a bit of time wasting. One ball so far has taken about 4 minutes.
Well, look, Wesley needs to change your boots now. As I say, there'll be a lot of this. He needs a stud tightener. Does Mr. Wesley? So he's only got one boot on at the moment. So he's only had the entirety of the tea break to work that one out.
Yeah.
So
the over 8's +7, so there's no issues with that.
absolutely not. This is just not the time down really. So yeah, everybody's just standing around again. I always think in these situations, if you I don't know, if you'd landed from another planet and you just strolled into the county ground at Chelmsford and you looked out, you'd wonder what on earth is going on here, because there is a load of gentlemen in white clothes all stood around, whilst one with a big white hat on, is looking at the boot of one of the gentlemen in all white clothes, while another gentleman in a Essex gilet is studying very, very hard the tightening of the studs at the bottom of Wesley's boot at the moment.
Yeah. Rossington, Josh Blake just having a little chat, probably discussing various bistros in the Chelmsford area perhaps, and where's best to dine.
Well, this now is really, the sooner we get to the end of this, the better for all concerned.
I think so.
At the moment.
Yeah, I think so.
On the live stream and on the BBC, this is international stud tightening with Tom Wesley at the moment. But how Wesley bowling off breaks has noticed that one of his studs isn't quite tight enough. But he should be all right now. And if anyone's interested, it's his right boot where the stud wasn't quite tight enough from Tom Wesley.
Churchy, can you tell me if the studs need to be tightened in a clockwise or anti-clockwise fashion?
I think they're in a clockwise, aren't they?
Are they?
Yeah, they're in a clockwise fashion.
Yeah.
A lot of the boots these days, they don't have. Well, they sort of have these clever new. Yeah. I remember when I used to attempt to play cricket, you used to have the batting boots and the bowling boots.
Yeah.
And the bowling boots used to be like Wellingtons.
Yeah, with a big steel toe cap. The old Winnet Worcesters, which were a staple diet of the club cricketer because they were one of the cheaper boots on the market.
They could double up for the football and rugby season as well.
Yeah, but the back used to come off, so you'd end up chasing the ball in September to the boundary, sounding like, those clappers that Leicester City handed out, with the back flapping away. Sometimes you'd have to tie an elastic band around them after, your mum's super glue didn't quite work out. Here's Wesley. Blake chops that one to Porter at backward point.
Well, I remember the days of, you got your new bat and you linseed oil, and then you got an old ball in a rugby sock, and you'd spend hours just smashing, knocking it in, you called it.
Yeah.
Until you actually went out there with it in the middle, whereas the bats these days, they're ready to go as soon as you get them.
Bat mallet makers must be gutted about that.
It was always an old dad's old rugby sock with an old cricket ball, and then you'd spend hours but you'd be so red your face would look like a sweet potato by the end of it, because you've been banging away for so long.
Yeah, third ball after tea, a good 8 or 9 minutes after the players have emerged.
This could be the longest over in history.
It could be.
But I was genuinely.
Oh, now we're going to have a ball change. Snater's gone to the umpire.
Yeah, so we're just checking the ball goes through the hoop.
What else can they do to kill a little bit of time?
Well, I think at the end of this over, maybe Blake or Laws will want to change the gloves.
Yeah,
we're having to change the ball now. So actually, someone needs to get the clock on this for the longest over in history. because this could well be pushing the limits. Harmer's pulled a hamstring coming down to get the bag of balls.
Yeah.
So
Michael Holding and his over 8 in 1976 when he was off his long run has got nothing on this over.
no, well
Tom
this
Wesley.
could be the longest over in history. We've only had what, 2 balls?
Three balls.
Super T.
I reckon we've been out there a good 8 or 9 minutes so far.
But I genuinely, I remember my first bat, and I genuinely went to bed with it.
Did you?
Oh, genuinely, and I remember.
I'm not sure this is.
I remember.
Should be been told before.
But I remember the methodical way of knocking your bat in.
Yeah.
But as I say, these days the bat arrives and they're ready to go, aren't they?
Yeah.
If anybody in the crowd shouts "get on with it" at this point, then yes.
Yes.
So this is going to take a while to find a ball now as well. So Wesley does have a ball in his hands. So we've now got to wait for Harmer to bring the bag of balls back down below us. So Simon Harmer slowly, looks like he's a city exec walking to work at the moment.
He does with a
his briefcase of balls.
Yeah. You can see him crossing London Bridge with about sort of another 500 Simon Harmer lookalikes.
Yes, off to make his millions.
I think he'd look good in a bowler hat.
Well, we could be in fancy dress quite soon.
Wesley punched away by Blake. Oh, there's no delay between balls.
Well, that's eaten up a couple of overs anyway, hasn't
Yeah.
it? That amount of time. But as you say, we are so ahead of where we need to be because we've had a lot of spin today.
Tossed up. Oh, that's spat out of the rough. And Blake's actually played that pretty well.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that today, haven't we?
Yeah, Blake's impressed me.
Yeah, what's impressed me is how he got through that patch against Harmer. Where there was a moment there where I thought he's going to try something here, but actually he and I think Sibley played his part in that.
Wesley. Blake smothers it. And that completes the first over after tea, which I reckon has probably taken about 11 minutes.
Well, it was eventful, I have to say. Eventful without any cricket really taking place, but it was eventful. And Blake and Tom Laws get together for a bit of a natter about everything out there in the middle. And who will it be? We wait to see from the Graham Gooch end. Yes, it looks as if Critchley's stripping off for action.
Subfield, is that Noah Thane coming on, I think, isn't it? Number 8, yeah, I think it is.
So everything is happening very slowly at the moment.
I can't think of too many cricketers called Noah, and then this season we've seen Noah Thane and Noah Cornwell at Middlesex. It's, the Noahs went in 2 by 2.
Well,
yeah.
Yes, there is something in that. 233 for 7 then, Surrey. Still trailed by 275. And Tom Laws will be the man on strike. And there will be a long off for Critchley as he is into Laws, and Laws is forward and just pushing this one out into the offside. I can see the ECB podium down there ready to place the championship trophy on. And then, as I say, Richard Thompson will present the trophy to Rory Burns as he did last year as a single for Tom Laws.
And the year before.
I'm not sure it was Richard Thompson who made the presentation.
Ah.
One more to the total, 234 for 7. And Blake comes on to strike on 33. That one was at Old Trafford.
Right.
I can't actually remember who made the presentation for that one.
Hilda Ogden.
I don't think it was anyone quite so famous. It's normally a member of the ECB hierarchy. As in over the wicket goes Critchley, and this is turned by the left-handed Blake behind square on the leg side. Harmer comes around to do the fielding, and there is no run. Bit of watery sunshine for the end of this summer of 2024, as Blake will pick up a single here as he turns this one into the leg side. One more to Blake. He moves on to 34, 235 for 7 then Surrey. And Tom Laws comes back onto strike with 9 off 31 deliveries. Made a very good 50 against Durham last week. It did Tom Laws, as drives away through the offside. The right-handed Laws will get a single out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, which is Benkenstein out there, and Tom Laws will move on to 10.
Yeah, I think in most county sides, Tom Laws will probably bat at 7.
Yes, he can bat. As round the wicket goes Critchley, and forward goes Blake, and again just smothers this one straight down in front of him. It's the end of a tidy Critchley over. And 236 for 7 Surrey, Blake 34, Laws 10, and really we're just manoeuvring our way to the completion of this summer, and then there'll be the trophy presentation for Surrey.
Noah Thane's going off the pitch now. Porter's come back on. Do you remember, like back in the very old days, where you used to have 1/12th man and he would sub for both sides, even though, like say, Noah Thane for whatever, Surrey would turn up with just 11 players, and Noah Thane would sub for Surrey if needed, and he'd get a few quid from the opposition captain at the end of the day.
Well, the thing I noticed,
I think that worked up until about the 60s.
Where it's really changed is in international cricket now, where I used to like it when it would be it still sometimes happens, but it would be a member of the playing staff of the county where the test match was being played.
Yeah.
But they would come out in their county sweater.
Yeah.
But now they come out with all the kit and caboodle, don't they?
Yeah. No, coming out, and it's a bit like sort of, the Barbarians would wear their club socks, wouldn't
Yes.
they? Wesley bunted out to long on by Laws. He moves on to 11. Wesley's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Josh Blake.
It's bowled very nicely, Wesley.
Yeah, he's tidy. Doesn't bowl much rubbish, does he? Blake gets up on his toes, defends. He'll want a red inker.
I think it was 2017 here where I was saying to Nick, Kumar Sangakkara was on for the record for consecutive hundreds in innings. He was on 80 odd, and Wesley just brought himself on and apologetically caught and bowled Kumar Sangakkara because he popped one straight back to him.
Well, if Josh Blake gets a red inker and Rain's not out, I mean, will it be one of the longest players since debut to get out in first class cricket? Possibly.
Well, if he plays the first game next year, it'll be 6 months, won't it?
Yeah, but...
And he won't have an average this season either.
As he just gets one. Out to long off. Harmer patrolling down below us. Wesley. Whir of the arms as Laws defends.
Yeah, I said to Nick, it's better than occasional off spin from Tom Wesley.
Oh yeah.
He's giving it a proper chance to turn, and it's nice control as well.
Flatter played out to mid wicket, but Snater moves around rather gingerly, it's got to be said.
I was about to say that they won't take the new ball, but they might actually, because that'll take a while. Because they probably left the new ball in the pavilion, so someone would have to go and get it. So that might eat up a bit of time. I'm not sure Cook and Porter and Snater will be putting their hands up to take the new ball.
Yeah, we're slowly ebbing to a close here. the last rites of the 2024 season, and
there's a chance here that everything could grind to a halt for a very long time because nobody's actually doing anything at the moment.
No, you see wasps this time of the year, they fly really slowly. It reminds me of this game. It's like a wasp.
Yeah,
just sort of really slow, and
it's
the last knockings.
It's understandable, but as I say, anybody who sort of wandered into the ground now would wonder what on earth is going on, because there's an awful lot of people sort of standing around at the moment. It's going to be Critchley from the Graham Gooch end coming round the wicket to Josh Blake, who's driving up the ground towards a deepish mid-off, and there isn't a run there because Jamie Porter comes round to do the fielding. It's got to slip in there. Allison is in at slip. It's a quicker one from Critchley, and it's just turned into the leg side by Josh Blake, who grins back at Critchley and then settles himself down over his bat once more. Critchley is in, Blake is forward, playing this one out into the offside. Allison reacting to that as if it had spat and turned and bounced and gone past the outside edge of Blake's bat. As it's in again, it's Critchley, and forward goes Blake and turns this one down into the leg side, and there is no run. But a bit of blue sky for the end of the season,
Yeah,
which is nice to see, as Critchley goes a bit wider this time on the crease, and again Josh Blake just goes forward and nudges it down into the leg side, and round comes Snater to do the fielding. Those inside the ground seeing the end of this summer of 2024, I think most people will stay for the trophy presentation as this one's turned into the leg side. Oh, Laws thought about a single, but there wasn't one there, and Laws would have been slightly annoyed in this situation to have got run out.
a calamitous one at that.
Yes, but a maiden over from Critchley, 2:38 for 7, and players will slowly make their way round. And now Cook is coming into the attack, but I don't think he's going to bowl quick. I think we're going to see a bit of Cook off breaks here.
Oh,
Must be a first. I don't know. Nick's not in the box, but I don't know whether he's bowled his off breaks before. He's going to give it a go now. A bit like Wokes when he had to bowl those four deliveries in the test match.
Yeah, that was bizarre, wasn't it?
Low quality off spin. So Sam Cook's going to bowl off breaks here.
Like Nick Cook. Well, he's a slow left arm, wasn't he, Nick Cook? Here he comes. Oh, it's not bad. It's quite tidy. Drilled out to long on by Laws. Ball gets thrown into Rossington just to Robin Das. What's Robin Das doing?
He's probably quite enjoy this, Sam Cook.
Yeah. In he comes to Blake, who just turns one into the onside and walks through for a single. Ball's underarmed in. That's good underarming there. God, 60, 70 yards, like the days of Hallam Mosley when he was at Somerset. Would be able to underarm it about 90 yards from the boundary. Tossed up, and oohs and ahs and some theatre and drama being created here by Essex.
I'll just say, I think Cook will be enjoying himself here.
Tossed up again. Laws smites this one out to Harmer at long on, who throws the ball in one bounce into Rossington. Probably just eats up another few seconds.
Now, this is just getting to the end, isn't it, really?
Yeah, Cook defended by Blake.
I describe this as when you're
driving along and you suddenly realise you haven't got enough petrol and you're just about going to get home.
Left alone by Blake. Yeah, I think, and you try and do a steady 45 miles an hour. That's the end of another over. 2:41 for 7 for what it's worth. And we've got about 25 minutes left in this game before Surrey can lift the trophy for the 3rd year in a row.
They are taking the new ball. So the new ball is being taken. And it won't eat up that much time because, as I say, they have got it with them. So from here, it looks as if Critchley's going to take the new ball. So they're taking a new ball. Now, we've seen Critchley bowling his leg breaks. He's now going to bowl
Quick.
I can't imagine it's quick.
Or Rossington standing back.
So I think it'll be. I think if we can compliment him on it, it'll be medium pace at best. So he's got an attacking field. He's got 3 slips in there. There's Matt Critchley, but he's getting a go with the new ball.
What next? Simon Harmer, a bit slow left arm.
Yes. I think what we'll wait to see is here is Critchley then over the wicket, and forward goes Laws and just plays this one.
It's not bad actually.
Solidly back up the pitch, and there is no run.
Howls of laughter from the slip cordon.
Well, this is just, as I say, manoeuvring us to the end of this game and the end of the season, as Critchley is in over the wicket to Laws, who flashes at this and it flies off the outside edge, and that'll run away down to the boundary rope for 4. So Laws picks up a boundary. He moves on to 17, and Surrey move on to 245 for 7. It's actually quite nice now. The sun's broken through the clouds, so the ground is bathed in sunshine. There's a bit of a shadow of the players now as well out there in the middle. Tom Laws has a little survey of the field, but at the moment I think he could look now and it'd be completely different by the time that Critchley gets there. As in over the wicket goes Critchley. That's on the hip of Tom Laws, and it's nicely timed out towards the deep backward square fielder, and he'll pick up a single. Laws, he'll move on to 18, and Surrey move on to 246 for 7.
There's a batting point up for grabs in a minute.
And there he is. For what it's worth, as Josh Blake comes back on to strike on 36. Harbury's whirling his arms in there at second slip as Critchley's in, and this is pushed away by Blake down towards deep third, and they'll come back for 2, and Josh Blake will move on to 38 as Das does the fielding. So that whirling of arms makes you think that Harmer will bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end with the new ball. I don't think he'll be jogging in and bowling medium pace somehow. As round the wicket goes Critchley, and Blake's in behind this one. Plays it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, the last thing they want though is to make Surrey bat again, because then that pushes it back to 4:30, doesn't it? The 4:20, you're allowed to shake hands any time in the last hour, which would be 4:30, but the change declaration of innings,
as this one's left alone by Blake. Outside is off stump. End of the over from Critchley. Critchley with the longest follow through. Ends up standing next to Blake. But yes, it will be Simon Harmer to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Yeah, so the 10-minute turnaround between innings is the reason why you can go at 20:04. So it would mean for, well, official records only that Surrey have declared, wouldn't it?
Yes.
But, think we all know.
Oh, he is going to bowl medium pace.
Oh,
I
wonderful.
thought the chances of that were minimal.
Simon Harmer bowling medium pace.
Just don't pull a hamstring.
Churchy, what in the blazes is going off? Well, we've seen it all, haven't we?
Well, don't-
We've seen it all.
All I would say is don't pull a hamstring now. It's all fun and games at the moment.
I shouldn't imagine he'll be tearing in.
No. He'll probably go down at exactly the same pace as if he was bowling off spin.
Let's have a look. In he comes. Oh, nice. Rhythmical approach. Laws hits him for 4 through the colours. That's a nice shot. That's not even a half volley. He played that on the up. He's actually played that. What you don't want to do now in this situation is hit Harmer out the attack so he goes back to his off
Well,
spin.
I have to say, I think at that pace, Tom Laws could have walked back to the marquee where Surrey get changed, taken off his pads, put them back on again, walked out there and
Had
still
time
had
for his
time
tea
to
and-
smash
tea
it
and
straight
biscuits.
through extra cover.
Harmer.
To be
His off
fair
breaks
to
are quicker.
He may as well bowl his off spin.
His offies are quicker.
He's just wearing himself out running in.
Yeah.
What the other thing you don't want to do to Tom Laws is get out.
No. That one's kept a little low, actually.
Because, of course, Sir Alistair, he picked up his one test wicket, didn't he, with a strangle down the leg side?
Yeah. Was it Dhoni?
Yes,
Was it Dhoni?
down the leg side, yeah. One of the most horrible deliveries you could wish to see.
Oh, Laws plays that one uppishly. That's not a million miles away from Snater at mid-wicket.
I'll leave you at the end of this over.
Yeah, Nick's
Nick
going
will
to come
join you.
Join me.
But, yes, if you're the batter, this is all fun and games until you smash one straight to extra cover and get out. So, he's got a leg slip now.
Harmer. Blake defends. Thou shalt not pass.
Trying to think who else they could go round to bowl a bit of.
Das could have a little bowl.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, he seems quite keen.
Yeah. But Rossington's my man.
Well, it would eat up a bit more time because he'd have to take his pads, unless he wants to bowl with his pads on.
Left alone by Blake. End of the over, 2:53 for 7. As we have got about 18 minutes left of the 2024 season. Surrey and Essex going through the motions here, having been ruined by rain. Day 1 was curtailed just before lunch and day 2 was completely washed out. There was never really going to be any chance of a result as we welcome back from BBC Essex to Gledhill. How are you,
Yes,
Nick?
and thanks to those of you who are still listening, because I can understand that there's not a lot of incentive. And, well, is it going to be 20 minutes or 30 minutes? If Surrey technically in a position where they could still be behind the follow-on mark, I'm not sure, but certainly it's not going to go on too much longer. It's a draw at Trent Bridge. The bad light is forced to draw at Worcester, whether it's real or imaginary. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
they found a way of getting off anyway.
The follow-on mark would be 359,
Still a long way away.
and Essex would just not enforce the follow-on, would they?
Well, Sussex are still going, 436 for 4. James Coles has got his 4th career 100. Yorkshire declared at 726 for 7. And here is Coles bowling, and that's edged not far away from 3rd slip for Ben Allison. That would have been a dramatic end to Ben Allison's Essex career, getting a one-handed low catch off the medium pace of Matt Critchley. As it is, it's gone for 4. Matt Critchley reminded me a little bit of Graham Gooch when he was doing his impressions in Test matches.
Yeah, that's what this game needs. It's what this game is crying out for, is a Graham Gooch style impression.
Yeah, the impressionists, yes.
Or
Alistair Cook did that as well, didn't he?
Or a bit of Ray East, that's what it needs.
In fact,
Ray East sawdust trick, that's what it needs.
It's Alistair Cook to suddenly turn up and bowl from his own end and do his impressions.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain he did it as well, Alistair Cook.
Yeah, he did.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
Durham and Kent are still going. Durham, 335 for 8. Kent, 66 to Joey Everson there. So they're still playing. As this is attempted forcing shot, and Critchley's been close to a wicket twice in 2 balls. Maybe he'll make a habit of bowling a bit more medium pace in future. But we've seen Sam Cook bowling spin pretty tidily, I thought, and it might be the next time Essex are in an end of season game at Taunton, they might need to deploy him, because it would look tidy enough. He can start with a new ball and then bowl some spin later on. 257 for 7. As in comes Critchley, and that's played down towards backward point. I mean, the one thing left in the game, which is potentially Blake making 50, it's almost being sort of forgotten here, isn't it? It's which would be a nice landmark for him, but he's got a chance. He's played very well, 38, particularly impressive at the start of the innings. As this is a delivery down the leg side, and Critchley's annoyed with himself, but yeah, not too long to go in this 2024 season. I say disappointing last round, really. I say it was that Lancashire win over Somerset which sort of took all the drama, virtually all the drama, out of this last round of games in Division 1. That's a pull shot, actually a pretty good execution there from Laws. That's going to go away for 4 to the mid-wicket boundary. 261 for 7. As we said virtually first thing yesterday morning, Lancashire's chances of survival were slim to none. They were being talked up in various sections of the media. In fact, they barely existed, and that's how it proved. And there really wasn't an awful lot at stake, maybe bar the Somerset Hampshire for second place, but it's not been a dramatic round, but it could have been in different circumstances.
No, certainly hasn't.
Critchley has been given a 4th slip because he's bowling so well, and here he bowls a poor ball on the pads of Laws, and it goes down towards long leg for a single. Well, we've seen some intense, in fact they get back for a second run. We've seen some intense cricket this year. I must admit, the 2 days at Taunton, it was almost fast forward, but it was dramatic, it was pulsating, and this is very much in contrast. The 2 batters are walking towards the pavilion, but not to do anything other than get a few running repairs or drinks or whatever. Drinks. So I think around the country they're finding various excuses to get the games called off. The one game, of course, that will continue, and its full duration, is the one-day international, which sees Australia on 131 for 2, chasing 310 to beat England.
How many overs?
They've got another 33.5 overs, so they're comfortably placed, Australia, there.
Yeah.
With Smith on 27 and Matthew Short made 58.
Harmer from the Alistair Cook end. Blake has a little fiddle at that one, and it beats him. Blake's scored on this ground in the last month 138 runs without being dismissed now.
Yeah, it would be no use for him not to be dismissed, therefore. Ideally, from his point of view, with a 50.
Harmer. Left alone. That's a good leave from Blake. That is a very, very good leave. That has not missed off stump by much. But there's only 2 types of leave.
Well, you'd expect Harmer to be fairly tidy with his medium pace, and it's proving the way of it. I mean, this is actually not too sort of dissimilar.
Just keeping Blake honest, Blake defending.
I remember I was watching some footage of Derek Underwood recently, and of course he was probably approaching the wicket quicker with his slow bowling than Simon Harmer is with his medium pace.
And pushed it through probably quicker as well. Blake just keeping his eye on that one.
I mentioned that Essex will almost certainly get a game at Worcester next year. The question is, when will it be in the season? Hopefully not April. Jeff Leonard mentions on an email.
Jeff's a Gloucestershire fan. Good man.
Absolutely. He says that one Wednesday last winter he was in Worcester to see the Flying Scotsman steam train.
Oh, what's that hit? That's hit the footholes and foxed everyone and gone for 4 byes.
He had time to visit New Road. This is during the winter, and therefore his usual entrance to New Road was underwater. But a passing pedestrian said saw him trying to take a photo from outside and said if he went to the club shop he could get a better shot from its window overlooking the ground. So he did, and somebody kindly offered him a mug of soup, which was cold unfortunately, and later found out on Wednesday it's a soup kitchen for those in need of a hot meal. So thanks very much, Jeff.
Harmer to Blake. Let go, and we have got... Is that it? That is it. Yeah, it is 10 past. I thought it was 10 past. And that concludes the 2024 season. And Surrey are champions for the 3rd year in a row.
And just one final email, Jim. Thanks very much for your email and your comments. And I say you're summing up the frustration of this final day and the fact that the game hasn't been quite what we were hoping for. But it ends in a draw. I think... creditable performance there from Blake, and a fine innings, it has to be said, earlier in the day from Sibley. And when we had some intense cricket this morning, it was good stuff, with Simon Harmer in particular bowling splendidly well.
Yeah, it certainly did. And the innings finishes on 267 for 7. Josh Blake finishes up on 38, and Tom Laws is 33, not out. So it's 267 for 7 declared officially, I suppose. But that concludes the finish of the 2024 County Championship. We're going to stay on air with Mark Church, and we're going to go through the presentations. But Nick, thank you for hosting us over the last 4 days.
No problem.
Been fantastic.
Sibley's 125 off 189 with a 6 and 17 fours. Harmer 3 for 88, including the seam bowling, 34 overs. Critchley likewise 1 for 59 off 15 overs. Snater 1 for 11 off 6. Wesley 1 for 13 off 7. And Jamie Porter, the leading wicket taker in the division, 1 for 17 off 8. And Sam Cook bowled 11 overs for 56, and Paul Water 3 for 15. Thank you very much, Dan. Thanks also to Mark. Great to see him here. We've got sunshine now, which is great to report. A disappointing end to the season, but Surrey, of course, had the job done. It was a very impressive performance against Durham in the last game. They came back very well from that defeat at Taunton. And coupled with the surprise win for Lancashire over Somerset, we didn't quite get the last round of games that we were hoping for, and that was further exacerbated by the weather, of course. But thank you very much to all of you. Thanks for listening during the course of the season, and all being well, with a few I's dotted and T's crossed, we'll be back with you next year. Just wishing you all the very best for the winter. There's plenty of cricket around, of course, international cricket, to keep you occupied. But in terms of the county game, we'll be waiting for a very cold day next April to restart proceedings, and I think it's going to be a really competitive Division 1 next year. So from me, Nick Lethill, thanks very much, and back to you, Dan.
Yep, so the team's just shaking hands out there. It's been a fantastic season from a Surrey point of view again, as Mark Church is going to join me. And you'll have to forgive us, any Essex fans listening in, as we wax lyrical about the Surrey season. So it started off with a miserable and wet trip to Old Trafford, and then we had quite a miserable and wet few days at the Oval against Somerset, followed by one of the most freezing conditions ever down at Canterbury, where we finished up in the game going through about 3 degrees. Hampshire were next. They were hosted at the Oval, and we saw some fine cricket. Jordan Clark there doing the business, and what a season he's been. What's your champagne moment of the season, Churchy?
I suppose it's probably this moment when they get their hands on the trophy again, really. I think, this is what they would have talked about in October. And everything is aimed towards this moment, really, and we can see the Surrey players out there on the outfield, and most of the squad are here. I can see the Champions 2024 signage being taken out there at the moment. Jordan Clark is out there, so all the players that weren't involved in this game have got here. So I think they've got virtually the entire squad here, quite rightly, this trophy presentation. But yeah, this would have been the moment they talked about last October.
Yeah.
And the planning would have started then.
And it's meticulous planning as well. I mean, Gareth Batty, he's been head coach for 3 years, and he's got 3 county championships under his belt.
Yeah, and I think what we don't see is the work that is put in to get to this. And you know, the really hard work is obviously during the season when the games are on. But in the indoor school from October, they get all their fitness in before the season starts because they know they're not going to be able to do it during the season because there's so much cricket. Richard Thompson is out there. He will be the man to present the trophy to Rory Burns.
Yeah.
And the planning is also along those lines of, look, who are we not going to have in September and what do we need for September? And you have to work it out now with all the different competitions and with players going off to play for England and overseas players coming in. But I think I've said it before, the key thing is that the core of this Surrey side now have played so much of their cricket together and they know exactly what they're up to and they almost run themselves now. It's like clockwork now.
Yeah.
And they know, each player knows exactly what their job is, what their role in the side is, and they know that when they come into the side, what they're expected to do. So I think probably this would be the moment that they've been thinking about since last October.
Yeah, I've got a couple of moments from the season which really stand out for me. One is Dan Lawrence absolutely taking Shoaib Bashir to the cleaners in an over that went for 38. There was a 5 wides and a no ball in there, and then Lawrence lost the strike and Dan Worrell just potted the last ball back, a dot ball. And I think Kemar Roach against Warwickshire was 6 for 44, where he conventional swing and reverse swing. There's Jamie Overton on the stream with a champion's flag. You wouldn't have got that at Somerset, Jamie. As Ollie Sykes there, and a few of the Surrey players. Just
and the other thing here is there's Richard Thompson giving Rory Burns a hug and just saying well done. But yeah, it's a nice moment, this. Yes, they'll have celebrated last week, but it's always a nice moment when you actually get your hands on the trophy.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a funny one, this, that the way the season pans out, that for the last 3 years Surrey have done this bit at the opposition ground.
Yeah, I think they'd like to do it at the Oval, wouldn't they?
They would, but it's just the way the season goes. It's going to be where your last game of cricket is. 2018, they were able to do it back at the Kia Oval, but it's been at Old Trafford down at the Utilita Bowl, as it's now known, and here at Chelmsford. So, but it's nice to see Dan Worrell's out there as well. Jordan Clark's here, so they've got the whole squad down here for this.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence there, looking forward to lifting the title and his first year at Surrey.
And I think I mentioned as well for all the support staff and the backroom staff at Surrey, they work incredibly hard through the winter and the summer to keep the players on the park. They're the championship medals that they'll all get as well to add to the collection.
Yeah, I think it's a complete team effort. I think you're right with the support staff. I think the ground staff at the Oval need credit as well, because they produced some wickets, especially with the Kookaburra ball, that were good cricket wickets. They were good batting tracks, but there was carry where the nicks actually carried through to the slip cordon. And I think Lee and his team at the Oval need a lot of credit as well. And Gareth Batty's intimated that in interviews as well, and more than intimated, actually gave Lee full credit and said that ground staff don't get enough credit over the season.
Yeah, well, I think all ground staff don't get enough credit with the amount of cricket that they have to produce during a summer It's very tough that, and producing pictures that sides need and want at home.
Yeah.
With the amount of cricket that's played, and of course Lee Fortis has to think about the 100 and international cricket as well. But
yeah, fair play to Essex. They're all watching this from their dressing room, all the Essex players, and the pavilion absolutely packed there. You'll see the pictures. They're all Surrey fans who made the journey up from either Surrey or from South London, or I mean there are a few from other parts of the country as well. But they're all Surrey fans. The Essex fans a few have stayed behind magnanimously to applaud Surrey lifting the trophy, but it is a Surrey occasion, and the three feathers are about to raise that trophy for the third consecutive year. Rory Burns becoming the first skipper since Brian Close in 1968 to lift the trophy 3 times in a row.
Yep, and having to wear beanie hats, it's so cold out there for this one.
Yeah, it's a bit parky, isn't it, Churchy?
It is chilly, but there's Alex Stewart as well. He's out there, and he'll be I'm surprised he's not on the PA announcement and announcing this at the moment. Is Mr. Stewart.
Yeah, he goes at the end of the season as Director of Cricket. I'm sure he'll still be around the Oval. He's been there as man and boy, hasn't he? Father Mickey, having played for Surrey for all those years. Big run scorer, heavy run scorer, as is Alec. And, you know, now what he's creating, Stewie, he's creating a dynasty. And Surrey having won it 3 years in a row. There's one of the unsung heroes of this side, Cameron Steele, just going out of picture, and there's Kemar Roach talking to Stewie. But Cameron Steele, his wickets at the start of the season were crucial to Surrey getting off to a decent start.
Tell you what, they're going to have to get on with this, otherwise the players that stood out there will be absolutely frozen by the time they actually do get their hands on the trophy. But, yes, you can see it's sat there now on the little ECB podium.
Yeah.
And then there's the champions banner ready for the Surrey players to go behind, and then all the photos will be taken. And you can hear this on the PA.
Yeah, Richard Thompson there as the team come forward to collect their medals.
Ooh, it's like the Champions League, this.
Yeah,
this
Conor
year.
McCurr, Cameron Steele, Jamie Overton, Josh Blake, Ryan Patel, what a good season he's had. Dan Lawrence coming forward. Ben Geddes, Yusuf Majid, Kemar Roach, Ben Folkes, once of this parish. And there's young Ollie Sykes. I'm sure that'll be the first of many in his career. Jordan Clark and James Taylor. Dan Worrell, Tom Laws.
Dan Worrell's got his whites on.
Yeah.
I don't know where he thought he was going to go out and have a bat.
See if we got John Terry moment there.
Dan Worrell's in full whites there. So they're all now behind that Champions 2024 banner, and Alex Tyso, the Surrey head physiotherapist, getting his medal as well there. And the last to go up will be Rory Burns, the skipper, Jade Dernbach, bowling coach, Andrea First, the psychologist there, Paul Steele, the assistant phys, analysts getting theirs. Matthew Spriegel is there as well, part of the academy now is Matthew Spriegel. And
Debbie Beasley, the scorer.
Yep, Jim Troughton. And Mr. Steve Howes, he's getting his medal as well, quite right. Because without Steve Howes, the players wouldn't turn up on the right day. So he is the man that fixes everything up for everybody. But I would have thought the last will be, I'm wondering whether they're seeing if Alex Stewart's going to go up and get a medal. There's still a few on that plinth, of course, because not all the Surrey squad are here at Chelmsford. So just waiting to see. I think it'll be Alex Stewart that they're asking. He probably doesn't want to go up and get a medal, but yeah, it is Alex Stewart, and he'll get a huge round of applause and a hug from Richard Thompson there, Alex Stewart. So, and I think he's saying that, gee, Batty should probably go up and get a medal as well. So I think Gareth Batty will, rather reluctantly, I would have thought, go up and get a medal from Richard Thompson and a hug from Richard Thompson. So there's the head coach with,
thoroughly deserves that.
Yep, 3-3. So his CV is looking exceptionally good now. And there's the captain, Rory Burns, and this will be the fourth time he's got his hands on the championship trophy. Rory Burns, 2018, 2022, 2023, and he now has his hands back on it in 2024, and it's a lovely moment. All that hard work goes into this moment, and Rory Burns will join his team and they will have all their photos taken. But Surrey, for the third year in succession, the county champions, thoroughly deserved, and a very, very good squad of players, and Rory Burns and the Surrey players absolutely delighted, of course, with that. So many congratulations to Surrey, county champions for 2024.
Yeah, what a moment for everyone, and the players no doubt will celebrate long and hard because they've worked hard. They deserve to play hard now, and the fans, the loyal fans who've followed them around the country in the front of the pavilion there, I'm sure they'll have their moments with the team as well, and it's thoroughly deserved because I know how hard these guys work, how hard Gareth Batty pushes them, and what a moment it has been. So there's all the side together, all the team and the backroom team, the fans in the distance applauding them, all taking photos, and what a moment this has been for Surrey County Cricket Club.
Yeah, they normally as well, which is a lovely touch, is I'm not sure they'll be able to here, but they sometimes allow some of those fans to go in and have their photo as well with the players. But Gareth Batty there, just on the side of that group of players, and lots of photos being taken. You can see all the Surrey supporters there in front of the Doug Insole Pavilion here at Chelmsford, and all the photos have been taken. So many congratulations to Surrey. It's an exceptional achievement to do it 3 years on the spin, and they will be doing their damnedest to be in this position again next year and make it 4 on the trot. But congratulations to Surrey.
Anyway, thank you for joining us here live on the Essex stream and on BBC Radio London and BBC Essex, and thank you for joining us all summer. For those who've listened in all summer, you know, your support and your interaction has been priceless. So from Mark Church, from Nick Gledhill, and from myself, Dan Whiting, may you winter well. We'll see you next year.